Under clear sky with a game time temperature of 71 degrees, we welcome you live to Bobby Cox Field and Ford Park on the Oklahoma Baptist campus for the final two games of this three-game weekend set in Great American Conference play between Northwestern Oklahoma State and Oklahoma Baptist. Hello, everyone. I'm Todd Miller along with Zach Frazier and our entire crew here with the booth as we get set to bring you two games today. The first is a 9-inning. The second will be a 7-inning contest. OBU getting the jump of the series last night, defeating Northwestern 5-2. For the Bison, it was their 18th win of the last 19 meetings against Northwestern. It was a terrific night on the mound for Bo Dallas. The senior right-hander from Texas pitched 9 innings, his longest stint of his Bison career, 7 hits, 2 earned runs, and he scattered 2 walks over those 9 innings with 5 strikeouts, and the defense played stellar behind Bo Dallas last night. Ethan Swanson came in the second inning, and he was brilliant. 7 innings, 4 hits, 1 earned run with 10 strikeouts and 1 walk. Ethan Swanson pitched as well as I've seen an opposing pitcher in this ballpark throw in a long time against Oklahoma Baptist lineup. Isaiah Lasad led the 10-hit charge for OBU with 3 hits. Only one other player, Cade Kissel, out of the number 8 spot, had a multi-hit game, and Kissel also scored a couple of runs, including a huge play defensively in the 9th inning last night to really help Bo Dallas get his 4th victory of the season. OBU led 4-0 after 2, was 4-1 after 3. Bison got a run back in the 4th to lead 5-1, and Northwestern would go on to score what was the final run of the ball game, scratching across one of the top of the 5th to make it 5-2. 5 runs, 10 hits for the Bison last night. 2 runs, 7 hits, 2 errors for the Rangers. Northwestern with a loss falls to 15-20 and 9-13 in conference play. OBU improves to 12-10 in the league. They are tied for 6th with Harding in the league standings entering play today. Harding is playing at home against Southern Arkansas. They were blistered last night by the Mule Riders. OBU 17-15. Overall, the Bison are 9-3 at home and now have won 5 straight in this ballpark. The wind will blow out today. Southwesterly winds 22 miles per hour, gusts upwards to 30 by the end of the afternoon, which means, as they term, this is a Bison win. There was not a Bison win last night, Zach, and with the pitching between Bo Dallas and Ethan Swanson, runs and hits were certainly a premium to come by.
Yeah, and we saw the big second inning there from the Bison, but that was kind of the peak of what we saw in terms of consistent production across the lineup. I would look to see maybe more consistent production going 1 through 8, especially in the lineup, and then Jose Parga had a good couple of hits yesterday as well, so look through consistent hitting from the Bison lineup today.
Emilio Lovato will be charged for Northwestern with the breezy conditions today to try and keep this thing in the ballpark for the Rangers. Meanwhile, his counterpart Brett Galbraith will be charged to do the same for Oklahoma Baptist. Here's the batting lineup for the Rangers, coached by Ryan Bowen. Last night he dropped to 500 in 5 seasons in Northwestern. He's 99-99 as the Ranger head coach. Leading off is T.W. Biswanger, the center fielder. Batting second at shortstop is Yugo Hamakawa. Batting third, the designated hitter, Brandon Holdren. Batting cleanup at first base is Blake Hoffman. Hitting 5th at third base, Sean Kelly. Batting 6th for the Rangers at catching, Hayden Priest. Batting 7th in right field is Joseph Frisbee. Hitting 8th in left field is Chase Orrock. And batting 9th for the Rangers at second base is Fred Buxton. So again, it's Biswanger in center, Hamakawa at short, and Holdren the DH. Hoffman at first, Kelly at third, Priest catching, Frisbee in right, Orrock in left, and Buxton at second base. That's a look at the starting lineup for Northwestern. Let's listen in now to our invocation and the national anthem.
Assisted by Keith Ballard and Derek Carlson, and associate head coach Cody Painter. Leading the Bison is head coach Chris Cox. And now, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, please stand and join us for today's invocation, and please remain standing for the playing of the national anthem. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this day. We pray that you let the players perform to the best of their abilities and keep them from harm. In your name we pray. Amen.
Our national anthem here from Bobby Cox Field in Ford Park at the Oklahoma Baptist campus before the Bison of the Rangers conclude their 2-day, 3-game weekend set here in Shawnee. Conditions, as we told you, much different than they were yesterday. Last night, the temperatures dipped into the low 50s at the end of the ball game. The winds were blowing in out of the northwest at about 20 miles per hour. Overnight, temperatures approached freezing here in central Oklahoma, a low of about 33 or 34. So we have already risen almost 40 degrees in temperature from what we were overnight, and an expected high temperature pushing 80 degrees here this afternoon on the OBU campus. The starting pitcher today for Oklahoma Baptist is Breck Galbraith. This will be his 10th appearance, 9th start. His record 4 wins, 2 losses. His run average 5.86. Galbraith has worked 43 innings, 52 hits, 28 earned runs, 32 runs total. He struck out 46 and walked 20, and the opposing batters are hitting .302 off Breck Galbraith. Breck has a tough assignment today as he will be pitching against a pretty good offensive team for Northwestern Oklahoma State, with the wind blowing out towards left field and the scoreboard in left center field. Bison of the first leg of a 2-week, 7-game homestand. It continues with a non-week visit against Southeastern Oklahoma State here on Tuesday afternoon, and then Southern Arkansas comes in for a doubleheader at 4 on Friday night and a single game on Saturday afternoon leading into the Easter holiday. Bison last night with Bo Dallas limited Northwestern Oklahoma State to just 5 hits. Rangers came into the series 7th in the conference, hitting .393. OBU was the league leader in team batted average at .313. They had 10 hits last night. TWB Swanger will lead off here in the first. Last night, the Alva native went hitless with 3 strikeouts and was hit by a pitch to start the series. B. Swanger hitting .236 of the season with 13 hits and 55 at bats. He has homered twice and driven in 9. And here we go. Galbraith's first pitch is popped up and out of play, and it is strike 1. You can see on the screen that there's a nice uniform matchup here today. OBU with the Kelly green and white over white bottoms. Northwestern wearing the all gray, with Northwestern embroidered across the chest in black and the numerals in red. Swing and a miss on a slider, and it's no balls, 2 strikes. B. Swanger, Hamakawa, and then Holdred here in the Northwestern first. Last night was all-time win number 83 in the series for OBU. The pitch is wide, 1 ball, 2 strikes. B. Swanger last night again was 0 for 3. That ended a 3-game hit streak in which he had 5 hits entering the series. And a called 3rd strike at the knees. So a good start for OBU pitcher Breck Galbraith. And you can see right there, Zach, how he is pitching down to the zone. That's what you have to do on days like today.
Yes, and you're absolutely right. And yesterday was kind of this feeling out process of the zone. There were some bad kind of misses. Zone seemed really inconsistent for both sides. So for Brett to be able to establish the zone low and outside, especially for those right-handed hitters, will be a big advantage.
Yugo Hamakawa, a senior from Tokyo, Japan, will bat, left-handed batter against Galbraith, and the first pitch is upstairs. Did he check his swing? Yes, he did, for ball 1. Northwestern with a healthy dose of left-handers in their lineup. Something that usually OBU does not see a lot of. Next pitch in there for a strike, and it count evens at 1-1. Left-handers this year against Oklahoma Baptist pitching hitting .284. Against Galbraith, they're hitting .266. Here's the 1-1 pitch upstairs, and it's 2 balls and a strike. Defensively, it's Pruitt and Gomez on the right side. Parka at short, Furry at third. Lasad, Keller, and Kissel the outfield left to right, as it was in last night's series opener. Here's Galbraith's pitch in there for a strike, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Galbraith early in this game not afraid to establish the fastball low in the zone. He's not afraid of these Northwestern hitters hitting that ball. We'll see if that changes throughout the game.
Galbraith gets the sign. Now brings it into the pitch. A swing and a miss. Down goes Hamakawa. And there's quickly 2 out here with the Ranger first, and Brandon Holdren coming to the plate.
And a great off-speed pitch. We talked about the fastball last pitch, then coming straight off of it with the changeup. Hugo was in front of it, able to slow his swing down and strike him out.
Brandon Holdren now will bat, hitting .354. That's a second best for the Rangers. Holdren last night here was 1 for 4. Northwestern, I said, had 5 hits. They actually had 7. OBU out hit them 10-7. Righty versus lefty, and comes the first pitch from Breck, and it's a strike. No balls and 1 strike. Holdren with the hit last night has extended his current streak to hits in 5 of his last 6 ball games. Here is the pitch, and it's fouled back to netting. No balls, 2 strikes. Both of these teams, and we talked about it last night, are very different than what they thought they were going to be when the season started. OBU is down 4 pitchers that are lost for the year. Northwestern, Scott Creedon, first-team all-conference pitcher a year ago, out with an injury, has not pitched this year. That one bounced foul on the first base side. It's no balls, 2 strikes. In addition, a good offensive weapon from a year ago, Grant French, decided very late in camp that he was not going to play this spring. So that leaves a big void on the mound. Over 200 innings of work from Creedon last year, and a good hitter out of the Ranger 9. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Upstairs, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Holdren, his last multi-hit game came in the final game of that Southern Nazarene series. He went 3 for 4 with an RBI. One of his 3 hits was a double. That was a wild 16-13 game at Alva. Swing and a miss. Ball gets away from Schroeder. He picks it up. He'll throw to first, and the strikeout is complete. So it's a 1-2-3 start for Breck Galbraith. After a half inning, no score. The Bison coming up next to the Bison Sports Network. Half inning complete here from Bobby Cox Field in Ford Park on this Saturday afternoon. No scores. The Rangers go in order with 3 strikeouts against Breck Galbraith. Here's the batting lineup for the Bison. Leading off in left field is Isaiah Lasad. Hitting second in center field, Walker Keller. Batting third for the Bison at first base, Dan Pruitt. Hitting cleanup and catch it is Alex Schroeder. Batting fifth, the designated hitter, Cade Self. Batting sixth for Chris Cox's bunch at second base, Ramon Gomez. Hitting seventh at third base, Trey Furry. Batting eighth in right field is Cade Kissel. And batting ninth at shortstop is Jose Parga. The starter of the mound for Northwestern Oklahoma State is Emilio Lovato, Lovato. His record is 2 wins and 3 losses. For Lovato, this is appearance number 10. All have been starts. His earned run average is 7.69. He's worked 45 and 2/3 innings, 60 hits, 49 runs allowed, 39 earned, with 45 strikeouts, but a high total of walks of 32. Walks will be a big-time problem if you give free passes today. Lovato, an exclusive stretch pitcher, brings home the first pitch and a big swing, no contact from Isaiah Lasad, and it's strike 1.
And a big hitting leadoff is something that you've become accustomed to if you've watched a lot of Bison baseball. Lasad filling that spot that Cliff Pratt left last year.
Bouncing ball foul on the third base side, no balls and 2 strikes. I gave that number last night, that with the 11 home runs this season from Isaiah and the 14 last year from Pratt, OBU leadoff hitters have homered 25 times the last 2 seasons.
Wow.
It's a big way the game has changed. That used to not be a power hitting position. Here's the 0-2 pitch. High and away, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Keller and Pruitt, if anybody reaches Schroeder here in the first. Just settling in on a beautiful, windy but warm Saturday afternoon in Shawnee. Emilio Lovato brings the pitch home, and a swing and a miss. Blew a fastball away past him. And Lasad goes down swinging. 1 out now for Walker Keller. Walker Keller last night was hitless at 4 at-bats, did drive in a run. Walker Keller on the season is hitting .311. This is his 33rd game of his senior season, start number 71 of his 2-year career here on Bison Hill. They shift around a little bit with the shortstop towards the bag at second. The ball is a bouncing ball up the middle and into center field. So Keller with a seed-eye single as the game's first base runner, and here is Dan Pruitt. They had shaded Hamakawa more towards the bag at second, so the opening up the middle was not quite as pronounced as it normally would between Buxton and Hamakawa, but Keller was still able to find the hole and gets the first base hit of the ball game for the Bison. Dan Pruitt last night, 1 for 3. Dan Pruitt currently on a 9-game hit streak, and he's batting exactly .500 during those 9 games. First pitch is upstairs, and it's 1 ball, no strikes. Walker Keller is certainly a threat to steal. He swiped his 11th bag of the season last night. That briefly moved him into a 3-way tie for the team lead of that category before Isaiah Lasad later in the game swiped his 12th. Here's the 1-0 pitch. And a pop-up. Wind should hold that one up. It's going to be playable for Hoffman near the Northwestern dugout, and he almost overran it, but still backpedaling makes the catch for out number 2. Last night, that game was in the parking lot. Today, the Wind is going to hold it up in foul ground. There is a lot of foul ground if you're not familiar with Bobby Cox Field and Ford Park on both the first and third base foul sides as well as behind home plate. So Alex Schroeder last night went 0 for 4, a rare hitless game for him in his first season here in Shawnee. Alex is among the conference leaders in home runs. He has 14 of the season. Lovato's first pitch, a swing and a miss for a strike, and it's 0-1. Last night, Schroeder went 0 for 4. That ended a 4-game hit streak. He still, though, has a base hit in 5 of his last 7 and 7 of his last 10 starts. Lovato checks the runner at first, and the pitch outside corner for a strike, and it's 0-2. Emilio Lovato is really dealing here, Zach, in the first inning to this Bison bunch.
And credit to Lovato, much like Galbraith, establishing that outside fastball low in the zone. That looks like that's going to be a strike today, that low outside corner.
In comes the pitch, and it's high and away. It's off of Priest's glove, and literally walking to second of the pass ball is going to be Walker Keller. So a scoring opportunity here for the Bison in the first. Alex Schroeder this season, with runners in scoring position, has been very, very good. He's hitting right at .300 with 16 hits. The second baseman, Buxton, is shaded towards the bag there. There's a huge open to the right side. And the pitch, swing and a miss. Doesn't matter. Alex took a mighty swing and a slider away and missed. And the inning is over. 1 hit, no runs, 1 left. After 1 at Shawnee, there's no score on the Bison Sports Network. OBUBison.com, the official website of Oklahoma Baptist University Athletics. You can get the latest news on all your favorite Bison sports and listen to the live streams on OBUBison.com. Last check up at Alva, softball trying to win the series today against Northwestern. They won last night 7-2 behind Kaylee Jones' 13 strikeouts. Bison had a 1-0 lead in the top of the third. That was the last check from Alva. Here is Blake Hoffman, the first baseman, and he takes low, one ball, no strikes from Galbraith. Rec 6'1", 205, a sophomore from Joshua, Texas. Made a start down in Durant a week ago today, 5 1/3 innings, 4 earned runs, 6 walks, and 4 strikeouts. That pitch fouled off, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike to Blake Hoffman. Blake Hoffman last night, 2 for 2, a couple of RBIs. One of the hits was a double for Hoffman, the other was a single. Hoffman also committed a fielded error, 1 of 2 for the Rangers at first base. Swing and a miss, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Breck is not a high strikeout pitcher by any means. You're not going to normally see him go 9, 10, 11 strikeouts in a ball game, but he's been very, very consistent this year, with the exception of one game against Northeastern State when he struck out just 1 batter. 2 balls and 2 strikes. In his last 5 starts, Galbraith has struck out at least 4 batters or more in all 5. He struck out 5 or more in 3 of those 5 starts. Another foul ball by Hoffman. Count holds at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Against Southwestern and against East Central in back-to-back series, he did notch season highs in strikeouts, 8 against NWOSU, 9 against East Central. That pitch just misses, and it's 3 balls and 2 strikes. Last night, blankets and jackets. Today, the shades and shorts. Welcome to spring in Oklahoma.
Till tomorrow.
That's right. Here's the 3-2 pitch. And a breaking ball misses upstairs, so the first walk of the ball game becomes the first base runner for the Rangers. Here's Sean Kelly. Kelly last night hit the number 5 spot, had a hit and 4 at-bats. He is in the number 5 spot again today. Kelly enters the final day of this series with Oklahoma Baptist hitting .254. This is his 35th, make that his 36th start and game played. Sean Kelly is a junior from Arlington, Texas, a Division I transfer for the Rangers from Incarnate Word. In comes the pitch, and it's popped up, and that will be out of play on the first base side for a strike. The wind seems like, Zach, to me it's picked up from just a few moments ago. We're 18 minutes into this ball game, but that flag out in left center field right now is starched.
You're absolutely right. And I think also this is the first at bat today that we've seen a Northwestern hitter swing on the first pitch. They've taken every first pitch prior to this. I wonder if that's going to be the new strategy going forward.
No balls, 1 strike upstairs, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Rangers are an attacking offense. They have been now in 5 seasons under Ryan Bowen, who's been part of the Great American Conference for a decade. Told you last night he was Mike Matheny's top assistant 5 years prior to ascending to his first head coaching job at Northwestern. The 1-1 pitch on the black of the plate away, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Bison 9-3 at home this season with 5 straight wins. That early season series loss to Ouachita here, in which they dropped 2 of 3 to the Tigers, has been a distant memory here at Shawnee. 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, and down he goes. 4th strikeout for Galbraith. 1-on-1 out now for the catcher, Hayden Priest.
Credit to Galbraith. He's thrown strikes today, and if he hasn't really missed the zone by much, we talked about that with Bo. Bo's going to throw strikes last night. Brett starting off very similar to how Bo started last night, not necessarily allowing these hitters to see anything that they just can't swing at.
Priest raised his batted average to .295 after a multi-hit game last night. He was rewarded and bumped in the lineup from the number 7 spot to the 6th spot, and he takes a fastball high, 1 ball, no strikes. Outfield straight up and very deep, especially with Lasad in left and Keller in center. That's the part of the ballpark that's going to be affected by that wind today. Here's the 1-0 pitch. High and away, 2 balls, no strikes. Breck had an uncharacteristic start with 6 walks last time out in Durant a week ago today. Prior to that, he had had good control, no more than 3 strikeouts in all of his other appearances. And only 2 times has he walked 3 or fewer in exactly three. A swing and a miss, 2 balls and 1 strike. The rest have either been 1 or 2 walk outings, and you can live with that, especially at this level when the wind in most ballparks blows out on an almost daily basis. Bison with the only hit of the ball game. A Walker-Keller single back of the first. There's no score. Called strike on the outside corner, and Breck all of a sudden is level at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And to go back to your point, especially with the potency of the offenses across this conference, sometimes a calculated walk can be better than giving a batter the opportunity to give a multi-base hit. So it's almost better that way.
2 balls and 2 strikes, and he brings the pitch home. Breaking ball looked at for a 3rd strike. So down goes Priest, and all 5 outs by Galbraith here in this start have been via the strikeout. And here is right fielder Joseph Frisbee. Frisbee did not play last night. This is his 16th start, his 23rd appearance. Joseph Frisbee is out of Denton, Texas, a junior college transfer out of Ranger Junior College. 6 foot, 190 pounds, and a sophomore. Surprise, he's another left-hander in the Ranger lineup. Galbraith's first pitch, swing and a miss, said it's a strike. Don't you agree Breck looks like he could have had a football career at one time?
I think he still can if he wants to come on. But, no, I think you're absolutely right. And you can tell with the velocity on his fastball, that's part of what makes his curveball so stark because the difference of velocity is stark.
Galbraith comes set at the letters, now brings home the pitch. It's up and in, 1 ball, 1 strike. There's a reason that he's stocky. In high school, in fact, just 3 years ago, back in 2019, he won the Texas High School Powerlifting Association Class 5A State Championship in the 198-pound class. 1 ball, 1 strike, and the pitch downstairs. Galbraith pitched well in midweek games last year. I remember a really good start on a Tuesday night in Edmond against UCO. And he has taken that momentum and worked his way into the weekend starting rotation and has been pretty solid for Chris Cox and Cody Painter and staff. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Got him to pop it up into center field. Keller is there with plenty of room. Moving to his right, he has it. And the Rangers leave 1 aboard. No runs, no hits, 1 left. We've completed 1.5 at Shawnee. No score between Northwestern and Oklahoma Baptist to the Bison Sports Network. Shawnee product, Kate Self to lead off the bottom of the second. OBU Northwestern locked into a scoreless game. Emilio Lovato faced 4, retired 3, gave up the 1-out single to Walker, who stole second and was stranded. Lovato's first pitch changed speeds and a swing and a miss for Cade Self. It's a strike, 0-1. Cade Self last night went 1 for 4 with a run scored. He now has hit safely in 18 of his last 19 games. Right-hander against right-hander. The pitch is low. 1 ball, 1 strike. He went 0 for 4 the second game a week ago today down at Durant that ended that 17-game hit streak. How about this, Zach? He raised his average from 412 to 475 during that period of time. 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
No, there's a reason that you'll hardly ever see a game where Cade Self isn't a scratch for medical reasons, that he's not in the lineup, because his bat, when he is on, is one of the best in the nation.
Well, they're starting to see that. They didn't see it last year because of those injuries that kept him in and out of the lineup. 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Boy, Lovato is really dealing with 3 strikeouts. He just reared back and blew that fastball away past Cade Self. So 2 straight innings in which Lovato has struck out the first OBU hitter. And the second baseman, Ramon Gomez, now will walk to the plate.
And Lovato's control over his two-seam fastball, you're seeing a lot of movement. These right-handed hitters are struggling with that two-seam fastball.
Go last night homered. That mid-OBU is now 5-1 this year in games in which he's homered at least once. And he looks at a Lovato pitch for a strike. It's 0-1. More impressively, dating back to 2020, OBU has won 10 of 11 games in which Go has homered. No score, bottom of the second here from Shawnee. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Fastball away, 1 ball and 1 strike.
And we've seen both Lovato and Galbraith establish the off-speed, but Lovato has been a little bit more consistent in placing that curveball and that changeup in the zone for getting these strikeout pitches.
Ramon last week went 4 for 12 against Southeastern, 4 for his first 8. Went 0 for 4 the final game of the series as he grounds that pitch into left field for a hit. So 2 solid singles for the Bison in 2 innings off Lovato. And again, a one-out base runner, and here comes third baseman Trey Furry. Against Southeastern, he was 4 for his first 8 when he went 0 for 4 a week ago today in the third game down at Durant. That ended Go's 5-game hit streak. He can hit in bunches. He's had 2 hit streaks, one of 9 this year and the other of 7. Trey Furry had a hit last night in the series opener with the Rangers. Lovato comes set, now brings it home, and the pitch is upstairs. 1 ball, no strikes. And talking about Scott Creedon a lot, the Ranger first-team all-conference pitcher from a year ago is dialed into our broadcast. Good to hear from him. Hope he comes back better than ever next season. Here is the 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. Furry was swinging for left field there.
We've seen a couple of big swings from this Bison lineup early in this game, and you get the feeling that they feel like they have Lovato's number, but credit to Lovato, his off-speed and his movement on his two-seam and his slider has kept this Bison lineup off.
Trey Furry has just 2 home runs, and they came in a very short period of time. Throw over to first in the dirt, handled nicely by Blake Hoffman. It took Trey Furry 20 games into his Division II career here in Bison Hill to hit his first OBU home run. It took him just 6 games later to pick up his second. And now we are in game number 33, and he has not homered since. Ground ball to third, past Kelly and into left field. So Trey Furry gets one just past the third baseman Kelly in back-to-back singles, and OBU has something cooking here in the second with Cade Kissel. Kissel last night, it was good to see him play well on both ends of the diamond, both offensively and defensively. He had a 2-hit game. He was 2 for 4 with a couple of runs scored. And he will get the start here in the first of 2 today. Likely will not play the final game because we've been told Shields will be the catcher, which means that Schroeder would be in the lineup as the DH. First pitch to Kissel is away. 1 ball, no strikes. That means Cade Self would be the designated hitter. So Kissel, in a sense, this year, Zach, has really been caught up in a numbers game because of how well Self has hit, how well Schroeder has hit, and the abilities of Troy Shields. 1 ball, no strikes, and the pitch is low. Snap throw to first, not in time, and it's 2-0.
And to your point, sometimes it's not necessarily an indictment on Kissel's play that he hasn't been able to see the field as much as it is a praise of the play around him. And it's been tough for him to see the field. He's had a little bit of struggles batting, kind of pulling himself out of that slump here recently.
Cade Kissel hitting .212. His 2 hits last night boosted him above .200. Righty versus righty in the pitch, and that hit him in the shoulder, so the bases are loaded. 2 singles and a hit batsman, and here's trouble as Jose Parga is going to come to the plate. Jose Parga looks like he has settled in as the everyday shortstop. And that was something that Coach Cox was talking to me about before the broadcast today. OBU's had very good fortune up the middle. First with Lasad, And then with Brewer and now Parga, all interchangeable parts at shortstop. Jose Parga last night was 1 for 3. So Lovato in a hole here in the second. And the first pitch is high and away. 1 ball, no strikes.
And you're absolutely right. It feels like the production from that shortstop spot hasn't wavered as much in the field as much as it has at the plate. It's been kind of trying to find a consistent bat to play that 6 hole for the Bison.
Lovato went 5 innings, walked 5, struck out 2 against Southern Nazarene and Alva last week. There's a called strike, and it's 1-1. He gave up 5 hits, 2 runs, 1 of which were earned. Lovato has gone 5 innings exactly in 3 of his last 4 starts, his longest stint of the year. In the home opening series against Minnesota Crookston, he went 7, struck out 7 with no walks. 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes.
We've seen some big cuts from this Bison lineup early in this game. You get the feeling that they know that wind's blowing hard out to left center, and they're just trying to give one a chance.
1 ball, 2 strikes to Jose Parga. Bases are loaded here in the second and only 1 out. Lovato's pitch is blasted into left field. Going back is Orrock, and it is gone. A grand slam home run for Parga. You can't allow base runners on days like today, or they will come back and roost. And this time it has. It's a grand slam, and it's a 4-0 OBU advantage.
And a great piece of hitting there from Jose Parga. Waited. He knew the fastball was going to come back. Lovato's been using the fastball to set up the curveball and then coming back to a fastball almost every time after he throws off speed. Parga sat on it and gave it a right out to left center.
Parga with his 5th home run, and that's about the 5th of his RBI total. Before that swing, he had 21 driven in. And we see Casey Ginty, the pitching coach for the Rangers, slowly making the stroll out to the mound. So OBU making their way through the order for the first time, about to turn it over with Lasad coming to the plate. And Northwestern in an early 4-0 hole in the second for a second consecutive ball game. In fact, if you look at this first 2 innings, Zach, it's almost a carbon copy of last night. Northwestern went 4 up, 3 down to the first. They went 3 up, 3 down to the first today. They had a base runner, in fact, a couple of base runners in the second, and Bo Dallas was able to induce an inning double play. And then the 4-run second inning, that's what we have here today.
And then the credit goes to the back half of this Bison lineup, who's been able to produce, maybe in spite of the lackluster start from the front half. They were able to load the bases and give Jose Parga a chance.
Isaiah Lasad with 11 home runs, digs in, and the first pitch is a strike. It's 0-1. He did not have a good at-bat in his first time up against Lovato as he went down swinging in 4 pitches. Bison and Kelly green and white today with the early 4-0 jump over their rivals from Northwestern. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Outside quarter, good placement, no balls, 2 strikes.
And Lovato's not afraid to throw strikes even right after the home run. Goes right back at Lasad with a fastball down the middle and then work the 2-seam, sliding away from him outside in the zone.
0-2 the count. Lovato out of the stretch, brings it home. It's a wide, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Last night, Isaiah Lasad had his 16th multi-hit game of the year. He had his 10th 3-hit game of the season. It's pretty impressive. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Downstairs, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Isaiah Lasad last night had a first-inning double. That gives him 16 games this year. Almost half of the games played in which he's had an extra base hit. 2-2 pitch. Pops it up. Down the line at right. That's trouble if it stays fair, and it's fair ball just inside the chalk line. And now make it 17 games with an extra base hit. As he slides into second, the throw gets away from Hamakawa, but no advancement. Boy, that makes you wonder if it's not going to be your day, Zach. That ball was popped up, and the wind was helping it. It was pushing it back from foul territory inside the chalk line, and it almost landed directly on the chalk line. It was not fair by more than a foot or two.
No, and that's just kind of, you're right, it's just kind of a bounce your way, bounce not your way, and credit to Lasad. He dug it out. He didn't wait to see if that ball was going to get caught. He ran to first, was able to turn it into what was a stand-up, or really a stand-up double with the missed throw. But the consistency Lasad has been able to give this Bison lineup at the front, and you feel like has to give confidence to Walker Keller and Dan Pruitt.
Walker Keller, 1 for 1, a single up the middle his first time up. OBU has 4 hits in this second inning. The pitch is in the dirt. It gets away from Priest and over to third. On a wild pitch is Isaiah Lasad.
And you heard a spectator say you have to block those, which he's right. Priest has had a couple let go by him, but Lovato seems to maybe be losing his cool out there on the bump after the home run and now the double.
Walker Keller hitting 161, 5 for 31 with runners in scoring position. Anything to the outfield makes it a 5-0 OBU advantage. Here's the pitch from Lovato at the letters, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. So Lovato struck out 2, allowed 1 base runner the first, struck out Cade Self in 4 pitches to start this Bison second, and since then, 5 straight OBU hitters have reached. The 1-1 pitch. In tight, he checked his swing, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike. Walker Keller, in his career, has 25 multi-hit games. This is game and start number 71 for the junior college and NAI transfer, Walker Keller. 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss, and it's 2-2. Keller, with 56 career RBIs here on the Hill, is a guy that is going to get his money. He has struck out almost twice as many times as he has walked in his career. Entering this series in 272 at-bats, he had struck out 56 times and walked 29. Pitch fouled on a play on the third base side, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Keller last year, all-conference second team for the Bison, hitting .318 against the league this season. Last year against the conference, .419 with 49 hits. 21 of those for extra bases, and he fouls another Lovato pitch out of play. Last year, up at Alva, Walker Keller feasted on Ranger pitching. He went 8 for 14. That was his best Great American Conference Series of the year. Included 4 doubles and 3 RBIs. He etched his name into the record books in school history with that performance in Alva. Another swing and a foul ball back to the screen. In Game 1 at Myers Stadium a year ago, he went 5 for 5 and became the second most successful OBU hitter in program history with hits in a ballgame. The school record, Juan Gonzalez, was 6 against Oklahoma Christian back in February of 2018. Keller takes low. It's 3 balls and 2 strikes. Hunter Heath in 2016, Kaimana Bartolome last year against Henderson State, also with 5 hit games in the Division II era. 4-0 the lead. Here's the pitch, and a bouncing ball, not hit real sharply to second. Charging is Buxton, throws to first, and he just did get Walker Keller. So there are 2 outs here with the second. That ball was almost trouble. It had a little bit of a bounce to it. Buxton was playing fairly deep at second and had to come charging in on the infield grass to make the play. So here is Dan Pruitt, second in the conference, second in the country in home runs with 16. Did not drive in a run last night. He has a total of 39 driven into the year. Second of the ball club to Alex Schroeder, who awaits on deck. First pitch is low, 1 ball, no strikes.
And Lovato has gone away from throwing first pitch strikes. You saw when he was striking out these hitters at the top of the lineup in the first inning, establishing the fastball early in the count, and he's gone away from that.
1-0 pitch from Lovato. Popped up down the line and right. Giving chase is Frisbee, and he can't make the running catch in fair territory. And heading for second base is going to be Dan Pruitt. That'll more than likely be an error on the right fielder as Frisbee was able to get there. He had the ball hit the webbing of his glove, and then he dropped it about 3 steps inside fair territory.
The catcher, number 30, Alex Schroeder.
And we've talked a lot about what the problems are going to be out in left, seeing the left fielders play deep, but almost equally as hard out there in right field with that wind blowing across as that ball's kind of starting or trying to cut out of bounds or into foul territory.
9th batter of the inning, Alex Schroeder to the plate. He struck out swinging against Emilio back in the first. Lovato now steps off the rubber and will look Dan Pruitt back in without a throw. Alex Schroeder has been a terrific addition for OBU. He jumps to the first pitch and pops it up. Should be playable. Priest running towards the backstop, overran it. Ball hits his glove, and then as he stumbles to the turf, it pops out. So a strike, and you can't make that mistake with Alex Schroeder.
And you've seen already with a couple of these plays these Northwestern defenders have tried to make, it's hard with this wind. And if you can see the flag out in left center, when the broadcast goes to the wide shot, it is straight in the air right now. And so there's a lot of air or wind really up top, and it's going to be make these fly balls routine, not quite routine.
Alex 0 for 5 of the series, had a 4-game hit streak snapped last night. Lovato's pitch is downstairs, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. The inning led off harmlessly enough for Cade Self, or for Lovato. He struck out Cade Self in 4 pitches. Since then, the sky has fallen on Emilio Lovato. 1-1 pitch. That's popped up into center field. Wind is pushing it. B. Swanger is underneath it. TW reaches up and makes the catch to retire the side. OBU gets 4 runs on 4 hits. There was 1 Ranger error and 1 left aboard. After 2 in Shawnee, it's Oklahoma Baptist 4, Northwestern nothing. This is Bison Baseball on the Bison Sports Network. Todd Miller, Zach Frazier back here with you at Bobby Cox Field in Ford Park. The legend Grant Gower is in the booth. Former Bison baseball standout. Master of many things. Chase Orrock, the left fielder, to lead off. Rangers will have 8-9-1 up against Brett Galbraith, who starts his 3rd inning of work with a 4-0 lead. The first pitch is a strike away. Bison fans, are you a fan of golf? If so, then this month is for you on shopobubison.com. During the month of April, you can get 20% off golf products. Don't miss out on this great discount. Visit shopobubison.com today. Ground ball to third. Big hop. Furry has it. Now spins and throws to first and out at first. Dan Pruitt is a big, big man out there, and I saw it last night as you did, Zach. I don't know how many times he saves throwing errors because of his height. That time he was able to stretch and pivot out towards right field.
Not only does he save throwing errors, which it obviously allows especially the left half of your infield to throw with conviction across the infield, but his stretch is so long that a lot of ties that would go to the runner end up being outs.
Fred Buxton takes the first pitch for a strike. Fred with his first plate appearance against Bison pitching this series. Buxton making his 9th start, 12th appearance, a 192 batted average, 5 hits, a home run, and 3 driven in. And he's behind, no balls, 2 strikes.
And Breck, when he's been at his best today, has been ahead in the count, establishing the fastball early, working the slider off of it.
Here's the 0-2 pitch, and he nicks one foul. He may have reached had he not made contact because that ball was headed for the backstop away from Schroeder. Tell you what, they're going to have to find a way to keep you around for years and years if things continue to go. Zach was on the call with Clayton a couple of weeks ago when OBU swept Arkansas Tech. A swing and a miss on a high fastball, and down goes Buxton. So that is strikeout number 6 among the 7 outs, or 8 outs that have been recorded in the book. Here's the top of the lineup with T.W. Beiswanger. T.W. struck out looking back of the first. Still looking for his first hit of the series. In comes the pitch, upstairs, and it's 1 ball, no strikes.
And we just got an update from Coach Davenport next door that softball has won 5-0 in their first game today against Northwestern.
Here's the pitch, swing and a miss, 1 ball and 1 strike. So they will go for the series sweep against Northwestern, and you like their chances because more than likely Kaylee Jones will finish it up in the circle. She struck out 13 Rangers last night. Called strike at the outside corner. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes. I said this on Tuesday night against Southern Nazarene. OBU is very, very lucky to have Sam Maples. She is building a program. The 1-2 pitch. In the dirt, it's 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And Todd, we were talking about it before we came on today, and not to deviate too much from the topic at hand, but Kaylee Jones has probably, for my money, the best arm in the nation. Maybe her win-loss record may keep her from some of the superlatives.
Here's the 2-2 pitch and a called third strike at the outside corner.
3 up, 3 down for the Rangers in the third.
So for the second time in 3 innings, Northwestern goes in order. After 2.5, it's the Bison 4, Northwestern nothing on the Bison Sports Network.
Leading off the bottom of the third for OBU.
Kate Self to lead off as we go to the bottom of the third. 4-0 OBU. All 4 of theirs and 4 of their 5 hits came in the second inning against Emilio Lovato. Self was a strikeout victim back in the second, and then OBU promptly sent 5 consecutive hitters to the plate, all of which reached. Cade takes high, 1 ball, no strikes. 5 runs, 5 hits for OBU. No runs, no hits, 1 error for Northwestern. In comes Lovato's pitch, breaking ball upstairs, and it's 2 balls and no strikes. Rangers are playing Cade Self pretty much straight up, both along the infield and the outfield. Here is the 2-0 pitch. Checked he swing, or did he? Yes. They appealed to first. He did not go, so it's now 3-0.
And I know ended up being a ball, but from where I'm sitting right here, it looked like if he would have went through on that swing, he may have given a ball right out of the ballpark. It looked like he had that pegged right on the money.
3-0, Lovato against Cade Self for the pitch on the outside corner. It's now 3-1.
All right, well, now it's time for our regular weekly installment of the framing appreciation by Zach Frazier. Priest did a great job framing that outside slider, moving away from Cade Self into the zone for the strike.
3-1 the count. Big breaking ball, and it just misses, so a leadoff walk here in the third. And here comes Ramon Gomez, who started the 4-run onslaught with a 1-out single back in the second. For Ramon, that was his 42nd hit of the season. Lovato's pitch upstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. Sports world stunned this morning to wake up and hear the news that former Ohio State standout and NFL quarterback Dwayne Haskins was killed when he was hit by a vehicle in South Florida earlier today. 1 ball, no strikes. Hard hit. Ground ball past the third baseman down into the left field corner. Digging for third is Self. They'll put the stop sign up there, and it is a double for Trey Furry.
And Todd, I don't think enough can be said to the commitment that Cade Self's made to taking care of his body this year. The Cade Self we saw in parts of last year probably doesn't get to third in that situation. Seemed hobbled especially a lot last year. And when I talked to him, he said he spent a lot of time in the training room, a lot of time with coaches trying to get his body right to where he can perform at the level he feels like he can perform
We've
at.
talked about this the last couple of years. It's been really a circuitous route, if you will, for Cade to come back home. He has committed, signed, moved several different schools before finally playing as a Bison. One of the consistent things, though, at his early days was his contact with OBU. Never completely lost contact with the coaches. First pitch is upstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. That's the thing, having been around this program for a while now. Recruiting's about a lot of things, but it's about relationships. And Cody Painter and Chris Cox, in my opinion, are as good as it gets in building relationships with players. 1-0 pitch, outside quarter, 1 ball, 1 strike.
And to apply it more broadly just to the athletic department in general, if you look across multiple teams across this school, I mean, you talk about Coach Maples, Coach Jensen, Coach Gothard, Coach Aker. You look almost at any team, the recruiting prowess of the coaches is unbelievable.
1-1 pitch, fouled back, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. They're all men of character. So a walk and a double, 2 on, nobody out here in the third, and Cade Kissel waiting on deck.
Another thing is, I'm sure for recruits, who wouldn't want to have Todd Miller saying their name over the intercom for the rest of their career?
Please don't say that. All of our programs will fall back. Here's a liner, fair, past the third base bag. Into the right field corner. 2 are going to score, and Trey Furry has a 2-hit game with his first double of the afternoon.
And a big shrug out from Furry at second, and you get the feeling it's just kind of that day for the Bison, where we've already seen a couple bang-bang plays just go the Bison's way, whether it's not being able to track foul balls or whatever. The Bison just seems to have the hits going their way today.
Yeah, that's the second that has just barely been fair. The other was the pop-up that the wind pushed back into fair territory. And then that one was a line shot past the first baseman Hoffman and just fair into very shallow right field inside the chalk line. So Cade Kissel, who was hit by a pitch, scored back in the second. Will Bat trying to pick up another run. OBU leads it 7-0 against Lovato and company. And it's 1 ball, no strikes.
And Lovato, we talked about earlier his establishment of the fastball and working an accurate off-speed off of it. And it seems like he's lost a little bit of that accuracy in finding the zone later in this game.
1-0 the count. In comes the pitch. In tight, 2 balls and no strikes. And I can tell you, I was talking to Ethan Swanson in the booth before the ball game about pitching against this lineup. And he said, I'd have a pitch in mind last night. And I would think to myself, I can't throw that because if it goes down the middle, it's trouble against this lineup. And I think the way they are 1 through 9 creates a lot of mental problems for the opposing pitcher. A check swing and a slow roller, a foul with the first base side.
I think you're right. It has to play into your mind. We talked about it a little bit. You go back to a couple series ago with the Arkansas Tech pitching. It was the same way. They couldn't throw anywhere close to the zone, oftentimes missing really badly and allowing pass balls.
Pop up by Kissel out of play. Count evens at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Bison have 1 homer today. It's their first of the series. It is their nation-leading 76th of the year. How about this? Coming in, they had 72 doubles. And aside from the total I just gave you of home runs, doubles and triples through last night's game totaled 80. So it's a gap-to-gap hitter and a power-hitting team if there's ever been one. 2-2 pitch, low, and it's 3 balls and 2 strikes. Into the 7 years that I've been doing this, one thing is for certain. The top 4 or 5 have always been good. The special teams here at OBU have had no holes 1 through 9, and this team does not have any holes really in its lineup. Swing and a miss. Down goes Kissel, look like a slider. And a big strikeout for Lovato. That's out number 1 for Parka.
And it's the first we've seen Lovato have in a while. It feels like he kind of wavered there for a little bit, but he may be trying to get on the saddle here, trying to avoid another mound meeting. I'm sure that there's going to be activity in the bullpen as you look here in the next couple innings, but for Lovato, it's all about limiting damage here.
Parker with a grand slam home run back in the second. Bison have added 3 more. They lead 7-0 here in the third. The pitch in there for a strike, and it's 0-1. For the Rangers, that home run they surrendered to Parka was their 37th as a staff. And for Lovato, that was his team-high 7th big fly of the spring. Lovato comes set, deals, and the pitch is wide. 1 ball, 1 strike.
And that's the kind of curveball we saw get worked in the outside corner of the zone for the strike. And I think, to your point, the kind of the mental game of giving up a home run, especially to Jose pitching to him again, you may be a little bit scared to throw that down the middle.
Here's the 1-1 offering. Called strike away, 1 ball, 2 strikes. The wind is a factor today, but it wasn't that much of a factor on Parker's grand slam. And Lovato remembers that. Furry dancing around at second, a swing and a miss by Parker. Pitch away, and Parker just kind of waved at it. So back-to-back strikeouts, and now Isaiah Lasad comes to the plate. Tell you what, he's not out of the woods yet with the top of the lineup coming back, but those 2 strikeouts may have prevented Northwestern from even giving up more runs in this inning.
And credit to Emilio, he's done a great job of working that slider. We kind of saw the curveball be his strikeout pitch early in this game. He's kind of changed his approach to that slider, starting it in the zone and working it out away from the batter.
Now Lovato fakes the toss into second, nobody covering. Isaiah Lasad on the season is hitting .383 with runners in scoring position and 2 outs. Had another extra base hit, a double in the second. Here's the first pitch. Inside, 1 ball, no strikes. That was the 17th game for Isaiah this season with at least a double.
And that's something that OBU fans have just become accustomed to seeing, but that is not – that type of production at the plate is not normal.
Swing and a miss. Good off speed that time by Emilio, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. Swanger is shifted around a little bit towards left of center. There's a huge opening between T-Dub and Frisbee, the right fielder. Lazard can find ways to find the gap. Here's the pitch. Bouncing ball foul on the third base side. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes.
And Lovato, where he's had success today, especially when he's up early in the count, is being able now to throw that slider that kind of looks like it's going to stay on the outside of the zone but works away from the right-handed hitter and forces them to reach and try to get that pitch.
The 1-2 pitch upstairs, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Ryan Bowen brought his team to town this weekend in search of a rare victory head-to-head with OBU. They're 1-18 in the Division II era against the Bison. He also was looking for career victory number 100. Came at 99-98. He suffered loss number 99 last night in a 5-2 setback. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Popped up. Hoffman gets a jump. Giving chase is Priest. He slides near the Ranger on deck circle and can't make the play. So Lasad will see at least 1 more pitch from Lovato. Lovato faced 4, retired 3 of the first. Faced all 9, gave up 4 runs in the second. He's given up 2 runs on 2 hits, a walk. And now Lasad is the 6th Bison to face him here in this third. Two balls, 2 strikes. And the pitch. Popped up on the infield. Hamakawa and Buxton both fighting the sun, and Buxton, the second baseman, drops it, and Furry with contact was running, so he will score. And it's an 8-0 game. No RBI for Lasad on the error of the second baseman, Fred Buxton. You could see that they were really having trouble with the sun overhead. In fact, just caught a glimpse of Yugo Hamakawa, the shortstop, looking up with his shades and kind of tapping himself on the chest as to say, hey, that's really more my ball. That's my fault.
And you get the feeling that Hugo may have felt like he had maybe a little bit better idea of where that ball was than Fred did. But, and when you're in that situation, it's a bang-bang play. He's already called you off. And technically the shortstop has the override in that situation if he wants it, but he just chose not to take it. And that's now the third or fourth error we've seen an infielder make for this Northwestern team.
That's their fourth of the series, their second of the day. 1 ball, no strikes, and Keller takes one, looks like on the arm. He is in some pain, hopping around. Now he's going to slowly walk over to first base. Can assure you that that was not what Lovato was trying to do.
No, I think rather anything else besides walking Keller and now having to face Dan Pruitt with 2 on and 2 outs with this wind, where you feel like Pruitt, if he just even gets his bat on the ball, his power coupled with this fierce wind going to the north today is just going to let this ball ride out of the ballpark.
Dan Pruitt went without a homer last night. That's usually not breaking news, but he homered in all 3 games of last weekend's series at Southeastern. In fact, he had 4 of his 5 hits go for extra bases against Southeastern, a double and 3 home runs. 8-0 OBU, the pitch, and that is belted down the line and left, but it will hook foul. That's nothing more than a long, loud strike, and it's 0-1.
You're right. It doesn't necessarily do anything on the scoreboard, but now if you're Lovato, you're like, holy cow, I can't give him anything in the zone, because that's exactly what's going to happen again if you give him anything. And I would look Lovato probably won't come close to the zone for a pitch or two, probably work a couple burn pitches outside.
Dan reached an error on the right fielder. He also fouled out, so he's looking for his first hit here against Lovato. And the count evens up, 1 ball, 1 strike. Pruitt is 1 for 5 to start the series with Northwestern. Bison about hit the Rangers 7-0. They lead it 8-0 to the run column. We're in the 3rd inning. Here is Lovato's 1-1 pitch. Downstairs, advantage Pruitt, 2 balls and 1 strike.
And now if you're Lovato, you've thrown your 2 burn pitches you're going to try to get Pruitt to chase on. Now you're going to have to venture back to the zone and give him something that the ump can call.
Dan with a base hit would extend his current hit streak to double digits. It would be the 2nd longest by an OBU hitter at any point this year. Fastball away, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes.
And I don't know if I like that called strike there, but in fairness, the umpire has established an outside zone. We mentioned both pitchers early in the first inning establishing that fastball as a strike. So these hitters are going to have to take a swing at that.
2-2 the count to Dan Pruitt. Rudder at second and 2 out of the inning. And there's low, ball 3.
And a couple have got past Priest today, but Priest for the most part has done a great job of saving pass balls. There's been a couple wild pitches from Lovato on the mound today, and Priest, who's an undersized catcher, has stopped a lot of these balls.
The Swanger shifted around towards the gap in left center field. The pitch. Runners go, and it's a called 3rd strike. Dan Pruitt just bent down and goes to work and taking off his protective shin guards. OBU gets 3 runs. They do it on 2 hits. There was an error at 2 left. We have completed 3. It's the Bison 8, the Rangers nothing. This is Oklahoma Baptist Baseball on the Bison Sports Network. Todd Miller's with you from Bison Hill. It is good to be Brett Galbraith right now. He's faced one over the minimum through 3. He now has an 8-0 lead as he goes to work in inning number 4. He'll face the 2, 3, and 4 hole hitters for Northwestern, starting with Yugo Hamakawa. Hamakawa struck out swinging back in the first, and he bounces this one off the glove of Galbraith right to the shortstop Parga, who throws to first. It was almost as if they planned that. I mean, Parga was shaded up the middle, and that ball one hopped off of the glove of Galbraith right into his mitt.
It's almost like there's something to do with analytics and understanding where these hitters are likely to hit it and shifting to it. And credit to Galbraith, he got his hand on it, slowed the ball down, allowed Parga to get over on the second base side of the on the first base side of the second base bag and get the ball to Pruitt.
1-6-3 put out to start the Northwestern 4th. Here is Brandon Holdren. The designated hitter struck out swinging his first time up, and the pitch from Breck is a strike. It's 0-1. Galbraith has allowed just one Ranger base runner. That was Blake Hoffman, who's the on-deck hitter. He walked him on a 3-2 count to start the second. The pitch. Bouncing ball right side. Charging from second is Go-Go, and he makes the throw in time. So Ramon, some pretty nifty footwork, gets out number 2, and here is Blake Hoffman.
And Todd, I don't know if we can say enough about what's been amazing defense backing up these Bison pitchers over the past couple weeks, going back even to the Arkansas Tech series. There's been a lot of defensive efficiency that's improved in the production that allows these pitchers to pitch efficiently.
Blake Hoffman is without an official plate appearance today. He's the only base runner, a walk back in the second. He takes low, 1 ball, no strikes. There is no other way to put it. But when these two teams saw each other, they didn't play, but they were in Alba together in a classic back in early February. The Bison defense was atrocious. Foul ball on the third base side. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. You credit CC for getting this thing turned around. I mean, their defense now is a strength. They thought going into the spring it was going to be a strength, but the last 6 or 7 weeks have played really good defense.
And I think that also comes with being able to play with confidence. We mentioned the proficiency in the offense, but also just what has turned into just a massive fail-safe over there at first, which is Dan Pruitt, which is anywhere within a 7-foot radius. He's going to get that glove on it and at least stop it, maybe not catch it and stay on the bag, but limit extra bases.
1 ball, 2 strikes to Blake Hoffman. Galbraith's pitch is grounded, and that's into right field. Beat the shift. And the first base hit of the ball game is here in the 4th for Blake Hoffman. They had the shift on that time of the right side, and Blake just pulled one through that narrow opening, and he's been aboard twice. It keeps the inning alive for Kelly.
And sometimes as a defensive lineup, you just kind of have to tip your hat, and that's just a great piece of hitting, and that's exactly what that was.
So 1 on, 2 out for the Rangers here in the 4th. 8-0 Oklahoma Baptist. Bison with 5 in the second, 3 in the third. About hit Northwestern 7-1. Here's the pitch. Upstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. You know, Bo Dallas last night did not have his best stuff. We talked about it on the postgame show, and I talked with Cece about this before the ball game. You're able to not have your best stuff when you have confidence in the guys behind you, and Bo was very, very pleased and very outspoken about the way his defense performed last night.
And it's a credit to Bo especially, and we've seen it from Breck too, regardless of where you're at in the count, having the fortitude to throw strikes, not backing off of the pitch that you're supposed to throw because you're nervous it's going to be a hit. Bo trusts his defense, and his pitching shows it.
2-0 the count. Galbraith's pitch popped up, and that's out of play. 2 balls and a strike. Chris Cox looking for his 60th win in about 2.5 seasons. Really more like 1.5 because he only played 22 games back in 2020, his first year as head coach. Bison won 26 last year. Here's the 2-1 pitch. That's underneath the glove of Schroeder. That'll be a pass ball, and Hoffman goes to second. And it's 3 balls and 1 strike. In fact, really, you can say that he's in his 3rd year, but this really only his 2nd year as a head coach. With the truncated season in 2020, last year they went 26 wins. That was the fewest in 17 years in a full season. And they won 16 of 22 his first year before COVID shut down the spring season after 22 games. 3-1 the count. And the pitch just misses for ball 4. So a single and a walk, and 2 are aboard for the catcher, Hayden Priest. Chris, the obvious choice to succeed his dad. And he will be married this summer. In fact, just got the invitation in the mail the other day in June. The last great bachelor in the West is going down.
Oh, no, but I think to your point, even in 2021, you talk about the midweek series that are games that you didn't get in that year because there was still a lot of COVID protocols and COVID things to keep into consideration. So this is really the first full year that Coach Cox has had at the helm, and it shows in the way that the adjustments this team has made as the season's gone on.
Hayden Priest, 0 for 1, called out on a third strike, back of the second. 8-0 Oklahoma Baptist, but Northwestern trying to put together a 2-out rally in the fourth. Galbraith's pitch. That's a liner and just over. Gomez's glove at second. They're going to score a run. Hoffman will come around from second. And they're at the quarters as Hayden Priest has cut it to an 8-1 game.
And Todd, I know you saw it same as I did, but that ball was couldn't have been an inch and a half above Gomez's glove. Gave a great leap, tried to get it, but credit to Priest, had a great shot in the right center and able to hit an RBI and score a run.
Yeah, I was thinking about that as I saw Go-Go leap in the air. The ball just missed the webbing of his glove. If that's Dan Pruitt out there, he's flat-footed. He just reaches up and makes the catch.
Oh, man.
Here's Frisbee, who flew out to center field his first time up. 8-1 the score now. Here's the pitch. A little in tight. 1 ball, no strikes.
And Breck's trying to work the top of the zone. We've seen him try to establish the off-speed high in the zone and then counter that going low fastball, but he hasn't been able to hit his mark quite yet with the upper off-speed pitch.
You know, I'm curious, as they're about to start the second game at Alva's, that's a pitch, strike, 1 ball, 1 strike. I'm wondering if that game goes quickly, if the softball team won't be back here in time to watch part of game 2.
And you never know, with the proficiency of this Bison offense, sometimes you can get
fly ball into left field. Lasad going back, still going back. Wind is pushing it. It's over Isaiah's head. 2 runs are going to score, and it's a double now for Joseph Frisbee. And I say 2 runs. Belatedly, they put the brakes on Hayden Priest, who'd made the wide turn at third. So it's an 8-2 ball game.
To finish your point, Todd, I think not only to with this Bison team, you can get into these, as we've already seen, 5-run innings and 3-run innings with you're seeing the batters go through the lineup once or twice. But credit to Northwestern. Northwestern can rack up runs too when they start getting going with the bats. So you can see these kind of longer drawn-out games with these big innings.
4 straight Rangers have reached after the first 2 were retired. That ball was aided by the wind. I think in normal conditions that's probably an out, but nonetheless, an RBI double for Frisbee, and Orrock has a chance to play 2 more. First pitch, a strike on the outside corner, and it's 0-1. But you know what? It doesn't matter. Both teams play in the same conditions. I've seen plenty of hits just like that go the way of the Bison.
And you're right. And that Lasad, tracked that ball to about where he's at right now, lined up in left field, and had to turn into a full crossover run to bump into the fence to try to track that ball.
Swing and a miss. Off speed, and it's no balls, 2 strikes.
I would love to see Galbraith here start to establish that 2-seam fastball working inside on the hands of these right-handed hitters, forcing them to stay tight, and then you can work the outside 4-seam off of it.
Frisbee making a rare start, his 16th, has his 4th double, 5th RBI. 8-2 the score now, the 0-2 offering from Galbraith. Chased one to the dirt. Schroeder can't find it. Here comes the run home, and Alex will now have a play at first. So a strikeout passed ball, and it's an 8-3 ball game, and they're at the quarters for Fred Buxton, the second baseman.
Now that's the second or third pass ball we've seen in this inning from Schroeder and Galbraith, so you get the feeling that, those off-speed pitches are striking out hitters and getting strikes, but if they can't handle them at the plate, that's going to be an issue.
Ranger Partisan have been pretty quiet over there on the first base side. Now they have new life back in this thing at 8-3 here in the fourth. Buxton struck out swinging his first time up against Brett Galbraith. All 3 runs here in the inning are earned. Breck's first pitch is sprayed foul on the first base side. It's 0-1.
And there's that two-seam. I'm glad Breck could hear what I was saying from back here, establishing the two-seam early in the count. Now maybe go back to that off-speed, change up high in the zone, or we saw him hit that curveball a couple times early in the game too. Both are a good pitch.
Rangers with their most productive inning, 8 batters, 3 runs so far. Galbraith's pitch is downstairs, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Bison Baseball, presented by McIntyre Law. If you need an experienced award-winning personal injury attorney, call OBU alumnus Noble McIntyre and his team at McIntyre Law. 8-3 our score. They're at first and third for Northwestern with 2 outs. In comes the 1-1 pitch. That is low and away, 2 balls and 1 strike. So Breck was cruising, facing just 1 over the minimum through 3 2/3. And he has hit a wall here in the top of the 4th.
And we've seen those pitches that he was painting the corner of the zone with kind of start to fall as balls, forcing himself to throw 4 seams as you see a liner hit out to left field, which is going to score at least 1, and they'll hold up the runner at second. But he's missing the zone with these edge pitches that we saw him paint the corners with earlier, Todd, and that's forcing him to come back down the middle with fastballs. And like you said when Swanson was up here yesterday, when you're having to throw pitches down the middle, any hitter can take that and give it a ride.
Swanger will bat. TW today 0 for 2, a couple of strikeouts. He is the 9th Ranger to face Breck in this inning. First and second, it's a 4-run 4th for Northwestern. And their problem has not been scoring runs this season for the most part. First pitch to Swanger, swing and a miss, and it's 0-1.
And there's that slider that we were talking about earlier that not only Galbraith is established, but Emilio Lovato is established too. I'd love to see him continue to go back to that slider as the first pitch.
0-1 the count. Galbraith's pitch, swing and a miss, and it's no balls and 2 strikes. Rangers have 4 hits here in the inning. Galbraith had a no-hitter for 3 2/3. Swing and a miss, down goes Swanger. Schroeder will throw to first, and TW has struck out 6 times in the leadoff spot to start this series. Rangers get back in it, 4 runs. They do it on 4 hits. There were no errors and 2 left. After 3.5, it's 8-4 Oklahoma Baptist to the Bison Sports Network. New ball game, 8-4 after OBU had scored 8 the last 2 innings. Alex Schroeder will lead off here in the 4th inning. And Emilio Lovato has to feel like he's got a new lease on life.
Yeah, and you get the feeling this Bison lineup is just telling Galbraith, hold on, man, we're coming to the rescue, as you heard that coming over the speakers in between innings, as there's an inside pitch that Schroeder wears. In fairness to him, he stood in there and took it. But you know that this Bison lineup feels like they need to come back, put some runs on the board, and give Breck some room to breathe at the bump.
Well, that is frustrating, Zach. I mean, your offense scores 4 times after you dig yourself an 8-0 hole, and in the very first pitch of the bottom of the inning, you hit the leadoff hitter. Here is Cade Self. Self struck out swinging, walked, and scored a run. His at-bats coming to the second and third inning. Lovato struck out 2 of the first 3 of the ball game, 3 of the first 5, in fact. First pitch is a fastball in the inside corner for a strike. It's 0-1.
And you get the feeling that's the pitch he wanted to start off with Schroeder, that inside fastball. He just let leak inside and hit Schroeder on the inside. But there is some activity in that Northwestern bullpen, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a switch here soon.
Lovato blows a pitch away past Self. He's had trouble against Emilio on the outside part of the plate, and Cade's 0-2.
And that's the thing with Cade. If he sees anything he likes, he's not going to let it go by. And Coach Cox, to his credit, has let Cade swing and hasn't been proven wrong much this year. So Cade, he's just looking to get the barrel on the ball.
0-2 the count. In comes the pitch. Upstairs, 1 ball, 2 strikes. 8-4. We're in the bottom of the 4th inning. Middle game of the 3-game series. First of the doubleheader. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Lovato brings it home, and it's outside, 2-2. I'd love to see it happen. It never will. And CC was talking about this with me before the ball game. Instead of playing doubleheaders, play 3-game series. 3 consecutive days of 1 game. It really taxes your bullpen. Here's the 2-2 pitch. He stays alive, fouling that one off the pole on the backstop. By the time you get to the 3rd game, that's why you see all these numbers being so gaudy. A lot of teams at this level don't have the depth in the bullpen. And once that game 3 starter is out, things can get very, very ugly. If you played 3 consecutive days, you have a chance maybe to bring somebody back from Friday night in the 3rd game. Self pops that pitch up behind home plate. Giving chase is the catcher. This time Priest is able to make the catch. He almost overran it with the help of the wind. And there's 1 out.
And credit to Priest. It's called learning from your mistakes and adjustments. You saw the exact same situation last inning, which catapulted the Bison into that 3-run rally where he wasn't able to quite figure out where that ball was. He made the adjustment, still had to lean back because of the wind, but he was able to make the catch.
Ramon Gomez singled and doubled in his 2 at-bats against Lovato. Gomez has hit safely in both games to start the series. Bison with 1 on, now 1 out here in the 4th. Lovato's pitch is turned over for a strike. It's 0-1. Hey, this weather is crazy. I got in my car this morning. It's cold. Had to get a jacket, wear a jacket up here. Now I'm absolutely sweating. And this is in a matter of a few hours. Temperatures upwards to 45 degrees warmer than they were overnight. Fastball up and in, 1 ball, 1 strike.
And yesterday we were leaving the ballpark about 8:30, 9 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was about 50-ish, high winds. It was cold. Yeah. You needed the jacket, and now you're looking at a high of 82 the next day. And it's a lot. It can be a lot, especially for these outdoor sports for the fans. A lot of fans you saw covered up in blankets yesterday are tanning today. And so there's just a lot of difference in the way that the weather affects the game.
1-1 the count to second baseman Ramon Gomez. Lovato trying to keep the momentum over there with that first base dugout. And the pitch, bouncing ball foul on the third base side, 1 ball, 2 strikes. The all-new OBU mobile app is now available with spring weather. It's a good time to download it in the Apple or Google app stores. For instance, Tuesday, chance of severe weather in Oklahoma, and Southeastern is scheduled to make a midweek trip here to Shawnee. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Coco. Here's the pitch. And a bouncing ball up the middle. Played by the second baseman Buxton. He'll step on the bag and throw to first for 2.
What a play.
Great play as he quickly got over behind the bag, got a friendly bell-high hop, and just took a step to force and then throw to first for the double play. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left. Rangers with the momentum. We've completed 4. In Shawnee, it's 8-4 Bison of the Bison Sports Network. ShopOBUBison.com is your home for the very best and officially licensed bison apparel from brands like Adidas, Callaway Golf, Columbia, and Under Armour. Visit ShopOBUBison.com today and take advantage of fast shipping and industry-leading customer service. ShopOBUBison.com, the official online store of OBU Athletics. 2, 3, and 4 up against Breck Galbraith here in the 5th. And Hamakawa takes a breaking ball high and away. 1 ball, no strikes.
And I'm a fan of Brett starting off with the off speed. Now you can work the fastball off of it.
That pitch is popped up and out of play on the left field side. It's 1-1. I asked Ryan Bowen, as I said I was going to, about the decision last night to start Tate Sherman over Ethan Swanson. And the answer was really, really interesting as that pitch misses low and away. 2 balls and a strike. When they have started Ethan as the first pitch starter, he has not pitched well. When they have had an opener for him, like they did last night, he has been much, much more effective. That pop up down the line and left, giving chase is Furry. Now it's Lasad in foul territory. And that is out number 1. So I thought that was very, very interesting that whether it's an inning or whatever, when Northwestern uses an opener for Swanson, he's much, much better. And I'm telling you, and I told Ethan this, I told Bowen this, that was as good of a performance as I've seen in a while by an opposing pitcher of this ballpark. He was hitting 92, 94, hitting his spots, and struck out 10 OBU hitters. Here is Brandon Holdren, who is 0 for 2, a strikeout and a ground out. First pitch is in there for a strike. 0-1 the count.
And Todd, I think that goes to the point, a bigger point of, I think we're in a world who focuses on the hyper-physical aspect of the game. We just got kind of done with combine season in the NFL, and it's a lot about the physical, but the mental is almost just as important.
Bouncing ball up the middle, and it's booted by Parka. It'll be an error. That's the first error of the series for the Bison. And Parka was in perfect position as he had him shaded towards the middle.
And I think you're right. But to go back to the point initially about Swanson and the pitching job he did last night, it's amazing the mental aspect side of things of how different if the perception can be for Swanson and the confidence of coming in relief for somebody versus having to be out there for the first pitch. It's just interesting to see how the mental side of things affects the game.
Furry shifted towards the gap at short. They play with 3 defenders on the right side of the infield for Hoffman, who's pretty much a dead pull hitter, at least has been of this series. He beat the shift with a single back in the 4th, and he takes high for ball 1. Blake Hoffman, arguably the best hitter in the lineup. He is very, very dangerous, average in power. He swings and misses at that off-speed pitch, and it's 1-1. Two balls and 1 strike. Galbraith brings it home, and the pitch is swing and a miss. Just goes to show you, we can set up here and act like we're coaches and act like we know everything, but you really don't. Even with your own team, you don't know oftentimes what goes on behind the scenes. So Monday morning quarterbacks or Friday night head coaches oftentimes are never right. In tight, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And for Breck, that's a good pitch there. The curveball starts high in the zone. Hoffman almost backed off the plate as the pitch was coming in, but that ball dove almost into the top of the zone. I thought it could have been called a strike in the upper part of the zone, but it was laid off for a ball. 2
balls, 2 strikes, 1 on, 1 out. We're in the 5th inning at an 8-4 game. Here's the pitch. Popped up, and that's out of play, so Hoffman stays alive.
And you'll see Galbraith use that 2-seam fastball for the lefties like he uses the slider for the righties as a pitch that's going to move away. It moves into a righty, moves away from a lefty to establish that stretch hit.
Hoffman is a high strikeout guy. He struck out 35 times of the season. Here's Galbraith's pitch. Late swing, and he stays alive, fouling it back to the netting. Hoffman had a double last night. He had a single as part of the 4-run, 4-hit Ranger attack of the 4th. In fact, his single back of the 4th broke up a no-hitter through 3 2/3 by Galbraith. 2 balls, 2 strikes. In comes the pitch, and a breaking ball hit right to Pruitt. He'll take it to the bag for himself, throw to second for 2. Parka covering, applies the tag, and that was as perfect as you please and as easy as it gets for a 3-6 double play. No runs, no hits, one error, but nobody left. Midway through the first game of 2 today, it's Oklahoma Baptist 8, Northwestern Oklahoma State 4 on the Bison Sports Network. Trey Furry's had a big day today. A couple of hits out of the number 7 spot. Will lead off here at the bottom of the 5th. Bison leading Northwestern 8-4, going for the series win with a chance to sweep in the final game today. First pitch to Furry, downstairs, ball 1 from Emilio Lovato. Lovato, Lovato. 1 ball, no strikes. Nobody on, nobody out, just away in the 5th. We were discussing, Zach, whether or not Galbraith returns to the mound of the 6th inning. I think he does. I think they will ride him absolutely as long as they can, especially if OBU can get a couple of those runs back here in the 5th. In comes the 1-0 pitch. Through there for a strike, and it's 1-1. The one thing about Emilio Lovato today that has been impressive, yeah, he's faced a lot of batters, but he hasn't been really behind a lot in the count. And by that, I mean 3 balls and 1 strike. He's been close to even almost every time. Bouncing ball to third. Third baseman gloves it. Kelly's throw to first is in time, but there's 1 down here with the 5th.
And you're right, Lovato hasn't really, we've mentioned kind of throwing strikes and not being afraid to throw strikes. The only one he's really gotten behind on is you think about that Dan Pruitt at bat. He threw the first strike and then went 3 straight balls, and was still able to get the force out at first after that. But for the most part, he has established the strike zone and stayed within it and ahead in the count.
The game with Southeastern right now is scheduled for 6 o'clock Tuesday night. Don't be surprised if that's moved up in the afternoon with the threat of weather in central Oklahoma. Here's the first pitch. Downstairs, 1 ball, no strikes to Kissel. Cade was hit by a pitch, scored one of the 4 runs in the second. Then struck out in the 3rd. Southern Arkansas in town Friday night and Saturday afternoon. And the Bison go back on the road 2 weeks from today to Arkansas Monticello. A ball hacked foul, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Bison have home series left with Southern Arkansas and Southern Nazarene. They have a non-conference game to finish up the regular season here against Northeastern State. And only 1 more road conference series left. That is April 22nd and 23rd at UAM. Fly ball into left field. That's hit pretty well. Bieswanger's at the wall. Gone. Home run. Cade Kissel.
About it.
He hit that one pretty well, but he also got it up in the jet stream. And OBU gets 1 back. It's now 9-4. And that is the second bomb today for a Bison hitter.
and you love to see that if you're a Bison fan who's watched a couple years in a row. Cade Kissel returning to form of what we saw a lot of from last year from him, and it's allowed consistency in this lineup, allowed Cade Self to live in that DH spot and Schroeder to live behind the plate. The production from him at the plate has changed the way this batting lineup has been able to function.
Kissel with his first home run of the year and only RBI number 3. Bison back in front by a 4 spot as Jose Parga will bat. He has the grand slam home run back in the second. He struck out swinging in the third. And the first pitch is high and away, 1 ball, no strikes. They are working and quickly now. A right-hander up in the bullpen for Northwestern beyond the right field fence.
And we had mentioned that. We talked about Galbraith in between the broadcast, but also Lovato, who's done a good job today.
Forget about that one. A deep fly ball for Parga and gone.
Now I think we see the pitching change. And Parga's had a heck of a day at the plate. You get the feeling now the Bison, the second and third time, seeing Lovato have a hit on where the ball is going to come, have a hit on the sequence, and just another great bomb out that left field side. If the wind's going to be there, you might as well use it.
Back-to-back jacks, and OBU has a 10-5 lead. They also have their 9th hit of the ball game. And Isaiah Lasad will come to the plate. He is plenty capable of making it 3 in a row. 10-4, the OBU advantage. 10 runs, 9 hits, 4 runs, 4 hits. And now Hayden Priest, the catcher, is going to go out to the mound. We have yet to see either Ginty or Bowen. That's the pitching coach and the head coach for the Rangers. And now here comes Ryan. So Priest went out there simply to buy a couple more throws of the bullpen for the reliever. And Lovato's day has come to an end. Yeah, I do this for a living on occasions. Emilio Lovato works forward to third, leaves with 10 runs on 9 hits. We'll give you the numbers of the new Ranger pitcher right after this on the Bison Sports Network. New pitcher for the Rangers, number 28, Connor Gibson. So Emilio Lovato's day is over after 4 to third. And you were talking about this, Zach, and I think you make a really good point. There's been a lot of damage done, but not by the guys in this lineup that you would think. In fact, 5 through 9 have scored all 10 of the OBU runs, and they have 7 of the 9 hits. Walker Keller has a single, Isaiah Lasad has a double, and that is it for base hits in the top 4 of the order.
And I think if anything, you could find solace in that if you're a Northwestern fan, but if anything, that should scare you, because should the front half of this lineup decide to heat up, this offense could explode for what could easily turn into a 20-run game here. As you mentioned, a lot of times at this level, the bullpen isn't quite as deep to be able to run these 3 series games or these back-to-back doubleheaders. And so as you go deeper into the bullpen, this Bison offense could spark alive and run off a lot of runs.
Connor Gibson is a 6'1", 210-pound junior right-hander from Emmett, Idaho. He transferred from Treasure Valley Community College. Connor Gibson in for the 14th time. He's made 2 spot starts. This is his 12th relief appearance. Gibson is 1-2 with an earned run average of 6. He has worked 27 innings, 30 hits, 27 runs, 18 of which have been earned. He has struck out 21, walked 18, and a batted average against of 273. So Gibson first out of the bullpen today, and Lasad jumps to the first pitch and pops it up foul territory. Third base side to the coach's box. Kelly has it, and that's out number 2.
And, Todd, I don't know that I'm the biggest fan of Lasad jumping on that first pitch. I understand that his production speaks for itself, and he should probably do as he sees fit because it's worked pretty well this year. But I don't know that I don't like him seeing a couple pitches there from the new pitcher.
Yeah, you're right. Good point. Walker Keller singled, was hit by a pitch. Walker Keller in the ball game is 1 for 2 today. Connor Gibson brings home the pitch, and that one hit Keller on the knee. So he's taken one on the arm, that time on the right knee.
He's had a tough day at the office today.
He has, but it helps his on-base percentage considerably.
Oh, man. And knowing Walker, he would much rather get the chance to see a couple pitches and then take the walk to first after getting hit. But, you know, as you talked about, Todd, this is, I mean, as much as Dan maybe hasn't had the production day that you're used to seeing, this is not the guy you want to see if you're Connor Gibson fresh out of the bullpen.
10-4 Oklahoma Baptist, 1 on 2 out here in the 5th. Bison have 3 home runs today off Emilio Lovato. First pitch from Gibson, way outside, 1 ball, no strikes. They have a total of 6 extra base hits. 3 doubles, 1 by Furry, 1 by Gomez, the other by Isaiah Lasad. Jose Parga has 2 of the 3 home runs. A grand slam of the second, a solo shot. The second a back-to-back with Kissel here in the 5th.
And if you're a fan of old school baseball, you're probably loving how Connor Gibson, the pitcher's wearing his pants. He's got the old hiked up to the knees look that you saw back in the day, and it's kind of become, to your point, I heard you and Albert as I was last night listening, talking about the difference in the evolution of the game, and that's one of them.
Yep, that's the way I used to dress, right there. 2 balls and no strikes. Nobody really saw much of it because I was tucked away in the corner of a dugout on most innings. Here's the 2-0 pitch in there for a strike. I was the only guy that could go a week, and my mom didn't have to clean the uniform.
A glorified bat boy.
That's exactly pretty much it. One thing you will not hear me embellish about, and that is my playing career. That throw was high and hopping, leaped into the air to probably save Keach Ballard, who went to the turf. Keach, for a time out of OBU, played in the Houston Astros farm system. 2-1 pitch upstairs, hit its 3 balls and 1 strike. He said, I knew my days were over when they brought trash cans out. I'm just kidding.
Oh.
I'm just kidding.
That's a play on jokes from a couple weeks ago in a softball series. We had mentioned the Astros and the, we'll put it lightly, the allegations that were made against them.
3-1 to Dan Pruitt. Runner goes. It's a strike on the inside corner, and it's 3-2. So a stolen base for Walker Keller. That's his 12th of the year.
It's just a race between him and Isaiah going back and forth for the team lead.
You can tell that Dan Pruitt really didn't care for that call. The way he's kind of bending and stretching, taking his time, getting back into the batter's box. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Pruitt trying to build on a 10-4 lead, and he grounds that pitch up the middle and into center field. Walker Keller will be waved home. He will score easily, and it's 11-4, so the advantage back to 7 runs.
And that just speaks to the hitting prowess of Pruitt because, I mean, that was not – he did not hit that ball hard. That was just a – I think this is going to get called a strike by the strike zone, so I'm just talented enough. I'm going to stick my bat out there and get a single. That was a really good piece of hitting.
11-4 OBU here in the 5th. Alex Schroeder will come to the plate. I'd like to see Alex get a hold of one here and get back on track. He is 0 for 2 with a strikeout and a hit batsman here in this ball game.
We mentioned that earlier today when we were talking before the game. It seems like Alex is always just one hit away from getting right back on track to where he needs to be.
Pruitt fakes the run, holds up. The pitch is high, 1 ball, no strikes. So Gibson has given up a run on 2 hits. He has retired so far just 1 of the 3 bites that he's faced. OBU came in 12-10 of the conference, good for a tie with Harding for 6th in the standings. If they broke that tie, OBU would be 7th. Harding swept the Bison and Searcy last month. And this time the throw is off of Hoffman's glove, but not far enough for Pruitt to advance. You look at a lot of the conference losses for OBU, and I know that everybody can say this, but I don't look at everybody's schedule. They've had a lot of 1- and 2-run losses that, if they break the other way, this record is a whole lot better than what it is right now. Another throw to first. Pruitt dives back in safely.
And you can't help but think that Connor Gibson just has Pruitt going to second in the back of his mind, is hoping to catch him in a go call. And you have to wonder if that's going to affect his focus here with Schroeder at the plate.
Here's the 1-0 pitch. Pruitt takes off. The pitch is low. The throw by Priest bounces into the bag at second, then shoots into left field. But Dan Pruitt was tangled up and was unable to advance.
Well, that proves Connor's Gibson's suspicions right about keep going back to first. You knew that Dan Pruitt, who's a bigger guy, we've mentioned his size, but that does not speak to his base prowess and how he's able to steal bases.
He's now 12 of 13 of the base paths this season. 2 balls, no strikes. Pruitt, the runner at second. Gibson brings it home, and the pitch is up and in. It's 3 balls and no strikes.
And if you're Gibson here, you just have to kind of take a breath. Obviously, a little flustered with Pruitt at first. Reconvene. You have to give Schroeder a strike here. You can't, maybe not right down the middle because you know Schroeder can give it a ride, but you have to give him down the strike.
3-0 the count. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Had the green light. Chased one away. Northwestern has series remaining with Arkansas Tech, Harding on the road, Tech at home. They also have Southwestern. That series will be in Weatherford this year. 3 balls and 1 strike. Gibson's pitch upstairs, and it's a walk. So now 3 straight have reached against Gibson as Cade Self gets set to bat.
And something that I don't think gets mentioned enough about especially these Northwestern teams, regardless of the sport, is there is no right up the road for Northwestern. Everywhere they travel is and you would know spending some time up there, there is no quick day if you're a fan if you're a Ranger fan.
Cade Self walk scored back in the third. Hitless today in 2 at-bats. There goes Pruitt. Swing and a miss. The throw to third, and Dan slides in safely. That was a lot closer than I thought it was going to be as Sean Kelly snapped down the tag. So 2 stolen bases for Dan Pruitt in this inning.
And to see a 6'5" first baseman steal third is not something that you would normally see. That's just a credit to the athlete that Dan Pruitt, as you say it all the time, Todd. He looks like an MLB player, just how he moves, but he is a great athlete as well.
Team high 13th stolen base now for Dan. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. No balls, 2 strikes to Self, who was way out on his front foot there.
And you get the feeling Self just hasn't quite been able to find his rhythm at the plate yet today. When he's going, he's right up there with Schroeder and Pruitt in terms of production at the plate. He just hasn't been able to find himself yet today.
Came in hitting well over 460 to last night's game. He fouls that pitch straight back and out of play. Cade was a Shawnee Wolf, part of that terrific run that they had. He was at the back end of it. His head coach is former Bison Kevin Paxson. Kevin Paxson currently back in Shawnee as the head baseball coach at the high school. 0-2 to Cade Self. Gibson's pitch. Stuck the bat head out, pops it up. Hopping, racing into foul territory, fighting the sun, and he overran it. That is a tough play when you're looking straight up and that wind is moving the ball away from you. It's still a play that should be made, but that is not as routine as just watching at home going, hey, he's got to make that play.
Yeah, today's the kind of day that I'm glad to be back here saying you should make this play or that play than being out there actually having to make them.
0-2 the count to Cade Self. Pruitt, the runner at third. The runner at first is Alex Schroeder. And the pitch. Ground ball scooped up by Kelly. Throw to first in time, and Connor Gibson prevents any further damage. Bison, though, plate 3. They do it on 3 hits. There were no errors, and there were a pair stranded. We're through 5 in Shawnee in Game 1. Oklahoma Baptist leads Northwestern 11-4 on the Bison Sports Network. Sean Kelly to lead off the Northwestern Oklahoma State 6th. Rangers trail 11-4. Bison plating runs in the 2nd, 3rd, and the 5th innings. Northwestern getting all 4 of theirs in the 4th. Bison Athletic Association donors are making a direct and tangible impact to the success of over 450 student athletes in the classroom, the community, and in the fields of competition. Give to the BAA and invest in champions. Learn more and sign up today at obubison.com/BAA. First pitch to Kelly is popped up behind home plate. Schroeder got a late jump, but it's going to deposit into the bleachers in front of us, and it's a strike. Kelly, Priest, and then Joseph Frisbee in the 6th. Playing 9 today. We will play 7 coming up 30 minutes after this one. Rangers next week will host their annual game at David Allen Memorial Ballpark in Enid against East Central. Pitches away, 1 ball, 1 strike. Baseball, hot dogs, and apple pie is how they build that event. They've been doing it for many, many years. In fact, OBU in 2020 was scheduled to play in it. Swing and a miss, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Of course, that did not happen. East Central will go to Enid for a midweek non-league contest against the Rangers on Tuesday. Galbraith's 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball hit high into the air in right center field. Kissel is over, and he's underneath it. He reaches up and has it, and that's 1 out. So Breck, after that bumpy 4th with that double play, has now retired 5 in a row. And Hayden Priest, who had an RBI single as part of the 4-run 4th for the Rangers, now will bat. 11-4, 11 runs, 10 hits for OBU, 4 runs, 4 hits for Northwestern. 2 errors for the Rangers, 1 for the Bison. Now Priest asks for time. In comes Galbraith's first pitch. Just misses, 1 ball, no strikes. Told you about the all-new OBU mobile app. You can find out all about your favorite Bison sports teams. You can do so on Google Play or the iPhone App Store. 2 balls now, no strikes to Hayden Priest, who was bumped up 1 spot in the lineup today from last night, hitting the number 6 spot this afternoon. Here's the pitch. Inside, and it's now 3 balls and no strikes. See that Buddy the Wonder Dog is here. Here is the 3-0 pitch. Hit foul, first base side. There's nobody cooler this ballpark than Buddy.
No, I agree. Every time Buddy walks by somebody that hasn't met him before, there's always a couple head rubs that come with it, and I'm sure that's his favorite part about being at the ballpark today.
3-1 the count. Swing and a miss. And it's 3-2 to Hayden Priest. The bullpen remains quiet for OBU, so they're going to go with Breck as long as they can. Here is the 3-2 pitch. Pop fly, right field. In comes Cade Kissel. He's got a long run, but he'll get there. And there's 2 out. The wind didn't move that much, Zach, nor did it help to push it very far, because Kissel had to kind of turn on the afterburners and make a running catch in about mid-range right.
Yeah, I think that's the easiest way to deal with this wind is if you're coming at it kind of at a perpendicular angle to which the wind is blowing out to left center, coming from right, you can just continue your path forward. I think the hardest ones to deal with is when you have to back up because of the wind.
Joseph Frisbee hit an RBI double the 4th. He takes high, 1 ball, no strikes. We are in the 6th inning. Middle game of the 3-game set between the Rangers and the Bison. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Popped it up behind the plate, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Southern Arkansas has lost just 2 games in the conference. They're 20-2 after putting up 15 last night against Harding and Searcy. Really about 2 through 10 is a jumbled up mess in the league this year. 1-2 the count as he gets a backdoor breaking ball. It's what Cece said. He said, there's some high-level spots in the standings still up for grabs. We have a chance to take care of our own destiny. A liner up the left field side, and that's a fair ball. Into the corner, and Joseph Frisbee, who didn't play last night, has a two extra base hit game today for the Rangers.
Frisbee had a big pinch hit late in that game for Northwestern yesterday, and he's had a good day today already in the first game of this doubleheader at the plate. So I would look to see him again start next game. And now for these Northwestern hitters, you have to know the sequence that Breck's going to try to establish the fastball and then work off-speed off of it and then slide away from these right-handed hitters. So great job by Frisbee.
Yeah, you're right. He had a pinch hit at bat, didn't play defensively, and was 0 for 1, but today he's 2 for 3. It's Chase Orrock, who did start in left, comes up and swings at an off-speed pitch for a strike. It's 0-1. Orrock grounded to third, struck out, but reached in the fourth. One of 8 strikeouts today for Breck Galbraith. One more matches a season high for the right-hander. In comes the 0-1 pitch. Downstairs, 1 ball, 1 strike. The top 3 of the lineup today for Ryan Bowen's club are hitless. They have struck out 6 times. It has really been 4 through 9 that have given Galbraith and the Bison some problems. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Breaking ball strike, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Wherever you may be accessing our broadcast today, we are glad to have you along. I'm Todd Miller along with Zach Frazier. Zach just doing every job available in the booth the last couple of days. Last night he was on PA. 1 ball, 2 strikes. At one point he was doing 3 jobs here in the booth today. The pitch downstairs, and it's 2-2. That didn't last long, though, did it?
No, it was. I think for the first 3 innings of this contest, I think we were trying to get some content, pictures, and videos up for the social media and stuff as this game kind of progresses, and so it wasn't too much work. It was just a little bit extra in terms of messing with the cameras and directing it and doing that kind of stuff.
2-2 pitch. Slaps a breaking ball back to the net. Kudos to KJ and to Clayton and the Department of Communications staff. They have done a remarkable job in both first years here on Bison Hill. And the camera set up here over the last month for softball and now baseball has provided some really good looks into the action. It takes a lot of planning. You don't set up and say, I'm going to put a camera here today and let's turn them on and see what happens. 2-2 the count. Here's Galbraith's pitch into the handle, and he popped it up. It's playable in foul territory. Schroeder down the line in left or third has it, and the unit is over. 1 hit, 1 left for the Rangers. We go to the bottom of the 6th. It's 11-4 Oklahoma Baptist to the Bison Sports Network. Connor Gibson set to begin his first full inning of work. He came in and relieved Lovato. He faced 5 and retired 2, gave up 1 run. Bison with 3 crooked number innings in the 2nd, 3rd, and the 5th. They lead at 11-4. If you're just joining, they led 8-0 before Northwestern broke up a no-hitter through 3 and a third, plating 4 on 4 hits in their half of the 3rd. So Ramon Gomez will lead off. He grounded into a 4-3 double play to end the Bison 4th. He singled, scored a run in the second, doubled and scored a run in the third. So Gomez stayed hot at the plate. Back after missing the 2021 season, he awaits Gibson's first pitch, and it's on the way and downstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. My buddy Steve Barrows up at Alva listening. Steve and I have had a lot of fun together over the years. Some of those may not be right for broadcast. Foul ball, first base side, it's 1-1. Said he was getting a sweat on. I don't know what that means. Well, I do know what it means, but I wonder what he was doing.
For me, just about walking outside would probably be getting a sweat on. So, with the weather today, there's a couple of applications.
1-2 now to Gomez. Steve actually helps on the Ranger baseball broadcasts up at Alva. Good man. Connor Gibson gets the side, now brings home the pitch. Upstairs, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Gomez, Furry, Kissel, Parga, if anybody reaches, and I'm sure Gibson would just as soon not face Parga. Lovato gave up 2 home runs to the number 9 hitter of the OBU order today, who drove in 5. Here is the pitch. Popped it up behind home plate. That'll get out of play, and the count holds at 2-2. Connor Gibson pitched Tuesday afternoon in Tahlequah against Northeastern State. 1 inning, 1 walk, 1 hit, and 1 strikeout. Last weekend in Alva, he pitched 2 innings against Southern Nazarene, walked 2, gave up 2 runs. Misses wide, 3 balls and 2 strikes. 2 innings, 2 hits, 2 runs, 1 of which were earned, with 3 strikeouts and a couple of walks against the Crimson Storm. 3-2 the count. And in comes the pitch. And it's hit fair. Big hop playing deep third. Kelly over to first, and there's 1 gone.
And Kelly's had a couple of those ground balls hit his way that have seemed to just bounce right up to about chest height. He's been able to turn his glove over, thumb side down, and get a good throw over to first for an easy out to Hoffman.
Kelly, in fact, has had the last 2 assisted putouts for Northwestern, closing the 5th off of Self's bat, and now a ground ball off Gomez's bat to start the 6th. Trey Furry, a couple of hits, single, double, 2 runs scored. We told you, really 5 through 9 today has bedeviled Northwestern. First pitch is in there for a strike, and it's 0-1 to Trey Furry. Trey Furry, in the series so far, has 3 hits. Furry came into the afternoon, hitting .254. Pops that pitch up, right side of the infield. Hoffman now calls off the second baseman, Buxton. The 2 almost collide, and Hoffman drops the ball. So Furry reaches on the error by Blake Hoffman. And you could see that was trouble. Blake was in position, but Fred Buxton, I don't know if he didn't hear him. I don't know if Blake didn't call him off, but went rushing right up there by him, and the 2 almost collided.
And I think we may be getting to the point in this game now, Todd, where it's turned from it's a tough day out there for fielding to you can't have this many mistakes if you're Northwestern. You have to communicate in that type of situation, especially a fly ball. Those aren't going to come often against this potent offensive lineup. You have to get those put out.
3rd Northwestern error of the ball game, their 5th of the series. Cade Kissel will bat as they throw to first, and Furry is back in. Trey Furry is 5 for 7 in stolen bases this year. Swing and a miss by Kissel for a strike. It's 0-1. Cade is homered. He struck out. He's been hit by a pitch. Cade Kissel has played good defense out in right field in the first 2 games of this series. Had a great play in the 9th inning last night to back up Bo Dallas, who went a career-high 9 innings in the 5-2 victory. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Furry is off. Priest throw bounces into second. It gets away from Buxton. That's going to shoot into right center field. And another error. Stolen base, and that's E2. And that is the 4th error of the ball game, the 2nd of this inning for the Rangers.
And you just can't have those errors, Todd. That's not if you want, especially if you're going to try to make a comeback against this Bison offense. Allowing runners to move around for free around the base pass is just not an option. You have to get putouts. You have to make clean come-down throws. It's just you can't have these mistakes.
1 ball and 1 strike. Errors are free at bats, and you can't give up extra outs against this lineup. 2-1 the count.
I don't know if we have any golf fans in listening in, but I know Todd raised his hand. But Tiger Woods +3 so far today through 12, moves down to +4, tied 33rd. Scotty Scheffler pushes his lead to -9 with a 1 under performance so far today as Kissel takes a strike outside in the zone.
2 balls, 2 strikes. If Tiger Woods, the fact he's even playing, let alone made the cut, if he ends up shooting 20 over the next 2 days, that is a remarkable, remarkable story. Not quite as good as him winning the Masters a couple of years ago, but goodness, he nearly died 14 months ago. Swing and a miss. Catcher dropped the ball, but Priest will tag out Kissel, and there's 2 away. As for Scotty Scheffler, that guy right now, without a doubt, the hottest player on the planet.
Yeah, there's some stats going around, but there's only been one player since one player, and it was in 1935, to lose after having a 5-stroke lead after the cut day. And you get the feeling that Scotty, the way he's been playing, isn't going to relinquish that lead.
Here's Jose Parga, 2 for 3 with 5 RBIs, and he has a 3-home-run game. He belts that one to left and gone. That is out of the ballpark, over the bullpen fence in left field. And it's 13-4 Oklahoma Baptist.
Have yourself a day, Jose Parga. 3 times at the plate, 3 for 4 now at the plate, the 3 being 3 home runs, 7 RBIs on the day. Just a heck of a day from the shortstop.
He is closing in on Cade Self's output against East Central in Ada. He had 8 RBIs, did Cade Self, in a game at East Central last month. And that was the second most RBIs in a game in a Division II era. Here's Isaiah Lasad. Bison lead it by 9 runs, so it's getting late for the Rangers in this one. Here's the first pitch from Gibson in there for a strike, and it's 0-1.
And you have to wonder if Jose Parga's getting tired of having to wear that Viking crown and drinking Gatorade out of that cup that they have that has become customary for any Bison player that hits home run, drinking 3 times a day. That can get a little bit, I'm sure you can never get tired of drinking out of that cup and wearing that Viking helmet.
1 ball, 1 strike. I'm glad they brought that Viking helmet back. You know, that was something the last couple of years. You wore it when you touched home plate. They did away with it, I think, at the first of the year, but they're back having fun at the yard. Pitch in tight, 2 balls and 1 strike.
And to go back to the mental aspect of the game we've talked about, especially in baseball, that's a lot of downtime. You can kind of get caught in your own mental warfare against yourself. Having something like that that's kind of just a relaxation point for the players can obviously help in performance.
Foul tip by Lasad, 2 balls and 2 strikes. They are in Game 2 up in Alva. Northwestern, or OBU won the first game 5-0. Let me give you a guess as to who's pitching. It's 1-0 OBU.
I got to guess. She wears 25.
Yeah. She gets very little run support. Did get 7 runs last night as the pitch is fouled out of play. Jones has allowed no runs, 1 hit. They are in the bottom of the 3rd. 2 on and 2 out for Northwestern. Two and 2 the count. Lasad can't catch up to a fastball and goes down swinging, but the damage is done. OBU picks up a pair of unearned runs on 1 hit, 2 errors, nobody left. We go to the 7th. Oklahoma Baptist leading Northwestern 13-4 on the Bison Sports Network. 13-4, good guys. We head to the top of the 7th as I Want It That Way blares over the public address system. I want 3 outs, and I want 2 more runs. That's the way I want it here in the 7th, and a walk-off game-ending victory.
There it is. There it is. 1 for 1. You did it better than I do.
I've learned from the best, partner. Fred Buxton scheduled to lead off against Brett Galbraith here in the 7th inning. Buxton an RBI single back in the 4th, his first hit of the series after not appearing last night. And Breck's pitch is hit deep into left field, and that one is gone. Buxton with a solo home run, and just like that, it's 13-5.
And that was almost the exact same swing and the exact same outcome that we saw Jose Parga have in the back half of the last half inning. And just a great at bat from Buxton, and you just kind of have to tip your hat. Sometimes the batter just has a great swing, and that's exactly what that was.
Buxton with his 2nd home run. He had 3 RBIs coming in. He has 2 today. And now we'll have a pinch hitter for the Rangers, as it will be Braden Koenig, the sophomore from Fargo, North Dakota, transferred from Bismarck State College. He hits for T.W.B. Swanger, who has 6 strikeouts out of the leadoff spot here in 2 games. He was 0 for 3 today against Breck. It's 13-5, another left-hander to face Galbraith, and the first pitch strike away.
And Galbraith has dealt with these left-handers really efficiently today on the mound. He's established his 2-seam running away from him, has been able to work the off-speed low in the zone and establish that curveball as well.
Tied him up. Koenig grounds it to second. Gomez to first, and there's 1 out in the inning.
And there's a great curveball from Galbraith just on time. As we were talking about it, he does a great job of establishing the fastball low in the zone, and then loves to work either the 2-seam away from the lefty or the curveball into the lefty with the off-speed. Great pitch from Breck.
Incidentally, that's Buxton's first home run since his only other one, and that came at Myers Stadium in February against Washburn. It's a 2-run home run. Hamakawa takes low, 1 ball, no strikes. So 13-5. The run rule is 10 after 7 in a 9-inning game. And there's a liner into center field that's down for a base hit. Hamakawa, probably his best swing in 2 games that we've seen.
And for both teams, it feels like the front half of the lineup hasn't quite produced the way that we've been used to seeing from both of these lineups. And I wouldn't be surprised you see Gamboa in the pin back there behind that TFCU sign in left field. I wouldn't be surprised to see him maybe come in the back half of the 7th or maybe the top of the 8th.
Hamakawa with 2 singles of the series. That was by far and away the more well-struck of the 2. The other came last night in the 3rd inning. He was stranded. So 2 of the first 3 have reached for Holdren, the DH, and he takes a mighty swing and misses for a strike. It's 0-1. You're right. Gamboa is up in the bullpen working behind Brett Galbraith. OBU with those 4 arms out for the year that we told you, working with a much, much shorter bullpen than in recent years. 1 pitch in there for a strike, no balls and 2 strikes. You know what? That's why you'd like to hold them off, get a couple of more runs, and all of a sudden you go to game 3 of the series with the bullpen still untapped.
I think you're right. That's the goal, is maybe at the most give Sam 2 innings of work on the back half of this game. But Breck still going strong for the most part. Obviously gave up the solo shot and a solid hit there to center. But you for Breck, he's throwing strikes, he's throwing good pitches, and he has a couple of burn pitches here in at bat with Holdren. Maybe let him see that 2-seam and try to get him to chase for a double.
They throw to first. Back in is Yugo Hamakawa. He's 2 of 2 at stolen bases. Northwestern with the fewest stolen bases in the conference, just 20 this year. The pitch in tight. Holdren wanted to offer, but clearly did not, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes.
That's the first time I feel like in a while we've seen Breck go inside of these left-handed hitters. He's been trying to work the outside of the zone to both handed hitters regardless of orientation, but I love that inside pitch.
Galbraith comes set at the bill of the cap, now brings it in. The pitch, good swing, but fouled back to the screen. Northwestern has been very aggressive today against Brett Galbraith. Bison have wrapped out 21 hits in 2 games against Ranger pitching. So they too have been aggressive as their usual MO. Ground ball hit to Pruitt at first. He'll go to second. They'll get the force there. The throw back to first is not in time, but there was nobody covering. Brett Galbraith got over there and cut the throw off about 3 steps from the bag. So it's a fielder's choice. There's 2 outs for Blake Hoffman.
And I wonder if Brett had the same sense of what I thought was going to happen too. As we see CC start to wander towards the mound, you have to wonder if you might see Sam get the call from the pen here. But I thought that there's a chance Dan Pruitt was just going to hop back onto first,
I did
touch
too.
the bag, and go to second. I think Dan was thinking to go 3, 6, and then go back to Breck, who's eventually would have covered first. But I think it was just maybe a miscommunication of what he thought was going to happen.
Looks like it for Brett Galbraith. Sam Gamboa about to come out of the Ranger bullpen. And a good outing today for Brett Galbraith. He's in line for his 5th victory of the season. He leaves with a runner on and 2 out in the Northwestern 7th. We'll step aside. It's 13-5 Bison on the Bison Sports Network. As promised, Sam Gamboa, the first reliever out of the bullpen this weekend for Oklahoma Baptist. Sam is a senior. He takes over for Brett Galbraith. Brett threw 118 pitches. He went 6 2/3, allowed 5 runs, 3 of which were earned with 9 strikeouts and 2 walks. And those 9 strikeouts match a season high for Galbraith. So Breck is in line for what would be win number 5 of the season. And Sam Gamboa will come in a non-save situation, make that his 14th appearance, all in relief. Gamboa 2-2 and an 8.20 earned run average. Gamboa is like everybody else we've seen out of the bullpen this year. It's been like Cracker Jacks. Sometimes there's a surprise. And I don't mean that in a negative way. That's just the facts. But when Gamboa has been good, he has been really, really tough on the opposition.
And I think that's just a microcosm of what has been the analysis over the Bison pitching staff in general this year. When this staff has their stuff going and they're throwing pitches and they're ahead in the count, they can pitch with the best in the conference. But, you know, when they've struggled, got behind in the count, forced to throw balls down the middle, forced to let them see fastballs in the middle of the zone, they've struggled at times. And Sam, now off the back of a great 7 in partial innings from Breck, is in a prime position.
Here's Blake Hoffman, the Ranger first baseman. And the first pitch is skied into right field. Kissel, shading his son with his glove, is there. Cade puts it away, and Gamboa comes in 1 pitch. Ends the Ranger 7th. 1 run, 2 hits. There were no errors and 1 left. Bison need a pair to end it in 7. We go to the bottom of the 7th, 13-5 on the Bison Sports Network. Connor Gibson will try to force an 8th inning. In doing so, he needs to prevent OBU from scoring 2. And he will face the teeth of the order: Walker Keller, Dan Pruitt, and Alex Schroeder. All 3 have seen Connor Gibson 1 time. Bison fans, if you're a golf fan, well, this month is for you on shopobubison.com. During the month of April, you can get 20% off golf products. Don't miss out on this great discount. Visit shopobubison.com today.
And some of you golf people, much like me, instead of spending money on a hat, need to spend money on lessons to help fix our golf game. But I'll probably buy a hat.
You'll get more use out of it in the long term. 1 ball, no strikes to Walker Keller. You look better in it.
There you go.
Here's Gibson's pitch. Swing and a miss. Change speeds on him, but it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Keller has a single in the first, grounded to second in the second, was hit by a pitch both in the 3rd and 5th innings. In the 5th, that came against Connor Gibson. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. And it's 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Speaking of hats, if you are a fan of Bison, whether it's softball or baseball, the softball team is doing a fundraiser, and they're selling some hats that are mighty sharp. So if you go to the softball Twitter page, you can get a hat from them.
Here's the 1-2 pitch. Stays downstairs, and Keller's even at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And you get the feeling that Keller just wanting to see anything in the strike zone. Hasn't got to see a lot of pitches. They've been hit twice.
2-2 pitch upstairs, 3 balls and 2 strikes. They're in the top of the 4th. OBU has scored another run in Alva. It's now 2-0 Bison over the Lady Rangers. Gibson, payoff pitch to Walker Keller. It's on the way, and it's hit hard and off the retaining wall on the first base side.
Todd, the dichotomy between the story of the season for the baseball teams and the softball teams here at OBU have been quite the opposite. For the softball team, it's been a story of pitching and waiting for the bats to come alive, and vice versa for this baseball team. Holy
and a
cow.
Called 3rd strike. Walker Keller can't believe it. He'd already tossed the bat down. That ball was in the right-handed hitter's batter's box.
And I think, again, we'll have to do another weekly installment of congratulations to Priest, who did a great job of framing what was an awful miss outside fastball from Gibson to into the zone. And credit to Priest. He did a great job of framing it and got the called strike.
Here's Dan Pruitt, an RBI single against Gibson back in the 5th. Connor's pitch, swing and a miss. Well, he's got some off-speed stuff with some sink that is really giving the Bison hitters some problems.
Yeah, he has, and he's done the opposite of what the Bison have seen earlier in this game, is establishing the off-speed early in the count as opposed to going to it off a fastball.
Here's the 0-1 pitch. Inside and off the glove of Priest. 1 ball and 1 strike. Theopolis is a neighborhood restaurant located in the heart of Shawnee's downtown Depot district. They have an exciting menu of scratch-made dishes highlighting local ingredients. If you're coming to town for any reason, make Theopolis a stop on your visit. 1 ball, 2 strikes. You can book online at theopolissc.com or call 405-788-4404. 1-2 the count to first baseman Dan Pruitt. Nobody on, 1 out. We are in the bottom of the 7th inning. 8-run lead for OBU. And Pruitt takes high and away. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
And oftentimes you'll see Dan back away in the box from these hitters or from the pitchers who want to establish an inside fastball against him. You'll see him take some space against that base to allow the inside ball. 2-2
pitch, sprayed foul on the first base side, so Dan stays alive to see at least 1 more from Gibson. Gibson faced 5, retired 2 in the 5th. He faced 5 in the 6th, retired 3 in that inning. OBU has scored a run, at least 1 run at each of the first 2 innings Gibson has been out there. Here is the 2-2 pitch. And it's high, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Gibson came in for Emilio Lovato back in the 5th inning, got the final 2 outs of that inning. Worked all the 6th and now starts here in the 7th. Here's Gibson's 3-2 pitch, and that's hit well into center field. Will the ballpark hold it? It is over the center fielder's head. He hits the wall. Dan Pruitt is headed for third, and they are going to put the stop sign up on Dan.
And that was a massive collision out there at center field.
I'm trying to see if it's caning. I think it is caning because he pitch hit for Beiswanger, and boy, he took a hit up against that fence, and the Northwestern trainer, you might be able to see it there, is racing out to center field.
And
Check and see his number there on the monitor.
And you hate to see that for anybody, whether it's Beiswanger or it's Koenig. You know, credit to whoever. Obviously, we haven't been able to figure out who quite it is out there yet for the effort that was made to try to get that ball out of center. And Dan Pruitt, you know, he's given the ball out of the right straight over center field a couple times this year, but it was a huge collision. You see kind of the trainer messing with his head, and you wonder if it was just a straight collision with his head onto the center field wall. And I wouldn't be shocked to see whoever that center fielder is come out of the game, and you see maybe the applications of Band-Aids, maybe some bleeding. It does look like there's some bleeding from the head of whoever's out there. Obviously, you hope they're okay.
Ryan Bowen has gone jogging out there as well. Both of the field umpires are out there. So we have a delay as they attend to the injured Ranger center fielder. And we'll find out who it is after we take this break on the Bison Sports Network. We do have confirmation. It is Koenig that was injured in the center field position after he pinch hit in the top half of this inning. So the Rangers are going to bring a new outfielder in. They will move the left fielder, which is Orrock, into center field, and they'll have a new left fielder. So Dan Pruitt will be credited with a triple. And again, you hope that Koenig is okay. The trainer was out there working on the center fielder. Ryan Bowen now is walking back with his player. It almost looks like he was holding his nose. I don't know if maybe had a bloody nose after he collided with the wall, but well, you hit that fence, you're not going to win very many battles.
Yeah, as someone that hits people for a living, those are the worst ones, those direct blows to the nose. You know, it not only does it hurt, but it disorients you. You really don't understand that, you know, a lot of what's going on around you. And obviously you hope that Koenig's okay and that the training staff, I'm sure, that does a phenomenal job, will be able to get him all squared away. But, you know, that's a scary deal, especially talking about concussions and things like that. Glad they took the time to get him off the field and make sure he's taken care of.
Alex Schroeder will be the batter after the delay. So Orrock has moved from left to center. The new left fielder for Northwestern is Dylan Norson.
Up to bat for OBU, the catcher, number 30, Alex Schroeder.
So Orrock is in center field, and Norson is the new left fielder. Here is Gibson's pitch to Schroeder. It's downstairs, 1 ball, no strikes.
And Todd, during the break, we were discussing the different motivations maybe for not sending Pruitt there. We felt like maybe with his speed he could have got home.
Pop up into center field. They'll test Orrock right away. Moves to his right, makes the catch. Dan Pruitt is going to tag. He will score standing, and OBU needs one more to end this game of the 7th. So an RBI sac fly for Alex Schroeder, the team leader in runs batted in. And now with 2 outs, here's Cade Self.
Yeah, I think that goes back to why you would want to make sure that you held Pruitt up at third. You know that Schroeder is capable as any of giving the ball right out of the ballpark, just outright, and getting the 2-run shot to end the game. But that's another thing. Schroeder does a great job leading in the lead hunt, or in the hunt for the lead for RBIs for this Bison team. So you knew he could get anything into the outfield with Score Pruitt with his speed.
Bottom of the fourth up at Alva. It is now 5-1 OBU. A 4 spot put on the board by the Bison at the top of the fourth inning. Kaylee Jones, 3 of the third, has struck out 8 more today. That gives her 21 of the weekend. First pitch to self is a strike, and it's 0-1. Kaylee came in the national leader in strikeouts. Has a chance to go to 2-0 on the weekend and a 3-game series sweep in Alva. Here's Gibson's pitch. Good swing, and he fouled it back. It's no balls, 2 strikes.
And the one shining spot you can spotlight for this Northwestern pitching staff today has been how they've handled the volatile bat of Cade Self. They haven't given him really anything to allow him to get in a rhythm. You haven't even really seen just a ton of great contact out in the field for putouts. A lot of foul balls, kind of nicked balls left and right.
That pitch outside, that's exactly where Priest had it set up. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
And credit to the umpire. That's the first time that Priest hasn't framed a ball that he hasn't fallen for yet. The ball was Priest set up on his left foot outside of the plate, tried to catch that ball, push that front knuckle forward, and get the strike.
Here's the 1-2 pitch, and that's lined into left field for a base hit. So the winning run is on with 2 outs, and go-go coming up here in the 7th.
And that spells trouble for this Northwestern team in the second game of this doubleheader. If Cade Self's bat starts to get going, along with the production we've seen from top to bottom in this lineup from the Bison today, it could spell for a long second game.
Final game coming up 30 minutes at the conclusion of this one. It'll be a 7-inning contest. Will Duncan will go for the Bison. Here is the first pitch, and Gibson gets the called strike. It's 0-1. So Connor Gibson trying to limit any further damage. He gives up another run. The game is over here in the 7th. He'll throw the way of first, and Cade Self dives back in safely. Cade is not much of a threat to run. He's yet to attempt a stolen base this year. Gibson again throws to first. Would you holler out the window he's not going to go?
Yeah, you get the feeling that Gibson today a couple times has been rather I don't want to use the word obsessive, but persistent is the word I'll use in his continued throws over to first, regardless of who's been on the bag. And you get the feeling that he just wants to keep that guy there so he can focus solely on Gomez at the plate.
Gomez fouls the 1-strike pitch off, so Gibson trying to find an escape hatch here in the 7th. Priest will set it up on the outside part of the plate again. The pitch bounced to third, and it's over Kelly's glove hand and into left field. That is a seeing eye single that took a bad hop.
Really the first one that Sean Kelly's had the misfortune of handling today. There's been a couple that have taken some really good hops. As you see, as a joke I made earlier today, the Friday night stud Bo Dallas has turned into a Saturday ball boy today for the Bison. And Bo's such a great guy. You know he's more than willing to serve his teammates in doing that. But it's just funny when you see your Friday night stud trotting balls out to the umpire every couple minutes. But that's really the first bad hop that Sean Kelly's got at third today.
Here's Trey Furry. Gomez now with a 3-hit day for the Bison. Winning run at second for Oklahoma Baptist, and the pitch. It's lined into right field. Frisbee on the march makes the catch, and we will play an 8th inning. 1 run, 3 hits, but 2 left. We've completed 7 at Bobby Cox Field in Shawnee. OBU 14, Northwestern 5 on the Bison Sports Network. On to the 8th for Northwestern we go. 14-5, Oklahoma Baptist. Sean Kelly will lead off, then Hayden Priest, and then Joseph Frisbee. So Sam Gamboa came in after 2 outs had been recorded by Galbraith in the 7th and needed 1 pitch to retire the side. Sean Kelly has struck out, walked, scored, and flied out to right. Here's the first pitch, and it paints the outside part of the plate for a strike. It's 0-1. Sam Gamboa, in his last 2 appearances, 3 innings, 5 hits, 5 runs, 4 earned, 2 walks, 3 strikeouts. So far, he has looked really good out of the bullpen. Gamboa's pitch turns over but drops down. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. They play into the 5th up at Alva, 5-1. Oklahoma Baptist in softball looking for the sweep of the Lady Rangers this weekend. Be a big 3-game sweep for Sam Maples' club. In comes the 1-1 pitch. Outside, 2 balls and 1 strike. Gamboa's longest stint in relief came against East Central on March the 12th, down to 4 innings, 3 hits, 1 earned run with 9 strikeouts. So that tells you he's got good stuff. 2 balls and 1 strike. Gamboa works exclusively from the stretch and brings it home. It's 3-1. Gamboa this season has struck out 5 or more on 3 of his appearances, including that 9 strikeout game against East Central. He struck out 6 in the season opening weekend. An extra inning loss 9-8 to Central Oklahoma in Edmond. 3 balls and 1 strike, and the pitch. Swing and a liner into center field for a base hit. So Sean Kelly's aboard for the 2nd time, and Hayden Priest now will come to the plate.
Credit to Sean Kelly, too. That pitch wasn't missed by much. Sam wanted to establish it low in the zone. He did. Fastball low. Sean was able to get under it, put the ball on a rope, landed right about where Jose Park is standing now, just about 10 feet to the right, able to get on first.
Hayden Priest, 1 for 3, has 1 hit, an RBI single back in the 4th. 1 on, nobody out for Northwestern here in the 8th. Gamboa brings it home, and the pitch is just outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Final game of the series, 30 minutes after this one. Will Duncan, who has been with the ball club for about a month now, will make another conference start for OBU. Pop up on the first base side, giving chase is Pruitt, but it's out of play, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Will Duncan, of course, has made 2 different trips to Grayson County. He also was enrolled at the University of Houston. He has had injuries, and we'll tell you his story in the 2nd game, but he has really helped this pitching staff out, especially with the loss of Tyler Franks for the year. 1 ball and 1 strike. Gamboa brings it in. And a fly ball into right center field. That's pretty well struck. Kissel was on his horse. Can he get there? No, he can't. It splits the defenders and rolls to the base of the fence. Kelly digs for 3rd, and standing in with a double is Hayden Priest.
And that ball was literally in the perfect spot. Both Kissel and Keller both out there in outfield, really the whole outfield for the Bison. It can be really rangy and can get to almost any ball that has any type of lift under it. But, I mean, that was just a great hit, and sometimes you, like I've said a couple times today, you just have to tip your cap.
Northwestern with a series-high 9 hits in this ball game, and they have something cooking against the Bison bullpen. 2 on, nobody out for Joseph Frisbee, who has doubled twice, including driving in a run back in the 4th inning. 14-5 for the time being, but the Rangers are threatening. The infield pulled back. They will concede a run for an out. And the first pitch is upstairs. 1 ball, no strikes. Sam Gamboa has faced 3, retired 1. First 2 have reached here in the 8th inning. Gamboa brings the pitch home, and it's downstairs. 2 balls and no strikes.
And that's been the biggest difference between Sam and what Breck was able to do for the lion's share of this game so far today. Is Breck, you didn't see him fall behind a lot. When he was being successful, he was ahead in the count, able to throw those burn pitches, force them to chase the slider, chase the 2-seam. and Sam just hasn't been able to establish that yet.
Gamboa brings the pitch home. It's downstairs. Good block by Schroeder. 3 balls and no strikes. OBU won here last night 5-2 behind a career-ending 9-inning outing from Bo Dallas. He is now 4-3. Looking to win the series and set up a chance to sweep, but they need 6 more outs to do so here in this first game today. Now the 3-0 offering is a called strike, and it's 3-1. I don't think this guy wants a 4-pitch walk.
Yeah, I think you're right. I don't know that pitch was necessarily a strike at all, but it feels like the first one. We talked about it yesterday that the couple calls just had and didn't go Northwestern's way last night, and that's the first one that's gone the Bison's way.
It's actually Dylan Norson that is batting in place of Frisbee. Norson pops that pitch up and back it out of play. So it's 3-2. So Frisbee out of the game during the injury to the center fielder that was out there at the time, Koenig. Frisbee, as we told you, had a couple of hits today, both doubles. Northwestern scoring 4 of their 5 today in the 4th inning. Gamboa at the letters. High kick and the 3-2 pitch and a called third strike on the outside corner.
And Todd, you may or may not agree with me, but I think this home plate umpire has enjoyed watching. Well, he's enjoyed watching a couple of these hitters walk off to first base and getting to pull them back with the strikeout late and an emphatic strikeout call. And to his credit, he's been consistent with those calls on. If it's 3-2, the tie goes to the pitcher, and that's how he's done it all day.
I just don't like called third strikes when they're in the opposite batter's box, and that one was. Here's Chase Orrock, and that pitch is lowered away. 1 ball, no strikes. Another 6 inches on that. That's probably a strike. Oh, everybody can do it, but that's why there is a shortage on umpires and sports officials. It is not an easy job. Runners at second and third for the Rangers. 1 out. Gamboa's pitch fouled off. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike.
Yeah, I prefer to sit up in the air-conditioned box with the wind in my hair and the drink here next to us and drinking my Sonic and getting to look at replay and deciding what I think is a strike and a ball after 2 or 3 chances to look at.
How about this? The boss goes and gets everybody in the booth drinks. I give him my order. He comes back, shortchanged 1 drink, and guess who it was? Here's mine. Pop up and out of play down the first base side. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Yeah, I'm sure that was accidental.
I think it was because he went and got me a couple of Gatorades, so all's good.
You got the 2-for-1 special.
I did.
Yeah.
I actually came out ahead.
Yeah, I would agree with that statement.
1-2 the count to Chase Orrock in the 8th inning. Base hit. Plates 2 for Northwestern. Scrappy Ranger team. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a foul tip, and he just got a piece of that. I mean, he could have clipped that ball by much at all. In fact, up here we couldn't even hear the ping of the bat.
No, you're right. It was just enough for the umpire to see it, and and you're right. The scrappy is the perfect term. You can say what you want about the errors made today in the field, or maybe the spotty production at the plate so far today for this Northwestern team. But one thing you cannot say is that they've quit. No matter what happens, they may have hung their head on after an error, but they have come back and bounced back with a vengeance every time.
Here's the 1-2 pitch. In tight, 2 balls and 2 strikes. It's a school. It's a program that I will always root for. You don't just spend 2 decades at a place and walk away and never have any type of emotional attachment. I don't know the players much anymore, but still love the Rangers. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Sam Gamboa brings it home, and that one is low. Good block again by Schroeder, and it's 3-2. Does that mean I want them to win today? Absolutely not.
Just means you dabble in the dark side sometimes.
I am a huge Sam Gamboa fan right now, trying to get this thing through 7.5. The 9-run lead, it's probably Gamboa's game to finish. There's nobody working behind him in the bullpen. 3 balls and 2 strikes. And Gamboa's pitch. Little bouncer out to short that'll get a run home. Parga over to first and just did get him. Orrock nearly beat that throw. In fact, Northwestern thought he was safe. It's now a 14-5 or 14-6 game. Orrock gets an RBI on the 6-3 ground out. And here is Fred Buxton, who has 2 hits, including a solo home run back of the 7th off of Brett Galbraith. Buxton came in with 3 RBIs. He has 2 today. He's 2 for 3. Runner at third is Hayden Priest. That run means nothing. Buxton pops that pitch into right field. It'll be deep enough to score the run. Kessel is there, and the inning is over. I said score the run. There's 2 outs. Can't score a 3. 1 run, 2 hits, 1 left. We go to the bottom of the 8th. It's now 14-6 Bison with the OBU Sports Network. Todd Biller, Zach Frazier, the crew back here with you at Bobby Cox Field and Ford Park of the Oklahoma Baptist campus. 14-6 the score. Kissel, Parga, and then Isaiah Lasad in that order here in the 8th against Connor Gibson.
And one could argue that's probably the most dangerous part of this lineup in this game. Parga is one more swing of the bat from his 4th home run of the day, and we haven't even started the 2nd game.
Leading off for the Bison, number 4, Cade Kissel.
Cade Kissel has homered. The first of back-to-back with Parga back in the 5th inning. Here's the first pitch, and that's hit deep into center field. Going back and gone. Cade Kissel with a 2-home-run game, and he belted that one to the deepest part of the ballpark. And he split the top of that elevated porch, the batter's high. And OBU gets 1 back. It's now 15-6.
And, man, how good is it if you're a Bison fan who's watched for a couple of years now to see Cade Kissel start to return to the form that he was playing at last year, where he was a commonplace in this lineup. And like we said, he sputtered a little bit earlier this year. Now he's starting to come alive there at the plate and allowing for a lot of flexibility in this Bison lineup.
5 home runs for Oklahoma Baptist on the day. That adds to their nation-leading total of 80 now on the season. And here comes Ryan Bowen out of the dugout, and that probably means the end of Connor Gibson. There has been a lot of work going on to the Ranger bullpen beyond the right field fence. And when Bowen goes out, much like his counterpart at OBU, Chris Cox, that usually signals the end of the pitcher.
And while we have a break, I'll give you another Masters update for anybody interested. Scotty Scheffler moved his lead to +6 on the field now. 3 under today through 8. Still a lot of golf left to play for the number 1 player in the world. He's followed by Cameron Smith, who's 5 under, so there's a 6-shot difference between 1 and 2 in the Masters this year. Other big names, you're looking at Tiger Woods has continued to sputter a little bit, still +4 overall, +3 on the day through 16. So if you're a Tiger fan, he's probably out of contention today.
All I know is I am working the PGA Championship at Southern Hills, in the media part. I hope Tiger Woods decides to come to Tulsa after playing at Augusta. Ryan Bowen with a prolonged look out there on the bump. And finally they'll go to the bullpen. So Connor Gibson, his afternoon has come to an end. And the Rangers are one run away from being run ruled here in the 8th. Tell you about the change right after this. Bison lead at 15-6 on the Bison Sports Network. Ryan Bowen turns to right-hander Matt Nolan out of the bullpen. Nolan is a native of Shawnee, Iowa, 5'10", 190 pounds, and a right-hander. This will only be the second league game in which he's pitched. The other was all the way back on February the 19th against Southern Arkansas. Overall, for Matt Nolan, this is appearance number 5. His record, no wins, no losses, earned run average of 18. 3 innings, 6 runs, all earned, 6 hits, 6 walks, 3 strikeouts, and the league hitting at even 500 against the underclassmen.
And you have to think the thought process here is just giving Jose Parga a different look at the plate at a pitcher. You know, he's, in fairness, it hasn't worked yet today, but maybe you may be able to throw him off for one at bat, which is really all you need here this late in the game. And for Jose, I think we talked about it with Lasad, who had the opportunity to see the first of Gibson, the last pitcher, and took a swing on the first hit. I don't think that's what you want to do. Let a couple go by, even if it's a strike, get a kind of a tempo, and then give it a ride out of the ballpark for the win.
You never want to concede anything. And Northwestern is still in this game until OBU scores another run or we play into the 9th. But the numbers do not bear to the fact that they're using a top arm out of the bullpen. With the Bison having plated 1, nobody out in the 8th. And the pitch is lined into left field. Doesn't matter. Parka is just in fuego today. He has a 4-hit ball game. And the winning run again is on here in the 8th inning.
Well, and I appreciate him not taking any of my advice and still proving me wrong. So it's one of those things, you know, you talk about the zone, and it's always a matter of trying to get in the zone for athletes. And Parga is in one right now.
Parka has now set a new career high with 4 hits. His previous, ironically enough, came to the Rangers ballpark on February the 12th. He had a 3-hit game against New Mexico Highlands. Matt Nolan to face Isaiah Lasad. 1 on, nobody out in the 8th. The pitch is buried in the dirt. There's no advancement by Jose Parga, so the count's 1 ball, no strikes. Jose Parga now has 5 hits on the weekend. He has hit safely in 13 of his last 17 games, including 8 of his last 9. He has had an RBI in 5 of the last 8 games. Fastball high from Nolan, and it's 2 balls and no strikes.
And for Lasad, you get the feeling that anything into a gap scores Parga from first, so that's got to be the idea, is just put one into maybe left center. Lasad, a pull hitter, loves to hit out to the left side. Put it out there and let Parker run the bases.
1 on, nobody out. 2-0 advantage to Isaiah Lasad. And that is ball 3. But Aspen Yount today at softball, striking out a dozen Northwestern batters. She has really stepped up the last month and made a nice 1-2 combo with Kaylee Jones. Northwestern OBU at Northwestern on the way to a 3-game sweep. Here's the stretch by Matt Nolan. He brings the pitch in. It's on the fists and fouled back for a strike. It is 3-1.
And you're right, and that's not something you typically see if you're an OBU softball fan. You're not used to seeing Aspen total those 12, 10, 11 strikeout games as you see Kaylee Jones do. Usually she's the kind to trust her defense, establish a fastball, and work the off-speed off of it. Credit to her for having a great day.
3-1 the count from Matt Nolan. The pitch bounced foul towards the OBU dugout. Bison now have hit 81 home runs on the season. And they have hit 5, and they're not from the guys you would have expected. The number 8 and 9 spots in the order. That just tells you, Zach, the depth of Chris Cox's lineup. 3-2 the count to Isaiah Lasad. And the pitch outside. That was close to being one of those where he takes a step to go to first and he's punched out.
If that one had been called a strike, we may have seen a little bit of a riot from Isaiah Lasad, who has had, in fairness, a little bit of a frustrating day at the plate. Now, 1 for 5 on the day, and you get the feeling that this front half of this lineup has sputtered a little bit, and they're just itching at the opportunity to start getting their bats going.
The front half has sputtered, and yet OBU has put up 20 runs against Ranger pitching this weekend in 2 games. First pitch to Keller. Big swing, no contact for a strike. It's 0-1.
And Walker Keller, revels these opportunities. It seems like time and time again he comes up big in these big walk-off type moments for this Bison team.
281 hitter with runners, 161 with runners at second or third. Walker Keller. So Matt Nolan is the third pitcher used by Ryan Bowen to this one. Lovato started, worked into the 5th. Pitch is grounded to short, knocked down and handled by Hamakawa, and then he throws it into right field. That's the way the game is going to end. Tried to feed it to Buxton, and he threw it into right field, and OBU has run ruled Northwestern. Final score 16-6. We'll be back to wrap it up right after this. Back at Bobby Cox Field in Ford Park on this Saturday afternoon. Game 1 of the books. OBU has won the series, taking game 1 of the doubleheader today from Northwestern 16-6 in 8 innings. 16 runs, 16 hits, 1 error for the Bison. They left 11 runners on base. The Rangers 6 runs, 9 hits, and they commit 5 errors. Northwestern left 6 aboard. The loser today is the first of 3 pitchers for the Rangers, Emilio Avato. Lovato falls to 2-4 on the season. Breck Galbraith will get the win. Breck now on the season has a record of 5-3. So Will Duncan will take the mound in about 30 minutes or so as we get ready to finish up this series. OBU is now 13-10 in conference play. Northwestern drops to 15-21 overall. 16-6 at 8 innings, the final score. Back with the starting lineups and the first pitch in about 30 minutes on the Bison Sports Network. Welcome back to Bobby Cox Field at Ford Park here with the Bison Sports Network. Todd Miller along with Zach Frazier as we get ready for the final game of the series. OBU has already assured themselves of a series victory. They will look to sweep Northwestern out of town today as they take on the Rangers here in the final game, a 7-inning contest in the series. Here's the batting lineup for Ryan Bowen and Northwestern. The Rangers with 2 losses this weekend, 15-21, 9-14 in Great American Conference. Leading off, the DH, Brett Erickson. Hitting second at shortstop, Yugo Hamakawa. Batting third at third base, Brandon Holdren. Batting cleanup at first base is Blake Hoffman. Hitting fifth in right field, Sean Kelly. Hayden Priest bats sixth in catches. Hitting seventh in center field, Joseph Frisbee. Batting eighth in left field, Braden Koenig. And batting ninth and at second base, Fred Buxton. So again, for the Rangers, it's Erickson, the DH, Hamakawa at short, Holdren at third, Hoffman at first, Kelly in right, Priest catching, Frisbee in center, Koenig in left, and Buxton at second base. OBU will send to the mound Will Duncan here with his second game. Will making his 6th start as an Oklahoma Baptist Bison. Still looking for his first win of the bump. He's 0-2 with an earned run average of 5.40. He has been limited in pitches. Only 11 2/3 innings over those prior 5 appearances. 9 hits, 9 runs, 7 of which were earned. He does have a 2-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio, 14 strikeouts to 7 walks, and his batted average is very good. Batted average against just .205. On the mound for Northwestern Oklahoma State in the final game of the series will be number 26, Dylan Collins. So it's Collins against Duncan here to wrap up this weekend set. Weather permitting, Tuesday night, Southeastern comes in at 6 o'clock for a midweek game. We'll have that for you here on the Bison Sports Network. And the 4 o'clock doubleheader next Friday night and the single game at noon on Saturday against Southern Arkansas. That should be a terrific matchup, pitting the preseason top 2 teams in the conference against one another. One thing is for certain, Zach, OBU seems to be hitting their stride. Offense has not been a problem, but the defense has had just 1 error in 2 games of this series and 2 outstanding starts. Last night, a complete game 9-inning win by Bo Dallas, and today Breck Galbraith going deep into the contest for the Bison.
And I think you're absolutely right. I think that's been the biggest change for the Bison as we've kind of gone through the long stretch of this season has been the production from the starter on the mound for the Bison and allowing those, to be tactical with your bullpen as opposed to kind of having to go deep into your bullpen every weekend and every series. Being able to trust that starter. Bo obviously setting a new career high, going 9 yesterday, but even Breck today did a great job. He did a lot of work through 7. Gambo came in. Credit to him. Did his job what needed to be done to get out of the game.
So Dylan Collins will be charged with trying to slow down the Bison Express offensively, which wrapped out 5 more home runs in the first ball game, including a 4-hit, 3-home run game from Jose Parga and a 2-home-run game from Cade Kissel, who will be out of the lineup here in the series finale. Here's a look at Oklahoma Baptist lineup. The Bison are 18-15 and 13-12 or 13-10 in the conference after a couple of wins this weekend. Isaiah Lasad will lead off and play left field. Batting second in center field, Walker Keller. Hitting third at first base is Dan Pruitt. The cleanup hitter is the DH Alex Schroeder. Batting fifth in right field is Cade Self. Hitting sixth at second base, Ramon Gomez. Batting seventh for Oklahoma Baptist at third base is Trey Fury. Hitting eighth and at catcher is Trey Shields. And batting ninth and at shortstop, Jose Parga. One more time for OBU. Lasad in left, Keller at center, Pruitt at first, Schroeder the DH, Self in right, Gomez at second, Furry at third, Shields catching, and Parga at shortstop. Bison for the second straight game will wear the Kelly green tops with Bison inscripted across the chest in white over white bottoms. Northwestern with the all-gray road uniforms and the red leg stockings with red letter or numerals and black lettering. Northwestern across the front of the jerseys. Wind continuing to blow out. Rangers hit a couple of home runs in the first ball game. OBU hit 5. Entering this weekend series, these were 2 of the top 4 teams in the league in terms of home runs. OBU had 74 before the weekend. They're now at 80 to lead the country. Northwestern now approaching 50 as a team on the season. had a chance to talk to Ryan Bowen briefly of the Duckhead. He is really dejected. He said, you know what, we're just not hitting the ball. And he said, this is a great day to hit. And he said, we only scored in 3 innings. He said, you just can't do that against a club offensively with the talent of Oklahoma Baptist.
And he's absolutely right. The production that they've seen at the plate at times was great. You saw those. It was kind of the like hit or miss. It was 2 hits here, 1 hit here, left 1 stranded here, 2 stranded there. It was just a matter of not being able to tie together consistent at-bats back to back for that Northwestern team. And maybe some changes in the lineup in the second half of the doubleheader aids in that effort.
So Will Duncan, a very talented right-hander, but coming off UCL repair surgery, he had an internal brace put in place in June of 2021, restarting his career here at the Division II level with the Bison. It tells you exactly why he has thrown so few of innings in 5 appearances. So the bullpen, more than likely, unless there's a plan to stretch him out today at his 6th start, will certainly be a factor into this one, more than likely, in the series finale. Southeastern again Tuesday, Southern Arkansas Friday night, Saturday afternoon, Easter on Sunday, and then OBU hits the road for their longest road series in the conference, 2 weeks from this weekend at Arkansas Monticello. So Brett Erickson will lead off for Northwestern Oklahoma State here in the first. Brett Erickson has not played in either game of this series. This is only his 3rd start and his 9th appearance. Brett Erickson is out of Collinsville, Oklahoma. Northwestern is 3rd stop after 2 junior college stops at Coffeyville and at Barton County. Here we go. Erickson, a right-hander against Will Duncan. Will works exclusively from the stretch, and the first pitch is upstairs. 1 ball, no strikes. Recruiting, we talked about relationships, also is based on connections. And Major Leaguer Taylor Hearn has a connection to Will Duncan that helped get him to Oklahoma Baptist. 1 ball, no strikes, and a ground ball to second. And it takes a bad hop over Gomez's glove and goes into right field for a leadoff hit. That took a really wicked hop over the glove hand of Goko at second base, so a leadoff single for Hamakawa. Hamakawa came into the game hitting .424 to start play today. Hamakawa in the first ball game was 1 for 4. He had a single in the 7th off Brett Galbraith. Duncan with the second or shortstop. Parga shifted behind the bag at second, deals, and the pitch is low. 1 ball, no strikes. Will Duncan grew up training with former Bison, now current Texas Ranger Taylor Hearn. Duncan was drafted in the 29th round of the 2018 Amateur Major League draft by the San Diego Padres. Here's the pitch. That one is off the glove of Shields to the backstop, and a pass ball advances the go-ahead run to second base. So a base hit here would give Northwestern something they have not enjoyed the entire series, and that is an early lead. They gave up a 4 spot in the first 2 games in the 2nd inning, and they've just never really been able to get the offense consistently going against 2 outstanding starting pitching efforts turned in by the Bison. 2-0 the count to Hamakawa, runner at second, nobody out. Furry, the third baseman, in a step on the grass, and that pitch is downstairs. It's 3 balls and 1 strike.
And for Duncan now, it's just you have to throw a strike. If you run the risk of putting it down the middle, that's kind of you've made your bed. Now you have to lay in it. You have to throw a strike here. You can't afford for another walk. You resist the urge to call that an error. What happened to Gomez is just a nasty hop, and there's not much he can do about that in terms of the single that was the leadoff hit. But now you have to damage control and throw a strike here.
Duncan comes set at the belt. Will checks to second, now brings in the pitch, and that almost hit him. It's inside, and that's ball 4. So the ball gets away from Shields again, and over to third base goes Erickson. So first and third on 2 pass balls for the Rangers, and here is Brandon Holdren. Brandon Holdren, after last night's game, was hitting .354. Holdren dropped that average by going 0 for 4. He reached an error and a fielder's choice in today's first game. Bison won it 16-6 after 8. Will Duncan features 3 weapons in his arsenal, a fastball, slider, and a changeup. And that fastball can really get up there. Here's the pitch. Fouled back to the screen, and it's a strike, no balls, and 1 strike. In fact, Cody Painter, the pitching coach, was telling me when Will Duncan is at full strength, he has touched 96 on the radar gun with the fastball.
I think it's kind of the story for this Bison staff at large, but especially it applies to Will. He has the stuff. It's just a matter of being healthy and consistently dealing.
Will Duncan comes set at the belt, now brings it home, a swing and a miss. There was the slider. It got up and in underneath the hands of Holdren, and it's no balls, 2 strikes.
And now you have 2 options off that slider, the sequence of fastball, slider. You can either go back to the fastball or you can try to throw the brakes on with the changeup. I would stick with the fastball, command that pitch early, and then work your changeup in later.
0-2 the count. Will Duncan checks the runner at first. Long pause, and he brings home the pitch, and it's grounded foul on the first base side. Will Duncan is not what you would classify as a quick worker out there with a mound.
No, very tactical. There's a lot of intentionality with every move, every pitch. You'll see him shake off, nod through a couple signals, not to tip anything off in terms of signaling that happens between Shields, the catcher, and himself.
0-2 the count to the Ranger third baseman, Brandon Holdren. Duncan comes set again, now brings home the pitch, swing and a miss. Or did he foul tip it? Now they're saying he foul tipped it, so Holdren stays alive. And again, he could not have made much contact. There was no ping of the bat.
No, and that was another great fastball there from Duncan. And now you're looking at 2 options again. You know, he only has 3 pitches. If I were Duncan, I would try to establish you have a burn pitch, maybe throw a slider out, maybe inside, tighten the zone, but I would personally go fastball outside, low left.
In comes the 0-2 pitch again from Duncan. It's down and in. And it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. You know, we were talking about relationships and connections. Well, we told you how Will Duncan found his way here to Bison Hill. David Salters was once a former teammate with another current major leaguer, Julian Merriweather. The pitch fouled off, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes, or 1 ball, 2 strikes. That is not true. I read that wrong. Daniel, David Salter's brother, was a teammate with Merriweather in Double-A, playing for Akron. But there again is a connection to a current big league pitcher for Oklahoma Baptist. Salter's a young arm, has seen spot duty this season for the Bison out of the bullpen. The 2-strike pitch again, that one is up and in. And the count levels at 2 balls and 2 strikes, so now they think maybe he went around. OBU asked for an appeal. The umpire says no, and I had it 2-2. They're sending him down to first base.
I think it may have hit him. I think is the only the judging by the animation over there at first from Holdren. I think that's the only explanation is that it got him in the hands, and he was angry that the umpire didn't see it.
Okay, you're right, because had it hit him in a swing, that's a foul. That's a foul tip. But because he was not swinging, that's why they appealed to first, so it's a hit batsman. And Duncan in a mess here in this first inning. Here's Blake Hoffman, takes down and in, 1 ball, no strikes. Will Duncan allowing a .205 batted average against. He now has hit 3 batters this season. No score, but the Rangers trying to get an early jump in the final game of this series. Here's Duncan's pitch, and that one is wild as it almost hit Hoffman, and it's now 2 balls and no strikes.
And Duncan has not yet been able to control that slider. We've seen that slider run inside really tight on a couple of these left-handed hitters. If I'm Duncan, you got to keep going back to the well of the 4-seam until you can establish control.
No ball or 2 balls, no strikes. Bases loaded with the Rangers here in the first. Will Duncan brings home the pitch, and it's a bouncing ball to the right side. That will get 1 run home. Parco will handle the throw from Gomez to get the 4th, so they're at the corners now with 1 out. And the Rangers have their first lead of the series as Eric's come home to score. It's 1-0.
And already there's action in the bullpen. I believe it's number 10. I don't have the roster in front of me at the moment, but I did see number 10 jog out to the bullpen.
Nolan Fiesel.
Yeah, no.
So it's a 4-6 fielder's choice for Hoffman. He will get a run batted in. Sean Kelly, the right fielder, now will bat. Kelly's had a pretty good series. He has hit safely in both games of the series to this point. He scored a couple of runs in today's first game.
And there's an umpire meeting going on about something, and there was a little bit of controversy on what maybe Coach Bowen at third base was trying to figure out. Something he didn't like. He and what was the third base umpire and the left side of the infield were arguing about. Now there's a meeting, and they've yet to put the run on the scoreboard for the first inning. So I wonder if there's something that could have happened that would maybe bring that run back. I don't know what that call would be, but.
Yep. They are visiting to the first base side, as you could see on the screen right there. And this all took place after Sean Kelly had started to approach home plate, and then all of a sudden the home plate umpire looked over the direction of the Bison dugout and Ryan Bowen.
And, Todd, I think the only thing that I could think of is maybe an interference on the throw from the runner running from first to second. Maybe that Parga, it looked like he pulled up and didn't even try to turn two. Maybe that was because of a lack of an attempt to get down from that runner coming from first to second. So I'll be interested to see what the verdict is here.
They're visiting with Ryan Bowen. Those are the two field umpires. The home plate umpire right now is talking to Sean Kelly, who's scheduled to bat next. I think you're exactly right. I think they may be going to call interference, and that would be on Holdren. If they call interference in the base paths, that means that Blake Hoffman would be out as well, and that would be a double play. And Ryan Bowen, I don't know how well you can see it on the monitor, but he is getting more and more upset by the minute. So I think they are doing that exactly that. They're looking at interference on the base runner, Blake Hoffman. And that's kind of the way it's gone for Northwestern this series. If they do call Hoffman out, he's still at first base, visiting with his counterpart, Dan Pruitt. Rangers have a big inning. They finally get their first lead of the series. And they may have just had a bad break on a slide from Brandon Holdren.
And also another unintended consequence, as you get the feeling based on how this interaction is going at third base, not only may another intended consequence is that Will Duncan is getting a ton of pitches to figure out his slider here, and he's getting into the zone really quickly, and you get the feeling that Coach Bowen is obviously very upset. And there's a world if this continues on that Coach Bowen may not finish this game if he doesn't relent just a little bit, I think.
And one of the umpires has kind of turned his back and is walking away. There's a good shot of it on the screen. So as of right now, Blake Hoffman remains at first base. Now the home plate umpire is coming down, and Ryan is still barking. And Hoffman is going to be called out for interference.
So that's exactly the right call we talked about. So what, for anybody watching home, maybe didn't get to see it on the live stream, double play turn, ball goes to short, Parga's at short. The runner at first running to second has to get down and try to get out of the way to allow Parga to make the throw to first. The umpires deemed that he didn't do an adequate enough job, therefore thrown out for interference.
Boy, what a huge break for OBU. Will Duncan could get out of this thing with very minimal damage. Sean Kelly, not an easy out, though. Hasn't been for 2 games. And the first pitch is a strike. It is 0-1.
And I love that call from Coach Painter. Establish Will in the zone with the fastball. He got a couple extra pitches, maybe allowed him to settle down a little bit after getting the bases loaded. We'll see how that affects him going forward.
Regain his thought process and collect his thoughts. 0-1 the count. And here's the pitch. That one hits the plate, bounds up the third baseline. No advancement, though. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Troy Shields has had some trouble here with this first inning. Had a couple balls hit his glove and bound away. That one was blocked, but it rolled up the third baseline. So a runner at third, one in. Northwestern up 1-0, but 2 outs here in the first. Will Duncan takes a deep breath. Big right-hander brings it home, and the pitch fouled back as Kelly put a pretty good swing on it. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes.
And here, rather with the left-hander, is where I would like to see the slider more from Duncan. With those right-hand hitters, let that ball run away into a ground ball into the right side of the infield.
1-2 the count to the Northwestern right fielder, Sean Kelly. 1-0 Rangers, their first advantage, and this is the third game of the series here at Bobby Cox Field. In comes the 2-strike pitch, and it's hit right past the third baseman, Furry. Down into foul territory in the left field side. It'll be an RBI double. Coming home to score is Hamakawa. And Sean Kelly stays hot this weekend with a 2-out RBI double. Now how big is that call of interference against Holdren? That cost him a run.
Easily, if not 2, and now you'd be looking at the runner on second and third as opposed to just a runner on second. It would change the dynamic of this inning, and you're also talking about another out to play with, too. That could turn to be a pivotal call if this game stays a low-scoring game.
Fiesel is set down in the bullpen right now. There's no activity for the Bison as Hayden Priest, the catcher, will step to the plate. Will Duncan looking out to second in the pitch. Upstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. Hayden Priest had a double and an RBI single. 2 for 4 today against OBU pitching to the first game. Hayden Priest last night had 2 hits. One was a scratch infield hit in the 9th inning. He's had a pretty good series behind the plate and offensively for the Rangers. Swing and a miss. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike, and Will went right after Hayden Priest.
And that's what I think where Will can do his best work is establish the fastball early in the count, then work off of it. Being a 3-pitch pitcher, there's really only a couple sequences you can do. Establish your rhythm and go attack.
1-1 the count. Runner at second, 2-0 Northwestern to the first. Swing and a miss, same spot. And it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Hayden Priest for the season has struck out 21 times in over 110 plate appearances, so he's not the easiest in the Ranger lineup to get down swinging. See if Duncan can finish him off here. The 2-strike pitch fouled off.
And using that changeup as that strikeout pitch for Duncan, I love that sequence. Fastball, changeup, and now you can work the slider away in the zone or go back to the fastball.
Bison softballers finish a 3-game sweep up at Alva, winning 7-1 today in the final game of the Twin Bill. Will Duncan's pitch hit on the ground foul. He had Priest out on his front foot and reaching. 7 runs, 9 hits for the Bison, 1 run, 5 hits for Northwestern. Kaylee Jones went 5 innings. Aspen Youts picked up the save. Jones threw 102 pitches, struck out 11 more. She has 24 in 2 games against Northwestern this weekend. Aspen Youts with 4 strikeouts over the final 2 innings, struck out 16 this weekend. Here's Duncan's pitch. Swing and a miss, and down goes Priest. It was a good pitch into the handle from Will Duncan. 2 runs, 2 hits. There were no errors, and there were 1 race runner left aboard. After a half inning, it's Northwestern 2. Oklahoma Baptist coming up next to the Bison Sports Network. 2-0 Northwestern as they face this lineup from Oklahoma Baptist. Lasad, Keller, Pruitt, Schroeder, Self, Gomez, Furry, Shields, and Parka. Dylan Collins will make the start for Northwestern. Collins is in for the 11th time, 4th start. Record of 3-0, but an earned run average of 7. Collins has worked 36 innings on the spring, 48 hits, 32 runs, 28 earned. Good strikeout to walk ratio. Better than 2-1, 27 strikeouts and 12 walks. Batted average against .312. So decent numbers for Dylan Collins, but he will have to slow down an Oklahoma Baptist offense that has wrapped out 26 hits and scored 21 runs in the first 2 games of this series. One of the note from softball, what a weekend for Sam Maples' club. 40 strikeouts between Kaylee Jones and Aspen Younts in 3 games. And they limited Northwestern to just 3 runs that entire series.
I feel like me and you just blaring this horn all the time is that this OBU softball pitching staff is among the best in the nation when kicking on all cylinders. Kaylee Jones is the epitome of consistency on that Friday night slot and Saturday evening. But Aspen Younts, the emergence of her this year has been the key factor for them.
Isaiah Lasad with a double in the second of game 1. Takes low, 1 ball, no strikes from Dylan Collins. Collins, 6'3", 180 pounds, a freshman from Lovejoy High School in Fairview, Texas. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Grounded deep hole short. Hamakawa has it. He throws offline, and it gets away from Blake Hoffman. And Lasad got a little tangled up with Hoffman. Now he makes the turn and stands into second. So an infield hit and an error. And OBU quickly brings the tied run to the plate.
And I don't know that I can ever bring myself to root for a Lovejoy Leper that's about 10 minutes down south of where I grew up. But Collins, Lovejoy High School, has produced a lot of good baseball players over the years, and Collins is no exception.
Walker Keller represents the tying run. Again, it's an infield hit, throw-in error, E6 on Yugo Hamakawa. 2-0 for the time being. Northwestern with their first advantage of the series. Collins, the right-hander, against left-handed hitting center fielder Walker Keller. First pitch is on the outside corner for a strike. It's 0-1. Walker was aboard 4 times in the first ball game, but only had 1 hit. That was a first-inning single off of Emilio Lovato, the starter for game 2 for the Rangers. No balls and 1 strike, and in comes the pitch. That one is down and in. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. Walker Keller signed out of high school with Orange Coast. Transferred to Oklahoma Baptist from NAIA Arizona Christian. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Up and in. Counts 2 balls and 1 strike. Keller has been a mainstay in the lineup. He has started and played in his career all 72 games in which he has been eligible to play. Lasad takes off from second. It's a hit and run. The pitch swung and a miss. The throw into third and safe. A stolen base for Isaiah Lasad. That really is one of the biggest differences between these two teams. OBU is so much more aggressive on the base paths than the Rangers, who have 21 stolen bases in the season. 2-0. First run stands 90 feet away for the Bison here in the first. And in comes Collins' pitch. Grounded to short. That'll get the run home. Hamakawa goes to the knee. Now pops up, throws to first, and Blake Hoffman was off the bag. The throw beat Keller to first base, but Hoffman, for some reason, Zach, did not have his foot on the bag, and all of a sudden he tried to stomp, but Keller had already beat him.
You know, that's just an unfortunate error there for Northwestern in what seems like just a routine play, and just it seems like Hoffman just may have got lost in the monotony of the play that needs to throw to first. just never got his foot back to the bag. Just a bad mistake.
7th error for the Rangers in 2 games today. The second here with the first. Tying runners on with good speed and Walker Keller for Dan Pruitt. Here's Collins' pitch. Inside, 1 ball, no strikes. Rangers last year finished 4th. Hosted a first-round Great American Conference tournament game. Lost to Arkansas Monticello. Their 26 wins a year ago was a program high in the NCAA era. They have fallen back somewhat this year as the throw over to first. Not in time. Northwestern 15-21, 9-14 in conference play. 2-1 our score. We're at the bottom of the first inning. Here's Collins' pitch. Swing and a miss. Looked like a slider, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Or 1-1, excuse me. Dan Pruitt, not a lot that hasn't been said about this guy, and documenting his journey here to OBU, the career that he's had thus far. 3-year letter winner at Putnam City High School, 2-year All-Stater. Takes inside, it's 2 balls and 1 strike. Played for the Pirates of Putnam City High School. Dan Pruitt has had a so-so series by his standards this weekend. Dylan Collins looks to first. Keller with a decent lead, and the pitch is hit hard to the ground to third. Knocked down by a holder. He'll go to second for 1. The throw to first, not quite in time. They do get the force out at second, 5-4. And a fielder's choice for Dan Pruitt as Schroeder now will come to the plate. Good job by Holdren, who's not played third of this series. Had good soft hands. He didn't handle that ball cleanly, but he kept it in front of him and still had enough on the throw to force out Walker Keller at second. So here is Alex Schroeder. And now Ryan Bowen is out there, and you know what he's argued about? I can tell you.
I've seen that before.
Interference on Walker Keller. And he's saying, hey, you called that on my guy. Why are you not calling it on their guy? I think what is happening is a lot of frustration boiling over right now for the 5th-year Ranger head coach. He was not happy at all in between games, and rightfully so with the way his team has swung the bat of this series. So Alex Schroeder will come to the plate. They do not call interference on Walker Keller. So Pruitt remains at first base, and the team leader in stolen bases. And here's Collins' pitch, hit on the ground, foul on the third base side for a strike.
And you're right. When we talked about it a couple times today, that the production out of the top end of this Bison lineup hasn't quite been on par with what we're used to seeing when they're performing at their best. So if you're Northwestern, you need to take advantage of that. Obviously, 2 runs in the first inning. Could have been more without the interference call, but you need to continue to build on that.
Schroeder behind 0-1. Collins will throw to first. Pruitt with those long arms able to dive back in safely. Alex Schroeder, and I don't think a lot of people know this, actually signed a national letter of intent back in November of 2019 with Oklahoma Baptist. The pandemic shut everything down. Alex elected to stay close to home at Folsom Lake College for the season. He pops that pitch up. That will get out of play. And he's behind, no balls and 2 strikes. And sometimes things are just meant to be. After the 2021 season, he again chose to play here at Oklahoma Baptist. Listed as a sophomore on the roster, he's a really good young man, and he is a very, very talented baseball player.
And sometimes with catchers, you kind of get lost, and we don't really give the credit they deserve in terms of everything they do, in terms of game management. You think about quarterbacks oftentimes get a lot of game manager credit, but catchers are really that on the field for the defense, as there's another pickoff attempt to first. And Todd, there's been a lot of pickoff attempts from these Northwestern pitchers this series. I wonder if that's just something that they've established as part of the game plan. You know these guys are going to run, or what the point is for that.
I think it is to slow down the run game because OBU ranks among the league leaders in stolen bases. Runner is off. The pitch is high. Pruitt's throw bounces into second, and he got him. He bounced it right to Buxton, the second baseman, covering. And that is a rare caught stealing for Dan Pruitt. He's now 13 of 15. And Hayden Priest could not have walked out there and put the ball on the ground any more perfect than he did. So the tying run is off base, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. So Dylan Collins a chance to keep the advantage in the Ranger column. Here's the pitch upstairs. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes.
No, you're absolutely right. That was a great throw down by Hayden Priest at the catcher spot, and then a great handle by Hugo at the shortstop spot and able to get the tag down.
2-2 the count. Boy, he wanted to, but didn't offer it. A high fastball away. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Northwestern hopes they can get out of town with Alex continuing to scuffle for 1 more game. I'm telling you, 1 mistake by Collins can right the ship in a hurry. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and there is belted down the line and left. Does it stay fair? And it does. Gone. Right on cue. Home run number 15 for Alex Schroeder, and it's a tie game at 2.
Is that how you right the ship?
That's how you ride it.
Great shot from Alex Schroeder. Hit the foul ball post down there in left field. And, you know, if you're Northwestern now, you got to be shaking in your boots a little bit because he, like you said, has kind of been slumping the past couple weeks. But if you go back to the Arkansas Tech series 2 weekends ago, it's the exact same kind of shot that kick-started what was a 5 of 7 hit streak for him. And now if you're Northwestern, you may have to bear the wrath of Alex Schroeder.
Alec had been 0 for 8 against Ranger pitching this weekend before that bomb. Here is Cade Self, and the first pitch to Self is in there for a strike. It's 0-1.
Self may have been expecting fastball there, so when he got a changeup from Collins, I don't know if he knew quite what to do with it.
Schroeder with his 15th home run, his team-high 48th RBI. Self swats the 0-1 pitch out of play for a strike. So Alex Schroeder breaks it 0 for 8, and he hit a missile out of the ballpark down the left field line. Game is tied at 2. Hits are even at 2. Rangers have committed the first 2 errors of the ball game. Bouncing ball, deep third, and that's a foul ball. So Cade Self will see 1 more pitch from Dylan Collins.
And Cade Self has one of the more compact, explosive swings you'll see on this Bison roster. And that's why it looks almost effortless when you see him turn with his quick hips and the firepower he has in his quick twitch muscles. He can give a ride out to the ballpark.
Collins, in just under 37 innings now, has given up 7 home runs. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Not a good at bat for Cade Self, and Collins limits the damage. OBU gets 2 runs on 2 hits. There were 2 errors, and there were nobody left aboard. After 1 of the 7-inning ball game, it's a 2-2 tie on the Bison Sports Network. Two tie after 1. Back in the press box at Bobby Cox Field in Ford Park at Shawnee. Todd Miller, Zach Frazier. Alex Schroeder gets out of an 0 for 8 slump by crushing one. A missile over the left field wall with 2 outs against Dylan Collins. And the game is tied at 2. See if Will Duncan can settle down. He faced 6 batters in the first, and 2 of those scored. Northwestern committed a base running mistake when Holdren was called for interference, sliding into an attempted double play opportunity for the Bison. Frisbee, Koenig, and Buxton to bat, and it's good to see Braden back out there after man met wall in the first game of today's doubleheader. Joseph Frisbee had a nice contest while he was in the lineup. Had 2 doubles, was 2 for 3. before coming out of the lineup for a pinch hitter late in the ballgame. 7, 8, and 9 for Northwestern to face Will Duncan. They have the shift on again for OBU. And the pitch is downstairs, and that again is off the glove of Shields. It's 1 ball, no strikes.
Shields is even in the warm-up pitches before the inning is struggling to get his glove on the ball consistently, and I wonder if something's wrong with that catching hand or what, because usually Shields is a terrific catcher.
2 balls, no strikes as Duncan misses low. Don't forget about Theopolis. It's a neighborhood restaurant with an exciting menu of scratch-made dishes in Shawnee's downtown Depot District. A great place to stop by before, certainly after any OBU home athletic event. 2 balls, no strikes, and the pitch on the outside corner. It's 2-1. You can book online, TheopolisSC.com, 405-788-4404 for your reservations. Will Duncan takes a deep breath, now brings the pitch in, and it's low, 3 balls and 1 strike. Will just doesn't quite look comfortable out there, does he?
He hasn't quite been able to establish any of his pitches with any consistency. We've seen spurts of the 4-seam really dominate hitters so far early in this game, but the consistency, especially with the slider and the changeup, haven't quite been there.
3-1 pitch to Frisbee is low and away, and for the second straight inning, Northwestern has a leadoff base runner. So Braden Koenig will come to the plate. Koenig on the season is hitting .293. He has started all but one of his now 34 games with 34 hits, 3 home runs, and 21 driven in. First pitch to Braden Koenig from Will Duncan is downstairs, and it's 1 ball and no strikes. And by and large, when Will has missed, he's missed down in the zone here in the first couple of innings.
You're absolutely right, and I wonder if that has to do with something that we saw early in the game when he let that fastball leak high and inside and caught the hands of that batter in the first inning, and now he's just trying to overcorrect and go down low. He just needs to be able to establish the strike zone.
Koenig hitless in 5 at-bats of the series, takes low, and that now is 6 of 7 out of the strike zone for Will to start the Ranger half of the second. They are working in the bullpen, so more than likely Will Duncan will be on a short leash in a short 7-inning ball game tied at 2. Duncan's pitch, and that hit him. So a tough day here at the ballpark for Braden Koenig. Duncan has now hit 2 batters in officially 1 inning of work.
And here comes CC out there to come talk to Duncan. And he's calling to the bullpen, and we're going to see the change here for Duncan. And it's unfortunate because you know that Duncan has the stuff, and he is one of the more talented, just in terms of straight arm talent on this Bison team. It's just been a matter of putting together consistent outings.
Well, 7 of the 8 Rangers that have faced Will Duncan have reached. OBU got a break on base running interference called back in the first that probably limited the damage from being worse against Will when they scored 2. CC is going to the bullpen. It will be Nolan Fiesel that will come in. Fiesel is a 6'3 sophomore right-hander from Bing, Oklahoma. Played for Coach Matt Parker at Eastern Oklahoma State Junior College in Wilburton. Same junior college that produced Tyler Frank, and it breaks my heart to look about 4 rows down to the stands, and there sits Tyler in a uniform with a radar gun at his hand. That's about all he's been reduced to doing in his final year here at OBU with that torn labrum.
And now you're looking at a situation that we've talked about a couple times earlier, especially in the first game, about how the depth of the bullpen can really affect a series, especially in a doubleheader format. Now you're looking at, realistically, for a Bison team that doesn't have as many healthy arms as maybe a normal staff would, you're going to have to make these relief innings count, and you have to pitch good and you have to pitch fast. You have to come in. You can't allow yourself to give up 2-3 walks to get in the zone. You have to come in and throw strikes off the bat.
Fiesel, F-E-A-Z-L-E, in for the 9th time, all in relief. Record of 1-0, earned run average of 6.27. Feasel has only thrown 18 2/3 innings, so you don't really think he's probably a long-term solution out there, even in a short 7-inning ball game. 16 hits, 13 runs, all earned, 8 walks, 13 strikeouts. 239 the batting average against Nolan Feasel. Feasel worked last down in Durant last Saturday afternoon, went 4 1/3, 3 runs, all earned, 3 hits, 3 walks, 2 strikeouts. That 4 1/3 is an inning and a third longer than his previous stint. In a midweek loss here to Central Oklahoma, he went 3 innings, 3 runs all earned, 2 hits, and 2 walks. So let's hope Feasel has something going here in the second inning to try and keep this thing close. The book is closed. No, it's not. The 2 runners aboard are Duncan's responsibility so far. He's given up 2 runs on 2 hits. He has walked a batter, and he's walked 2 batters, and he also has hit 1. So Fred Buxton, Buckson, the second baseman, will come to the plate. Buxton didn't play last night. Drove in 2 with a single in the 4th and a solo home run to the 7th in Game 1. Both of those hits for Buxton came off the starter, Brett Galbraith. He struck out or flied out in the 8th inning. That was against Sam Gamboa, the second of 2 OBU pitchers in the first game. Bison won last night 5-2, won 8 innings today 16-6. It's a 2-2 tie here in the second of the third game. Feasel's first pitch upstairs, and it's 1 ball, no strikes.
And if you're Feasel, I think the miss initially, while you're still kind of getting your rhythm on the bump, is low in the zone. Maybe allow it for a dribbler to go out into turn 2 into a double play, and then you just have to deal with the guy at the plate.
22 strikeouts and 3 saves in junior college for Nolan Feasel, who made just 7 appearances and tossed just under 19 innings as Buxton fouls the 1-0 pitch back and out of play. Temperatures near 80 degrees. It is a sunny and warm day, but you know what? If you're not in the wind, and there is some opportunities for that not to be the case here in the bleachers, it is really a pretty good day to watch baseball. Feasel even to the count, 1 ball, 1 strike. And the pitch, a little liner into right field. Cade Self will not get there. He'll have to play into the hop. And the bases are loaded. So Buxton has his 3rd hit of the day. And here's the top of the order with Brett Erickson. This is what we have seen all season long. And I know one of the things that Northwestern has been grumbling about the first couple of contests is they have just not really been able to get to the Bison bullpen. Well, Feasel is welcomed with a single to load the bases here with the second. Now it is damage control for the Bison. Here's Nolan's first pitch, swing and a miss. That had good velocity on the black of the plate away, and it's 0-1.
And I love that slider from Feasel to open up that at-bat. That ball's moving away from the right-handed hitter, allowing him, if anything, to slap it over to the first base side, double play to Pruitt at first. I love that pitch. Now maybe come back either with off-speed low in the zone or a fastball tight.
Corners are in, shortstop playing at normal depth. Gomez shifted up towards the middle, trying to keep the runner at second close, and the pitch is downstairs, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike.
And I don't mind that burn pitch from Feasel after throwing a strike on the first pitch, keeping the fastball low in the zone again, not allowing anything to rise out in the ballpark, even for a sac fly with 0 outs, anything that keeps the ball in the infield.
OBU has owned Northwestern. They are 19-1 in 20 NCAA-era meetings with their friends from Alva. Low and away, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike. The appeal to first, I don't even know what was challenged. There was no doubt that Erickson did not chase. Feasel, 18 2/3 innings in junior college, over 7 appearances before coming here to Oklahoma Baptist. Bison would love something on the infield. They'd give up a run for 2 outs. Here's Feasel's pitch. Swing and a miss. Boy, there's a good slider away, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And I think that's going to be a great pitch until Feasel really kind of gets into the groove as he's getting ahead in the count and kind of working even in the count with 2-2. Using that slider to get these batters reaching, and then you can come back with the off speed or you can heat them up on the inside of the plate. I love that pitch.
Feasel was as good as it gets at the prep level. He was a member of Bing's state championship team as a sophomore. Back in 2019, he did not allow an earned run in 32 innings as a prepster. Here's Feasel's pitch. Well, that looked good. They call it a ball, and it's 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Came right back with the fastball off the slider inside in the zone. A little bit high, I guess, could be the only critique of that pitch, but I love that pitch from Feasel.
Pretty good discipline by Erickson to let that pitch ride with 2 strikes. So now 3 balls and 2 strikes with the bases loaded. Feasel has to come home with a strike, and he does so. And the pitch is flied into center field. Didn't get much of it. Over to his left of the gap is Lasad. The runners are going to tag, and Lasad keeps him at third. How about Isaiah Lasad coming in, running to his left and medium left center field. He got the ball to his throwing hand and gunned it to the cutoff man Furry on the infield grass.
And I think that was absolutely the right play by Coach Bowens over at left, over playing the third base coach. I think that ball would have absolutely thrown out the runner had the runner had to tag and go home. Absolutely the right play. Keep the bases loaded, live to fight another day.
Isaiah had to run down that ball and then had to run back the other way to get his ball cap that blew off while he was in pursuit of Erickson's fly ball. Here's Yugo Hamakawa, who walked, scored back in the first inning. Ground ball perhaps keeps it a 2-2 ball game. Feasel comes set, brings it home. Downstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. Good job by Feasel on a 3-2 pitch to make Erickson put the ball into play. Holdren, the number 3 hitter on deck for the Rangers. Trying to break a 2-2 tie here in the second inning. Feasel's pitch is popped up in shallow left field. Out goes Parga. In comes Lasad. He'll make the catch. He spins. Now he's going to gut it home, and the throw is up the line at third and slided in safely is Frisbee, and Northwestern retakes a 1-run advantage at 3-2.
And eventually that runner was going to be able to tag and come home, so you knew that Lasad was going to have to put a ball on a rope into the wind. That ball's not going to get there in time to get the runner at home. Great job by Shields laying out in front of it, keeping it there, not allowing any other runner to advance.
Amakawa with the RBI sac fly. Runners are at first and second. Now 2 out for the Rangers. And Brandon Holdren. 3-2 Northwestern. If they only get 1 out of this mess, they are really going to be grumbling. They had an opportunity for more than 2 in the first. Now they had them loaded with nobody out so far. 1 has crossed home. Feasel trying to nail the coffin lid shut here with the second. Misses low, and it's 1 ball, no strikes.
And credit to Feasel coming in and inheriting a pretty bad situation and being calm on the mound. And you never got the feeling that he was nervous out there, even in his warm-up pitches. Has dominated the count. Maybe not gotten ahead as early as you would want, but has done a good job so far.
1-0 the count. Feasel comes set at the letters. In the Kelly Green jersey, now delivers, and it's a strike at the knees. 1 ball and 1 strike. I'll tell you something we have yet to talk about. If Feasel comes in and allows 1 run, not only does that give him confidence, but what does that do for this bullpen? I mean, hey, we're able to get the job done in early game, tight game situations. 1-1 the count to Holdren. Looking to extend a 3-2 Ranger advantage, and that is just outside. 2-1 the count, and the Bison partisan here at Bobby Cox Field grumbling, and rightfully so, about that call.
Yeah, the weight of this game kind of has added a little bit. The gravitas maybe ever since Coach Bowen got a little frustrated with the interference call, kind of added a little bit of spice to this game, which was kind of just another weekend series at the ballpark. Now kind of has some gravitas. You feel the weight of every bat a little bit more.
2-1 the count. Feasel looks to second. And the pitch, swing and a miss. Good off speed, it's 2-2. Okay, I was not going to make you do it the first time, but you used the word twice. Spell it for me.
Oh, boy. Listen, All right, I'll give it a try. Let's see. Gravitas. Oh, boy. Can I phone a friend?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Or take your headphones off and go ask your girlfriend 2 booths down.
That is the brains of the operation. So
2 balls and 2 strikes. To bail you out, I'll give you a chance to pull it up on your phone. Google it. I'll try to not use words I can't spell.
if I did that, I'd be in trouble. Limit myself to 4-letter words and 3-letter words and my name.
The
That'd be about
2-2
it.
pitch. Down and in. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Oh, there's an eye in there.
A walk and a hit batsman, a single, and 2 flyouts to left, the second of which was a Hamakawa sac fly, has broken a 2-2 tie. This will be one of those big Texas high school words. Gravitas.
Sounded good.
Did you figure out the spelling?
Yes, it's Gravitas.
Good. You win a prize.
I would have spelled it right without the I. I didn't know where the I would be in the situation, so I was just going to go without it and pray for the best. But I'm glad I got to phone a friend.
3 balls, 2 strikes, and the pitch, and a bouncing ball up the middle, and a big hop over the glove of Parka into center field. A run will score, and taking third is going to be Buxton. So that will close the book on Will Duncan. You want to talk about a break? That was one for the Rangers. And they certainly deserve a few this weekend. They haven't had many go their way. A bad hop single with Parga right in position.
And we've seen that now twice, a bad hop in this game, in this ballpark. You go back earlier in the game and you think about the one that happened to Holdren at third in the first inning that skipped over him to roll into left field. And it's just, one of those things when you're playing baseball, bad hops are going to happen.
Ironically enough, Holdren was the victim of that first one you were talking about. Now he's the beneficiary of this one. 4-2 Northwestern. The first pitch is a swing and a miss for a strike. It's 0-1. Blake Hoffman reached on a fielder's choice but was called out on a call that Ryan Bowen did not like at all. When Holdren went sliding into the second, attempting to break up a double play, but he was called out for interference. 4 runs, 4 hits for Northwestern. They've doubled up the Bison. We're in the top of the second. A swing and a miss. And it's 0-2. I'll still say if you limit the damage to 2, that is a battle won for this Bison staff. Rangers have had a ton of base runners in the first 2 innings. Told you that before Duncan departed, 7 of the 8 hitters that he faced had reached base. Yet it was just a 2-0 lead after a half inning for the Rangers. In comes the 0-2 pitch from Feasel. Good burn pitch, low and away. 1 ball, 2 strikes. He at least had Blake Hoffman thinking.
Yeah, Hoffman, you're at that point when you're down 0-2, you have to take a swing at anything that comes close. You normally, if he was a right-handed hitter, you see that slider start in the zone and creep out and try to get the strike. The 2-seam can move like that. Typically doesn't move quite as much as a slider. I would love to see him attack the outside of the zone until it's 2-2.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Feasel with runners at the quarters. Kicks and delivers. A swing and a miss. And good job of Shields to hold on. And the damage is minimized to just 2 runs. 2 runs, 2 hits, and 2 left for Northwestern. After 1.5 of this 7-inning game, it's the Rangers 4, Oklahoma Baptist 2 on the Bison Sports Network. Ramon Gomez will lead off the bottom of the second. OBU trailed 2-0 after a half inning, responded with 2 in their half of the first. Now trail 4-2 after 1.5. So Dylan Collins coughed up 1 2-run lead. Let's see what he does here to protect it in the second. Bison fans, are you a fan of golf? If so, this is the month for you on shopobubison.com. During the month of April, you can get 20% off golf products. Don't miss out on this great discount. Visit shopobubison.com today. Ramon Gomez in today's first ball game had a pair of singles and a double against 3 Ranger pitchers at a 16-6 win. OBU's 5 through 9 hitters were dominant. They scored 14 of the 16 runs. So the first pitch from Collins is away and low. 1 ball, no strikes. Gomez had 3 hits. Trey Furry had a couple of hits, scored 3 times. Cade Kissel scored 3 runs and had 2 home runs, not to mention the 4-hit game for Parka. Pop up into right, charging in, and now to his right is Kelly. He misplayed it and slided in without a throw is going to be Gomez. That'll be a double. Sean Kelly, who has played third base the first 2 games of this series, never looked comfortable. As he was playing deep and right to begin with. He had to come racing in and then sprinted to his right. And with the wind moving that ball, he just was not in position. It hit about 2 feet behind him. So a cheap double, but nonetheless a extra base hit for Ramon Gomez. And here is Trey Furry.
And I almost feel like that probably should have been Frisbee, the center fielder's ball. It's easier to come from that direction to make the play, as there's a 360 check swing from Furry there at the plate. But we've seen already how much easier it is to come when to come field that ball when the wind is blowing the ball to you, as opposed to running behind it trying to catch it.
Trey Furry comes from a football family. We told you his uncle has been with the Chicago Bears up until last season. A swing and a miss, and Furry, who was swinging to tie it at 4, is behind 0-2. Trey Furry has had a good weekend against Northwestern last weekend down to Durant. Went for 10 with a couple of RBIs against Southeastern. He's had 1 5-hit game this year and 2 3-hit contests. Now Collins preoccupied with Gomez at second. I understand worried about the running game. They have reason to. But when you start to divide your attention between base runners and the hitter, that's where you get yourself in a lot of trouble. 0-2 pitch, way outside, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Especially for Collins, who's done a good job today. He's gotten himself up on the OBU hitters, especially early in the count. And you feel like he hasn't been able to take advantages of what you'd call a burn pitch or maybe a stretch pitch where, you have that outside of the zone trying to get the hitter to chase, because he's been so worried about those base runners.
1-2 the count to third baseman Trey Furry. F-U-R-R-E-Y. Collins brings it in, and that one is smothered and blocked nicely by Priest. As he buried it in the dirt, it's 2-2. Trey Furry, 2 hits in today's first ball game. Furry last night reached into there and singled. So he has hit safely in both ends of the first 2 games of this series. Troy Shields, the Bison catcher, awaits on deck at his first opportunity to swing a bat against Ranger pitching. In comes the 2-2 pitch, and it's low, and Furry has managed to coax a full count out of Dylan Collins.
And Collins was up 0-2 and doesn't have anything to show for it. Didn't even get one that Furry really even had to look at. He just got to kind of sit there and watch 3 pitches go by. And now for the most part, something's got to come in the zone from Collins.
Here's the 3-2 pitch, and he chased one that was probably ball 4. And that got a piece of his foot. You can see him go into all 4s after he gimped down the third base line. That will smart for a little while, and that will hurt even worse probably tomorrow. Now Furry is laying on his back, and he is in some pain. I thought it got his foot, but it looks like he's almost reacting to his left knee.
I think it could be maybe a twisted knee type deal as he's pointing at it. I don't know that. I think the twisted knee is probably what it is.
Well, Ben Cleveland has been brought out of the dugout. He is the head athletic trainer on Bison Hill. Chris Cox is taking a look at it as well. Home plate umpire down to check on Trey Furry. I thought maybe that ball hit his foot by the way he reacted. But then once he got about halfway down the line at third, he just kind of crumpled down and started to look at his left knee, and that's exactly what Ben Cleveland is examining. You can see him moving that knee back and forth. Now Trey is helped up by Ben. He's a little gimpy, but I bet the competitor in Furry is going to keep him into the ballgame.
I would agree with that. Obviously, you hope he's okay, but especially when you feel like that you have the number of Collins, the pitcher, and you know he's going to have to throw you a strike in a full count. The last thing Trey wants to do is come out of this ball game. And so I would look to see him finish this at bat, and I don't know that we'll see him at third at the next bottom or the top of the third, but I definitely think he's going to take a solid crack at this one.
3-2. So Trey able to fight off the first payoff pitch from Dylan Collins. Collins has only been involved in one decision. We told you earlier he is 1-0 with an earned run average of 6. Here's the payoff pitch into the handle. Popped up behind home plate. Priest got a late jump, but it's going to drop at the base of the backstop. Had Hayden not thought that ball was headed for the bleachers, he might have had a chance at it. In fact, the only reason that he realized that he had a chance was the speculative Ranger fans seated just beyond the Northwestern dugout of the first base side started giving him some vocal help. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Furry carries the tied run here in the second. 4-2 in a 7-inning game. The Rangers in the lead. The pitch. Again, he spoils that one. You can see Trey kind of grimacing once he came around and kind of hopped on that leg. He'll be re-examined, you can bet, after this at bat and decide whether or not his mobility is good enough out there to remain in the game at third. 3-2 again, the 4-3-2 pitch. Upcoming from Collins to Furry, and he brings it home. Checked his swing? No, he did not. Trey says, are you not even going to check the field umpire? The home plate umpire said, no, you're out.
Yeah, Trey tried to do his best Bob Gibson impression there, obviously with his leg hurting. Hopefully he's okay. I'm sure Ben Cleveland and company, who do a great job in the athletic staff, will look at him and give him an honest evaluation of if he should return to this game. In what's already been a clinched series, I don't know that we'll see him again today.
Southeastern Series for Trey Shields. 1 game, 1 for 2, a home run, 2 runs scored, and an RBI. That home run ended a 1 for 19 for Troy. 1 on, 1 out here in the second. Now Collins steps off the mound. The home run by Shields down to Durant was his first bomb since he went deep in back-to-back games in Ada against East Central and in Searcy against Harding. His best game, 4 hits, 5 RBIs on March the 5th here against Southwestern. Here is Collins' pitch inside, scoots the big catcher off the plate. 1 ball, no strikes. Troy Shields, like Schroeder, transfer from Folsom Lake College in California. One to know the count to Shields with Parga on deck. That one is inside again. It's 2-0. All is quiet right now in the Ranger bullpen. Neither team's reserve has been tapped all that much in the first 2 games of the series. It all started last night with Ethan Swanson going the final 7 and Bo Dallas going 9. In comes the pitch. Downstairs, and the advantage is plus now for Shields. Let's see if he has the green light to swing.
And I think you give Shields the green light here. You know Collins has to throw a strike, and you get the feeling that the last thing they want to do is bring Jose Parga to the plate with 2 on and 1 out.
3-0 the count. Collins brings it home, and it's a fastball upstairs, and the Tide runs are aboard with one out, and look out. Jose Parga is coming to the plate. Parga had the 2 home runs today. Last night he struck out twice and singled. So Jose Parga a chance to make his presence known. How good is this offense? Told you they're up to 81 home runs now. The school record for most home runs in a single season was back in 2009. That was the NAI era. And in 2021. Swing first pitch fouled off by Parga for a strike. So this year's team, and we are still only midway into April, with at least a month of the season left, is poised to not only break but shatter the single-season home run record for an OBU club. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Same spot and same result, fouled out of play.
And you know that deep back in Parker's mind, as much as he probably doesn't want to admit it, he's searching for that 4th home run today. That's a pretty special day when you can put 4 out of the ballpark in one day. But even more so than that, you know he's looking to get an RBI. Anything into the outfield realistically scores the guy from second, Gomez.
0-2 the count to the Bison shortstop. Tying runs are on. Go ahead, run to the plate with one out in the second. Dylan Collins brings it home, and the fastball is high. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Last night I had said something, and I know nobody remembers it, but I do, and I want to correct myself. I said the first year that these two teams played in baseball was in '74. They actually didn't play until 1984, 34 years after Oklahoma Baptist fielded their first varsity baseball team in 1950. Ground ball to second, handled by Bucks at a second for 1. The throw to first for 2. And Collins induces the ground ball that he needs. No runs, 2 hits, and 1 left. We go to the third. It's 4-2 Northwestern to the Bison Sports Network. Boy, give Dylan Collins, the Northwestern right-hander, a lot of credit. He is limited to this offense to 2 runs on 3 hits in a day in which this team flourishes. Wind out of the south, blowing out. 2 on, 1 out, and he induces a ground ball off of red-hot Jose Parga's bat. So Sean Kelly will lead off the Northwestern third. Kelly doubled in a run as part of the 2-run first. Nolan Feasel would be great if he put up a 0 on the scoreboard right here in the third. First pitch is hit high and deep, and that is gone. Sean Kelly goes yard, and it's now 5-2 Northwestern.
And you get the feeling, Todd, that the Bison are going to have to start to put together some offense quick, fast, and in a hurry, because this Northwestern Rangers lineup feels like they have the number of this Bison bullpen. And you mentioned earlier, they've been working to see this bullpen. They feel like if they can get to the back half of the bullpen, they can start to put some runs on the board.
Well, give Northwestern a lot of credit because they could have laid down and just gone through the exercise of playing this 7-inning game and then made the 3+ hour bus drive home to Alva. But they've come out and they've been the better team. They've been the more aggressive team. OBU looks a little lifeless in this second game as Fiesel's first pitch is high and away, 1 ball, no strikes. There was no doubt about that bomb from Sean Kelly. In comes the pitch, and it's low, 2 balls and no strikes.
And you're right, it does seem the momentum has switched from the third base side of this ballpark to the first base side. The spectators, the dugout, the players, they all have a little bit of upbeatness about them.
Here's the 2-0 offering. In tight and upstairs, 3 balls and no strikes. You know, in baseball it's pretty simple. The starter oftentimes dictates a game. And Will Duncan today just did not have it. 7 of the 8 that he faced reached. Officially, he gave up all 4 runs as that slider's a strike, and it's 3-1. Third game of a 2-week, 7-game homestand for OBU. They have won 6 straight here at the Bob, as that pitch is high, and it's ball 4. So Fiesel gives up his first walk. And still nobody working behind Nolan in the bullpen. Joseph Frisbee, who drew the first walk, or the second walk, the leadoff walk in the second, and scored, is going to step to the plate. Beautiful day here at Shawnee. OBU looking for the serious sweep. But now with some work to do, it's 5-2 Rangers. And Fiesel's pitch. Outside corner for a strike. It's 0-1.
And that's it. Fiesel needs to go ahead and attack the zone early in the count. These Northwestern hitters, usually the first time through, they'll take that first pitch. Second time through, they'll start to swing if they like what they see. But he needs to attack the outside corner of the zone and then work off of the fastball.
Fiesel brings it home. They show bunt with Frisbee. It's upstairs, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. One ball and 1 strike. Fiesel gives a look to first and Priest. Not much of a threat to run. And the pitch is upstairs. It's 2 balls and 1 strike. Trey Furry, incidentally, is still out there defensively at third base. Trey was about 3 or 4 steps on the infield grass after Frisbee earlier this at-bat had showed at least the threat of a bunt. Fiesel's pitch is low, and it's 3 balls and 1 strike. Scotty Scheffler today, 1 under par. Now 9 under, 3 clear of Cameron Smith, leading the Masters. In fact, he's the only American of the top 5 on the first page of the leaderboard in Augusta.
A big comeback for Cameron Smith today, going 4 under today to cut the 5. What was a 5-stroke lead as there's a strike low and inside in the zone with the fastball. He's cut that lead down to 3. It got up to 6 today. Cameron Smith started today 3 in the third spot, 6 behind. Now only 3. You know this Sunday is going to be electric.
3-2 the count to Joseph Frisbee. And Fiesel brings it home, and a fly ball hit pretty well into center field. Going back as Keller still going back. He leaps and can't make the catch. It's up against the fence. Digging for third is Priest. They'll put the stop sign up. And Frisbee has yet another extra base hit in this series.
Credit to Frisbee. He has come alive in this series at the plate, and then also made a couple big plays in the outfield for this Ranger squad. And you can tell when he got to second, the third base, that first base dugout came alive. He gave him a little emotion when he got there. And there's a little bit of electricity building in that first base dugout. They're rallying a little bit. They feel like they deserve to be here, and they're playing like it.
Well, Koenig a chance to really do some damage here with runners at second and third, and there's still nobody out against Nolan Fiesel. Looks like if OBU's going to win this game, it's just going to have to be a slugfest. Jake Hamilton, the transfer from Wichita State, is warming in the bullpen. And I just about said it a moment ago. What about Jake coming in this situation? First pitch is at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. Jake Hamilton 2 years ago led Wichita State in strikeouts. He didn't play last year and was the Friday night designated starter, but has just struggled with his control. Very good stuff, but his walks have been astronomical. Fly ball into center field, not very well hit. In comes Keller. It's going to drop, and 2 runs will score. It's now 7-2 Rangers.
And this spells trouble for OBU. You're in a spot now where you're deep in the bullpen and you're relying on people or arms that maybe don't always get the reps and don't have the experience being in these situations. And now you're counting on these arms to pull you out down in the deficit and rally a little bit. It's just a tough spot to be at.
Fred Buxton will bat. He's had a great day today. Has a single back of the second. If Feasel doesn't get Buxton, you can bet this is his last batter, with Jake Hamilton working quickly out there in left field. Here's Feasel's first pitch. It's downstairs. Shields keeps it in front of him. Now guns it into second. It sails into center field, but no advancement. So Koenig with a stolen base, and it's 1 ball, no strikes. And the Rangers right now are doing anything and everything they want against Feasel.
And Feasel came in and started off his first half inning of work really well, got out with only 2 runs, and none of which were inherited, all of which were inherited by him. And now it's just kind of a matter of calming the storm. You said it earlier, damage control. That's the key. The runs that have gone across the plate are in the past. You have to focus on the runner or the hitter at the plate.
Bison better be careful. This one gets away from you in the third. There's still nobody out. First 4 have reached. The first 3 of those 4 have scored. It's 7-2 Rangers. As Nolan Feasel looks to second and brings home the pitch, and it's grounded up the middle and into center for a base hit. Ryan Bowen is going to wave around Koenig. Here comes Keller's throw. It's cut off by Shields. And now Shields just allows the runner to slide into second base. It's an 8-2 ball game. And Buxton has yet another hit in this series against OBU. Apparently Hamilton is not warm yet, because I'm surprised they are allowing him to face Erickson. Feasel has faced 5. 5 have reached. 2 singles, a double, a home run, and a walk here in the third inning.
And I think if you're Coach Cox, it's worth it to give Hamilton a little bit more time in the bullpen. Don't make him warm up coming onto the field of play and allowing another run and ruining another arm in the early in this game.
Pitch is downstairs as Erickson briefly showed bunt. It's 1 ball, no strikes.
I think the key here is preserving the bullpen, making it run as deep as you possibly can. And I think the worst thing you can do is rush Jake into the game, not allow him to get warm in his control that he's already struggled with a little bit this year, maybe not there, in giving up more runs than necessary.
Feasel's 1-0 pitch. Outside corner for a strike with a slider. It's 1-1. Well, the Ranger fans that have had to sit through the first 2 games of what has been a frustrating series, especially from an offensive standpoint, have to be loving this one right now. Already 8 runs and 8 hits, and there's still nobody out in the third inning. Feasel looks to second, a decent lead by Buxton, and the pitch, swing and a miss, went away, and Erickson could not catch up. So Feasel, for one of the first time in this inning, has the advantage of the upper hand of the count.
And that's the key for Feasel. Now you can make Erickson take swings at pitches he doesn't want to swing at. Maybe ground into just an easy play at first. Maybe get tagged the runner at second. It's just you need to start forcing these hitters to take swings at pitches they don't like.
In comes the 1-2 offering from Nolan Feasel. And it's a pop-up that should be playable for Dan Pruitt. Wynn trying to push it back in, but it's caught near the coach's box at foul territory, and that's out number 1.
And maybe that's the space Feasel needs to breathe in this game. You got your out now. Now you're rolling. You've established control on your pitches. Now go put out the next 2.
Yugo Hamakawa to bat. He has walked, scored, has an RBI sac fly. That was part of the 2-run second inning. Northwestern with 2 in the first and 2 in the second. So far 4 here in the third. They have an 8-2 advantage over Oklahoma Baptist. Nolan Feasel comes set at the letters, now brings home the pitch, and it's in there for a strike. They're working the inner half that time to the native of Tokyo, Japan, Yugo Hamakawa. Here's the pitch, and a bouncing ball right side. Big hop for Gomez to first. And there's 2 outs as Buxton advances to third. So a good job of buckling down here by Nolan after I didn't think he would face the top of the order. He's induced the foul out and the ground out to Erickson and Hamakawa. And now Brandon Holdren will have a chance to extend a 6-run Ranger advantage. OBU will have the top third of their lineup due up in the third inning. Feasel with the infield shifted around towards second. Misses down and in, 1 ball, no strikes. Holdren has faced either Duncan or now Feasel in all 3 innings of this ball game. He's also hitter number 8 to parade to home plate for the Rangers. Bison through 2 innings, limited to 2 runs and 3 hits. Here's Feasel's pitch. Swatted out of play down the third base side. The count evens up, 1 ball, 1 strike. One and one the count. In comes the pitch, and that's lined into left field and is down for a base hit. It's now 9-2 as Buxton comes home to score. And Holdren now has back-to-back RBI hits for Northwestern. Do you leave Feasel out there to face the best hitter of the Ranger lineup, Blake Hoffman? Hoffman is certainly the most dangerous hitter in the 9-hitter lineup for Ryan Bowen's club. So it is either going to be a gut check win for Northwestern or it is going to be an exhilarating loss. First pitch is downstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. And no lead is safe in this ballpark. And you say that whether you're up 9-2 or the other team, in this instance, is up 9-2.
And for Feasel, you get the feeling that he's starting to settle in a little bit. Obviously, the hit just gave up, but he's actually done a good job of fighting and shows a lot of grit in this inning.
1-1 the count. The pitch swatted out of play, third base side. Rangers have scored 5 runs. They have done it on 5 hits here in this third inning. They have matched their high for base hits in any of the 3 games. They had 9 last night. Or excuse me, they had 9 earlier today. They had 7 last night. One ball, 1 strike, and a fly ball into left center field. Keller making a play on it, leaps, and it's gone. That was wind aided. The wind just kept pushing it. And that's what you have to do in this ballpark on this day, just get it up in the jet stream. And it's 11-2 Rangers. So all Northwestern has been saying all series long is let us have a chance against that OBU bullpen. And they have punished Nolan Feasel here in the third, and that's going to be the final pitch thrown by Nolan. So Jake Hamilton will come into the ball game. Northwestern leading 11-2 here on the Bison Sports Network. Jake Hamilton is into the ball game. The son of former Oklahoma Sooner Scott Hamilton, going through his warm-up tosses and trying to shut this Ranger Express down. Northwestern scored 7 here in the third inning, lead it 11-2. So Jake Hamilton is into the ball game for the 9th time, only the 3rd time out of the bullpen. 0-1 record, earned run average 9.58. 34 walks, 31 strikeouts, and that tells you all you need to know in just 20 2/3 innings. Jake is very, very capable. Let's hope he's got the stuff here today. 10th Ranger here in the 3rd inning. Sean Kelly steps into the first pitch from Hamilton is away, 1 ball, no strikes. Kelly led the 3rd off with a solo home run. That is one of 2 home runs that Northwestern have hit in this inning. Hamilton's pitch, big swing, no contact, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. He has electric stuff if he can command the strike zone.
Well, and this feels like the linchpin of this game, right? There's 2 ways this can go for the Bison. A rally starts here, or the continuation of what's been an unbelievable 3rd inning from this Northwestern team, who has resiliently fought regardless of the score or the outcome of 2 games prior. This kind of feels like the point in the game where it can go either way.
Hamilton's pitch just misses, and it's 3 balls and 1 strike. 7 runs, 6 hits, the Ranger line against Nolan Feasel. Feasel struck out just 1 batter. That was Hoffman in the 2nd. Hamilton's 3-1 pitch, swing and a miss, and it's 3 balls and 2 strikes.
And if you're Hamilton, you'll provide a big jolt of energy to your offense with a strikeout here coming in, giving a little bit of life to this bullpen that's struggled early in this game.
Hamilton gets the sign, brings home the 3-2 pitch, and he walked him. Jake thought, I think that was strike 3 as he started to walk off the mound. Instead, it's a 2-out walk and keeps the inning alive for Hayden Priest. Jake's dad, we told you, was Scott Hamilton. He pitched in 85 and 86 for the Oklahoma Sooners. During that time, he went 18-6. Had a 4-year professional career in the St. Louis Cardinals organization. Scott was drafted in the 17th round out of Oklahoma. First pitch is a strike to Priest, 0-1. Jake Hamilton, 2 years ago, the leading strikeout artist on the Wichita State staff. Primarily has lived and died by a fastball in his career. That one is low, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike.
Credit to Troy. Fielded that one really well, picked it out. Backside hand grab there. And he's kind of settled in now. There's a couple balls early in this game he couldn't quite get his glove on. Settled in, starting to defend the plate well.
1 ball, 1 strike. Hamilton comes set at the letters. And he brings it home. Swing and a miss, and it's 1-2. I watched Jake here on Tuesday afternoon throw a bullpen on that mound. I'll tell you what, he was lights out. Rangers 11, Bison 2. We are still in the top of the 3rd inning. Runner goes, the pitch, a swing and a miss, and that'll do it. Good job by Jake Hamilton. He comes in, walks 1, strikes out 1, and the inning is over. 7 runs, 6 hits for Northwestern. Rangers leave 1 aboard. We played 2.5 at Shawnee, 11-2 Northwestern of the Bison Sports Network. Dylan Collins goes to work in the 3rd with a comfortable 11-2 lead, but he will face the top of the lineup for Oklahoma Baptist, Lasad, Keller, and Pruitt. The only 2 runs OBU has against Collins came back in the 1st. They had a leadoff double in the 2nd by Gomez, and then a strikeout, a walk, and a double play ended that threat. Zach, you're still going through spring drills here at OBU. Your brother finished it up his first spring at Auburn. You said he had 5 catches today in their spring game.
Yeah, he's the athletes in our family got better. They started out really good, my mom being the best in our family, a Hall of Fame athlete at ACU, and then kind of skipped one, and there was me, and then my younger 2 brothers who, Brandon, like you said, is at Auburn and does a great job playing tight end there. My youngest brother just signed to play defensive end at SMU, so great athletes all around in the family, and hopefully he has a successful fall as well.
Here's Isaiah Lasad to lead off, has an infield hit and scored a run. First pitch from Collins is in there for a strike. Tell you what, you don't take a back seat to anybody, big guy, in what you do. No balls and 1 strike to Isaiah Lasad here in the 3rd. And one is in tight, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Zach, an offensive lineman at Oklahoma Baptist, for maybe our Ranger fans that are listening. One of the better offensive linemen of the Great American Conference. 1 ball and 1 strike, and the pitch in there for a strike. It's 1-2. Had just a little look at spring the other day, and it certainly looked a little bit different in a couple of areas. Quarterback position, the running back position, and no Josh Cornell out there. 1-2 the count to Isaiah Lasad, and that one has popped up and driven straight back and out of play. Bison also a little bit surprised but happy for former defensive coordinator Brandon Morris, who announced his departure from the school this week. He has been living and commuting from Moore. He's a native of Moore, and he is now going to be the defensive coordinator for the 6A Lions. 2 balls and 2 strikes. He's also going to coach 4 classes at Moore. He'll be good in the classroom, too, I'm sure. But Brandon has done a remarkable job building that defense here on Bison Hill. Better thing about Coach Morris, he's an even better person. Another foul ball back to the netting. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Gabe Elisario, who had been the defensive backs coach at Southeastern, their recruiting coordinator, immediately was summoned by Chris Jensen to come in and replace Morris.
Credit to Coach Morris, too. You talk about the guy he is, and that couldn't be more evident by the choice he made to walk away from college football to go back to high school where he is equally as talented. There's a left ground ball on the left side of third base and a great throw that gets Lasad, and he didn't quite like that call. He gave a good hustle to first, but he was out by just a smidge. But like you said, Coach Morris is a great coach but a better guy, and we wish him all the best there at Moore, and we know he's not only going to bring a great coach into that locker room, but also a great guy and a great leader of men. So good luck to Coach Morris, and also we're excited to welcome Coach Elisario and excited to get to work with him.
Here's Walker Keller, and what a great job Collins has done in keeping the ball down and inducing a lot of ground ball outs. That's the way you win on days like today. Walker didn't mean to, but went around for a strike. It is 0-1.
And again, a great pitch by Collins. You saw the two-seam fastball work away from Walker there. He swung and then immediately afterwards almost hit himself with the bat because he was angry. But Collins has absolutely showed great stuff on the mound today.
Collins brings it home, and that one hits
Poor Walker Keller.
Walker, and that's the third time in the doubleheader today he's been hit.
Yeah, his right shoulder is going to be a little sore tomorrow when he wakes up. That's the second one he's worn up there today.
So Keller trots down to first base for Dan Pruitt. 11 runs, 10 hits for the Rangers. 2 runs, 3 hits for the Bison. Duncan started, did not get out of the second. Feasel finished up the second, did not get out of the third. And now Jake Hamilton on the mound for OBU. Dylan Collins, to this point, has been airtight for Northwestern of the bump. In comes the pitch, and he fouls it out for a strike, 0-1 the count. You know, the thing I noticed the other day in spring drills was watching Coach Morris out there coaching up the defense like he was going to be around for a while. At that point, he had just 2 more practices left, and I think that says all you need to know about his character. Throw over to first, diving back in as Walker Keller. He didn't get those final 2 practices. They postponed the final 2 days of spring football this week to give Coach Elisario a little bit more time to get his system and his feet underneath him. In tight, 1 ball, 1 strike. Not a bad thing to get days off, but you make those up.
You won't hear me complain about having days off and giving the body a couple days to rest, and you're right, we will make them up, but, you know, it makes sense. You know, we were excited to have Coach Elisario in and want him to have all the chance he can to meet with our guys and meet with the coaches to get everything figured out.
Fastball high from Collins. It's 2 balls and a strike. Interesting enough, Elisario's wife is the pitching coach for Southeastern softball. We saw her just a week ago next door at Bison Softball Park. Who knew at the time? 1 on, 1 out. We are in the 3rd inning. Collins throws to first, and diving back in is Keller. It's not a 9-run hit, so you just chip away at this deficit. Collins' pitch is downstairs, and it's 3-1.
And if you're Pruitt, you've been working for this moment now for 4 pitches. You know that you're up 3-1, probably going to get some sort of pitch down the middle, maybe the off-speed down the middle, but I have a feeling Collins is going to work either that slider he's shown earlier today or that inside fastball for Pruitt to get a look at.
You wonder how long Dylan can go as he gets a called strike on the outside quarter. He has only gone more than 4 innings 3 different times, and he's never gone 6. Now, he's thrown very well today, and having a 9-run lead at the time certainly allows him a little bit more leeway out there on the mound. The bullpen is quiet for Northwestern, as you would expect with an 11-2 lead. Pitch, swing and a miss, and Pruitt goes down. Collins with just his 3rd strikeout of the contest, and the first since striking out Trey Furry back in the 2nd. Here comes Alex Schroeder. See if Schroeder can piggyback something to this at bat off that missile he hit out of the ballpark back in the 1st.
And Schroeder has been a ride-the-wave hitter this year so far, so I would expect for him to look for a fastball or even an outside slider to try to push out of the left center field of this ballpark.
Collins throws again to first, and Keller diving back in. Temperatures expected to be near 80 degrees this afternoon. Last night it was low 50s by the time we got out of here around 9 o'clock. First pitch, swing and a miss. Schroeder went chasing, and the count's no balls and 1 strike. Bison were swept by Harding. They were hoping to get 3 wins this weekend. One is downstairs, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. His team vastly different at home as opposed to the road. You would expect that. At home, they are 10-3. On the road, they are 5-10. 1-1 the count, and the pitch. Hit hard and diving stop at third. Holdren has it to first, pulled Hoffman off the bag, and Blake applies the tag. That is a big-time play by Brandon Holbrook. He took away a bullet on the ground off Alex Schroeder's bat. It took away probably a run for OBU. No runs, no hits, and 1 left. We go to the 4th. All Rangers, they lead 11-2 on the Bison Sports Network. Seven, 8, and 9, 2 up for the Rangers, who look to build on a 11-2 lead. And their offense certainly has a spark today, but it was aided by a terrific play by Holdren at third base. One of the best defensive plays we've seen from either team this weekend. Here is the first pitch from Hamilton. It's in there for a strike. Jake Watt Kelly struck out Priest, the 2 batters he faced, coming in for Nolan Fiesel in the 3rd inning. Next pitch is a strike, and it's 0-2. Northwestern, 7 runs, 6 hits in the 3rd. They have scored in all 3 innings thus far in the ballgame. Hamilton's pitch, swing and a miss. Frisbee goes down swinging, and a nice pitch by Hamilton. Looked like he almost pulled the string, and here comes Koenig. Koenig has a 2-run single. He also has been hit by a pitch. He's accounted for 4 of the 11 runs out of the number 8 spot. Just glad to see Braden back out there after he had that literally run-in with the wall back in the first game. First pitch is a strike at the letters. It's 0-1.
And it feels like the way Hamilton's pitching, it should give a spark to this Bison dugout, but it just doesn't. It doesn't feel like they're getting that, and they're not feeding off of that energy that he's providing at the plate, where it's 5 pitches and 5 strikes from Jake Hamilton, and you feel like he has the ability to turn this game around for the Bison if the team comes with him.
Here's the 0-2 pitch. In tight, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Well, I'm glad to see Jake out there having success because he's a guy that OBU needs his best going forward. He's very, very capable. 1-2 pitch. Fought off and fouled out of play. Softball swept Northwestern today, took all 3 up at Alva. We were joking of the first ball game, and they may be back in their cars and out of here before This doubleheader's over. Pop up down the line and left. Wind is twisted at foul. So Braden will see another 1-2 pitch from Jake Hamilton.
And you never want to lay it at the foot of one person, but if Jake Hamilton is throwing his stuff come tournament time, there's a strong chance the Bison can make a run deep into this GAC tournament if he's another eligible arm for them.
2 balls and 2 strikes, there's no doubt. I mean, you're looking at a kid that they thought up until the first month of the season was going to be their number 1 guy. Swing and a miss. Down goes Koenig. And that is strikeout number 3 for Hamilton. And if anybody can get Jake straightened out, it is Cody Pater. But when it is in the head and not mechanically or in the stuff, it's much more difficult for a pitching coach to make those necessary changes. Here's Buxton. First pitch is a strike away. It's 0-1. And right now, that's all it is a confidence standpoint for Jake. Never will be about his arm. Misses high, 1 ball and 1 strike.
But that's why I think you have to commend Coach Cox and Coach Painter for continuing to go back to the well with Jake and letting him figure that stuff out. A lot of it gets figured out with reps. There's a fastball that misses high in the zone. But a lot of that stuff gets figured out with time, with reps, with experience on the mound, going through those moments, fighting through that adversity and showing character.
Here's the 2-1 pitch. That one's way outside. And it's 3-1 with the top of the order, Erickson, on deck. A lot of people probably don't know this, but Jake Hamilton made a living at the Division I level with 1 pitch, a fastball. They've been working hard to develop a second pitch here on Bison Hill. There's a 2-out walk. Second walk given up by Hamilton, and here comes Erickson. Think about how good you have to be at that level to dominate hitters with just a fastball. Mariano Rivera had 1 pitch, and he was really, really good. But he did that at the back end of games, not as a starter.
To be able to travel 4, 5, 6 innings deep into a game with 1 pitch speaks to the level of control that he's had at one point, and reaching that again is not impossible for Hamilton, as you see a strike there called in the inside corner of the zone. But it feels like it's just finding that consistency with the fastball and then also being able to maintain. You don't have to throw it all the time, but some sort of movement off of that ball.
0-1 pitch downstairs, and it evens up the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. He certainly has it in his genes. We told you his dad was a pretty high draft pick of the St. Louis Cardinals back in the mid-'80s. 1-1 the count. Hamilton looks, now deals, and it's low. 2 balls and 1 strike. Looking ahead to the Bison 4th, it'll be Self, Gomez, and Furry. That's 5, 6, and 7. Now the 2-1 offering. Downstairs, and it's 3-1.
We've seen that miss there now 3 times back-to-back. For Hamilton, you're going to have to start establishing the fastball in the zone. You can't keep trying to go outside bottom right corner, especially if you've missed that pitch now twice in a row. Start to bring it back, work the inside of the zone.
3 balls and a strike. Runner at first is Buxton. The pitch bounced to the hole and short and into left. He beat the shift that time, and that's going to roll all the way to the fence. And that's going to score Buxton from first base, and digging for third is Erickson. And it's 12-2. So they had the shift on up the middle with Parga, and that ball went right where he normally would be. But the troublesome part was it rolled all the way to the wall.
I can't help but feel like that hit did not deserve to be a triple the way that Erickson dug it out to be. And credit to Erickson for digging it up, never giving it up on the play. But, man, it felt like just, maybe miscommunication or something.
Amakawa takes low, 1 ball, no strikes. So it is 12-2 Northwestern. I said coming to this series, if they were going to win, they were going to have to outslug OBU, and they have done that in this game. 2-0 the count, and all of a sudden Hamilton has hit an air pocket after striking out the first 2. He walked Buxton, gave up the triple. Now behind to Hamakawa, 2 balls and no strikes. There's a fly ball into center field. That'll do it for the inning. Keller is there, and the inning is over. 1 batter too late as the Rangers score for a 4th straight frame. 1 run, 1 hit, 1 left. After 3.5, it's now 12-2 Northwestern of the Bison Sports Network.
Leading off the 4th for OBU is the right fielder, number 20, Cade Self.
Cade Self to lead off the 2nd inning, or the 4th inning. Self struck out back in the 1st. Dylan Collins now staked to a 12-2 lead. First pitch is in tight, 1 ball, no strikes. Zach has had enough. He is headed to the field to shoot still photography. It's another job he hasn't done today. Collins out of the line, the 1-0 pitch. Fouled off, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. Self, Gomez, and Furry here in inning number 4. No run rule in a 7-inning contest. In comes the pitch, and a swing and a miss. Boy, Collins had nasty stuff on that ball. And Cade Self is behind 1-2. One ball, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch from Collins upstairs, and it's 2-2. Rangers with series highs in runs and hits. OBU a series low in runs and hits. Dylan Collins brings it home, and the pitch is grounded up the middle, and that's through into center field for a base hit. So Cade Self gets a bouncing ball to go into the outfield. A leadoff single here with the 4th, and that may be the way the comeback starts. Here's Ramon Gomez. Hey, and he's back. Did you fill up the cartridge already?
I think it was already full prior to me getting asked to do so. So it's that's okay. It was saves me from having to go outside and fight the elements, so you won't hear me complain.
Gomez with a leadoff double was stranded back in the 2nd inning. Bison with just their 4th hit off Dylan Collins today. Collins has not given up, with the exception of 1 game, fewer than 4 hits this season. He misses low and away, 1 ball, no strikes. Tell you what, he has pitched very, very well. He has been fearless out there with the bump, and his offense has given him a shot of confidence as well. 1-0 pitch. Grounded up the middle, and that's past the diving shortstop, Hamakawa. So back-to-back singles, and here's Furry. Furry will not hit. It's going to be a pinch hitter, Jonah Mahan. Chris Cox was talking to me before the doubleheader today about Mahan. He really, really likes Jonah. He's got a lot of skills. Offensively, he needs to gain some work. But Mahan is so young. He is just a freshman. Jonah is out of Jones High School, but played at Crossings Christian in Edmond. He bats for Trey Furry. And the first pitch to Mahan is a strike on the outside corner. Jonah Mahan in this season is a perfect 3 for 3. He has a double and 2 RBIs. This is his 7th game of the season. Here's the stretch. And the pitch, slider away, swing and a miss, 0-2. OBU with 2 wins enters this final game of the series with Northwestern, currently a half game back of Henderson State for third of the conference standings. Bison are 13-10 in league play. In comes the pitch, swing and a miss. Down goes Jonah, and that is another strikeout for Dylan Collins.
And Dylan Collins might be the unsung hero of this Northwestern team in this game. The 12 runs, you don't really think pitching when you score 12 runs, but he's done a fantastic job of limiting an unbelievable offensive firepower lineup.
Well, this would be a huge win if Northwestern can get it, because they are really on the outside looking in as far as the 8th and final playoff spot is concerned. First pitch is away, 1 ball, no strikes. They're currently 3 back in the win column and 2 back in the loss column to Arkansas Monticello. The Rangers do have the head-to-head tiebreaker, winning the earlier season series 2-1 for the Bull Weevils. Swing and a miss. Troy Shields is 1-1. Southern Arkansas has taken the first 2 games of their set in Searcy with the Bisons of Harding. They're 21-2 in league play. 7 games in the loss column, clear of second place Southeastern. Here is the 1-1 pitch. Low, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike. This is what we were talking about. Southeastern has 9 conference losses. Henderson State, OBU currently with 10. Ouachita, Tech, and Harding with 11. Monticello, Southwestern with 12 losses. So in the loss column, there's 3 games separating 2 through 9. In comes the pitch. Swing and a miss. And it's 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And that was a big cut there from Troy. You had the feeling he liked what he saw and was trying to give it a ride out of the ballpark. The 2-run shot, start the rally with 1 out, but didn't quite find the ball.
Some of the perennial top teams, OBU, Arkansas Tech, scuffling a little bit more than usual. And that ball hit Troy, so he'll be aboard. And now Ryan Bowen is out of the dugout. He is screaming. He is wanting the same call to go his way that went against Bieswanger last night. He is saying that Troy Shields did not hold the swing up. And if so, that's a foul ball. Now the 3 umpires are going to get together near first base. You could hear Ryan just screaming, no, he did not. No, he did not, meaning he did not hold up. It looks like the call is going to stand and the bases are loaded. So Jose Parga, who has 1 grand slam today, now has a chance to cut the deficit in half with 1 swing of the bat. There's still only 1 out. That's Jonah Mahan hitting for Furry, and he struck out here with the 4th. Well, Tech and OBU may be down a little bit by records. You have to admit this conference really is much, much better 1 through 10 or 1 through 11 than it has been in some time. Very good competitive baseball. Here's the pitch, swing and a miss. Parga was going for his second grand slam of the day, and he missed. Two of the top 3 hitters in batting average entering the weekend currently in this series. Cade Self, second. Yugo Hamakawa is third. Called strike away, and Parga's behind, no balls, 2 strikes. Dan Pruitt, Cade Self, 1-2 in the conference in sluggage percentage. Alex Schroeder is 6th. Hamakawa began the weekend leading the conference with 49 hits. On his heels, Isaiah Lasad with 48. 1 ball, 2 strikes. So some good individual talent on display here this weekend at Bobby Cox Field. Hamakawa just continues to get it done in a Ranger uniform. He did it last year in a sensational season of the spring for the Rangers. There is the 1-2 pitch, and it's away. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
And you can't help the feeling that Parga's waiting for something in the inside of the zone. He can turn and take the pull hit out to left field. Let the wind work on it a little bit. We've seen it a couple times today. Anything up in the jet stream can get out of this ballpark.
Reed Rice of Southeastern hit just 1 home run last week against OBU pitching. Ended the weekend with just a 1 home run advantage over Dan Pruitt with 17. Pop up down the line at right. Long run. Hoffman will not get there. And Parga stays alive. Entering the weekend, Rice with 17. Dan Pruitt with 16. Schroeder was third with 14. He's hit number 15 today. Isaiah Lasad was tied for 6th. Cade Self was tied for 8th in home runs in the Great American Conference. It's pretty impressive.
4 guys in the top 8 in the same lineup. That is wild.
Yeah, consider that only one team even has multiple players in the top 10 in home runs. This lineup will get a test next week for sure with the pitching of Southern Arkansas. Here's the 2-2 pitch, fouled back. Not that they have not gotten a test today with one Dylan Collins.
This is now the second time this Bison lineup has seen great pitching from a Northwestern pitcher. You think about Swanson on Friday night, and now again with Collins. 2 great hands that have come in, worked a lot, and then shown the ability to, whether or not base runners are on or not, throw strikes and get the pitchers or headers out at the plate.
2 balls and 2 strikes. Collins comes set, now delivers, and it's popped up behind home plate. Priest, again a late break, but this one deposits into the bleachers below. So Jose locked into a pretty good battle right now with Dylan Collins.
It's also important to note that this is about the time usually where Dylan Collins steps off the bump and someone else replaces him, about this 4.5 inning spot. And so you wonder, these long at bats with Jose Parga, a couple of other fighting battles you've seen at the plate today, how that much is wearing on his arm.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Collins deals to Parga again at a tie, 3-2. Bison would love a hit, but they take a walk. It would play to run with the bases loaded. Rangers looking for their 16th win, their 10th in league play. With a commanding 10-run advantage, but OBU with the bases loaded and 1 out in the 4th. Here is the 3-2 pitch, and he walked him. What a terrific at-bat by Parga. He fouled off about 4 or 5 2-strike pitches to extend the at-bat as Self comes home and touches home plate. And it's now a 12-3 ball game, and here comes the pitching coach for Northwestern, Casey Ginty, out to the mound. Though Dallas entered the weekend second in the conference in earned run average at 2.85. A little more than a half percentage point behind Jeremy Adorno, The starter for Southern Arkansas and his league best 2.3 earned run average. Southern Arkansas has been very impressive with the mound. If you talk to coaches around the league, they'll say that's really what separates them from everybody else, and Chris Cox has admitted that. Their pitching staff. Adorno leads the league at 2.3. Warmack is 7th at 3.79, and Wyatt Marr is 10th at 3.98. All those arms will be on full display here over the Easter weekend when the Mule Riders come to town. Bo Dallas is 6th currently in the league in batters struck out. Ordono and Womack are 1-2. Between them, they struck out 151 batters before their 3-game series against Harding. So this league is very, very good. Isaiah Lasad has an infield hit. Bison have cut it down to 9-12-3. And the pitch is pulled foul on the third base side. It's 0-1.
So after all that talking we just got done doing about home run hitters, now you have a chance to see one of them in action here with the bases loaded in what could very easily turn into a big rally here in the top or in the bottom of the 4th inning for this Bison team that is nowhere near out of this game when you think about the production they're able to rattle off in an inning.
I knew you were going somewhere when you started showing me all the bombs that have been hit. 0-1 the count to Isaiah Lasad, one of the league leaders. Tied for 8th beginning of the weekend. Pitch is inside, and it's 1-1 strike. They are starting to stretch now in the Northwestern bullpen. Collins starting to become more erratic here in the 4th inning.
Collins has given 4 really good innings of work, though. Some of the best pitching, again, between him and Swanson that we've seen in this ballpark.
1-1 pitch, ground to the third. Holdren to second for 1. The throw to first is high, and a good play by Hoffman, who leaped into the air just to save another run. So it's now 12-5. 12-4, excuse me. And Lasad will get an RBI on the fielder's choice. So Shields is at third base. Parga forced out 5-4. That's the second bullet that Holdren at third has handled very, very well. Here's Walker Keller at a 12-4 ball game, now with 2 outs here in the 4th. Bison down to their final 10 outs of this one, but we're a long ways from it being over. Collins throws over to first, and no harm doing. Lasad back in. Isaiah Lasad was a teammate of Sam Gamboa at the University of Nevada, Reno, before coming here to Bison Hill. He draws another throw. We started at noon. It's 14-7. A lot of baseball today. Down and in. The counts 1 ball, no strikes to Walker Keller. Hit by a pitch back in the 3rd inning. 3rd time today he's been hit by an opposing pitcher.
And if I'm Collins, I'm just worrying about Walker at the plate. Priest had a great throw down last time Pruitt tried to steal second. I would trust him.
Collins pitch inside quarter at the knees. That was well placed. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. They are working now in the Northwestern bullpen. You would think this might be Collins' last inning if he gets Walker Keller here. Ryan Bowen could be nothing short of pleased with his right-hander. And the pitch. Bouncing ball, a high chopper, fielded on the first base side by Collins to Hoffman to record the out. OBU gets 2, but they leave 2 aboard. We head to the 5th. It's now the Rangers 12, Oklahoma Baptist 4 on the Bison Sports Network. Third baseman Brandon Holdren to lead off the Ranger fifth against Jake Hamilton. Jake has given up 1 run in 1 1/3 innings. So the first pitch is a strike. It's 0-1. In comes the 0-1 pitch. Down and in. 1 ball, 1 strike. 3, 4, and 5 due up for the Rangers here in the 5th inning. Holdren, Hoffman, and Kelly. Today has been reminiscent of a doubleheader against Ouachita that was 7 hours and 15 minutes of work. 2 and 1. That, my friend, was a long day at the ballpark. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Spoiled as he fouls it out of play. It's 2 balls, 2 strikes. It'll be all worthwhile, though, if the good guys can come back from, what was at one point a 10-run deficit, and now is 8 runs.
The advantage of doing this in the 3rd game, there's no run rule in this 7th inning game, and credit to Jake Hamilton, who so far has carried his load of the work. Because there's a foul ball down the first base line, he's carried his load of the work of the bullpen. He's come in, maybe gave up a run, but for the most part, it feels like he's controlled his stuff on the mound with what was probably a little bit of an abbreviated warm-up.
2 balls, 2 strikes to the Northwestern leadoff hitter of the 5th, and a fastball high. Holdren today has been hit by a pitch, has driven in a couple of runs with singles in the 2nd and the 3rd inning. Here's the pitch, and he walked him. So a leadoff walk, and here is Blake Hoffman. He's driven in 3. 2-run home run back in the 3rd inning is part of what really is the difference in this ball game. A 7-run inning for the visitors. Blake Hoffman has had a solid series, and the first pitch is inside. 1 ball, no strikes. Blake Hoffman is a senior from the Colony, Texas. 2nd year up at Alva after transferring from Ranger Junior College. Colony down around Houston, I believe, as that pitch is upstairs. It's 2 balls, no strikes. It's actually around Dallas, isn't it? Yeah.
Played them 2 times a year. They were in our district, just a little, I guess, northwest of kind of your Carrollton area, for those familiar with the Metroplex.
2-0 pitch, swing and a miss, chased a fastball away, and it's 2 balls and a strike. Once upon a time, the Colony probably set out on its very own. Nothing around it.
Yeah, that area has absolutely grown exponentially since I've grown up in it. And
2-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Hamilton even at 2-2.
Best thing about growing is you get new and better food places too, so that partly contributes to why I ended up playing offensive line in college. But it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make, Todd.
2-2 the count. Hamilton checks the runner. Yeah, brings it home, and that one has popped up and out of play. You talk like you eat all the time, man. We can't get you to eat a piece of pizza up here. We can't get you to eat a candy bar. It's like Zach, the old man, has turned over a new lease.
Yeah, it's part of the joys of getting to move from right guard to left tackle for your senior year is a couple of those, heftier LBs you got to keep playing inside. There's a pass ball. Schroeder gets called out. Looks like I don't really know what the –
I think he nicked it, and it's a foul ball. So he's going to be – nope, they called him out. And the reason why he's out is because first base was occupied. So Holdren moves to 2nd. It is a strikeout for Jake Hamilton. And again, the ball got away from Shields, but with first base occupied, there was no need to throw down. Now, had that been the 3rd out of the inning, they would have had to throw to first.
Gotcha.
So here's Sean Kelly. Kelly is homered and doubled in runs today. And no pitch from Hamilton. So you are the new blind side on Bison Hill.
Trying to fill the shoes of old Big Alaska, who...
By the way, heard he signed a contract the other day.
I'm not sure if it's signed for sure 100% yet, but
or had been offered one.
I think that's where it stands right now. And congratulations to Big Jake Foshee, and hopefully soon to be congratulations to the other guys on our roster who are gonna hopefully get the chance to pursue their dreams at the next level. But unfortunately, in their absence, someone has to fill in, and for the time being, I've been selected at that role.
1 ball, no strikes to Kelly. That contract offered to Foshee was in the CFL, if I'm right. There's a line drive that one hops the fence in left field. That's going to score Holdren, and motoring in with yet another RBI extra hit is Sean Kelly. Sean Kelly showing this weekend why he started at NCAA Division I Incarnate Word. He has worn OBU out. Here's Hayden Priest. 2 strikeouts, one of those against Hamilton. He also has walked and scored. That was against the second of 2 pitchers, Nolan Fiesel. You ever have days where you're talking and you just lose complete control and thought process? That's happened a couple of times. Downstairs, 1 ball, no strikes.
Yeah, especially when you're kind of getting in a flow and you have a really exciting thought you're about to get into. It's almost like you get too excited about the thought and you kind of backtrack and then you completely lose your train of thought. It happens quite
1 ball,
often.
no strikes to Hayden Hurst. There's a ground ball to second that'll move the runner, and it goes through the legs of Parka. And coming home to score is Stephen Kelly.
And actually, I think that's Mahan out there at second now in relief of Gomez, who is actually at third.
You're right.
And so I guess that maybe that Trey Furry didn't quite feel up to par, so you'll see Mahan at second and Gomez take his spot at third as another RBI gets rolled in.
Yep, you're right. It's still E4, and it's now a 14-4 Ranger game. Win would be number 100 at Northwestern for Ryan Bowen in his 5th season. Here is Joseph Frisbee. Frisbee has doubled, walked, and struck out. First pitch in tight, 1 ball, no strikes. So Gomez is at third. Parka is at short. Mahan at second, and Pruitt is the first baseman. Upstairs, and it's 2 balls, no strikes. Been a long day, partner.
It has been a big-time day here, and if the only thing that can make it a little bit better is maybe a big Bison comeback here in the bottom of the 5th.
2-0 pitch looked at for a strike, and it's 2-1. That went right through the wicket of Mahan. I mean, he just lifted his glove, and it went right between his legs.
You wonder if maybe shades of that nasty hop Gomez saw earlier is sitting in the back of Mahan's mind, as there's a beautiful fastball right down Broadway called for a strike. And it looks like Devin Crawford is going to get charged with going ahead and getting a warm-up here for Hamilton, who, besides the last 2 double big hits, has played a good game, as there's a ball lined over just outside of Mahan's reach on the right side. Runner's going to hold at second. Priest will hold at second, and now that puts Frisbee on at first with the single down the right field line. And, you know, now you're kind of getting to the point where Hamilton's going to have to show some grit here and really reel in this damage.
2 hits, a double and a single, an error and a walk. First and second for the Rangers here in the 5th, and Koenig coming to the plate. Here is Hamilton's pitch out of the stretch, and it's hit and backhanded by Pruitt. He'll go to second for 1. The throw to first with Hamilton covering. Not in time. Now here comes the runner. Jake picks it up and throws home, and out at home plate is going to be Hayden Priest. It worked out well. It was kind of an awkward cover by Jake Hamilton. Unfortunately for the Bison, it didn't roll too far away. So the 15th run of the ball game is cut down at home plate. 3 runs, 2 hits, There was one error and one runner left aboard. To the bottom of the fifth we go. It's now 14-4 Northwestern to the Bison Sports Network. Back at Bobby Cox Field on the OBU campus, we go to the bottom of the fifth, 14-4. On the job training for Zach, who's going to take us through this bottom of the fifth inning.
Maybe the better word is attempt to take us through the back half of this fifth inning. Good thing is I got the ultimate set of training wheels sitting next to me as Dan Pruitt comes to the plate, who's, by his standards, hasn't quite performed up to what you would expect from him. Maybe looking to turn that around here. Collins deals inside fastball, called strike. The inside of that zone for those right-handed hitters has been hit or miss today.
There was activity earlier. The Ranger bullpen, I'm assuming that they are warm. Right now it doesn't look like anybody's throwing. I think you ride Collins as long as you can, especially after you stretch the advantage back to 10 runs.
Count 2-1. Collins, who has pitched a little bit past what we're used to seeing him pitch this year. One of the few pitches we've seen that they actually utilize a windup with no runners on. Deals an off-speed down low in the zone, called ball. They checked to see if Dan Pruitt went. He didn't. Counts 3-1 to Pruitt. Priest getting the sign, relays to Collins. Collins deals, fastball low in the zone, and for the first time in a long time, it feels like Pruitt finally gets to take off that ankle brace that he's tried to take off a couple times today and hasn't been able to take. And the Dan Pruitt is on with a leadoff walk.
They are warm in the bullpen, so I would think the Leafs, despite a 10-run lead, might be a little bit normal or shorter than normal for Dylan Collins.
Now to the plate, Schroeder, the catcher who is now usually catching today, designated hitter. Looks like there may be a break here. We may be seeing a pitching change, and I think that's exactly what's going to happen. But Collins deserves every bit of round of applause he's going to get from this Northwestern faithful that have made it out today. He and Swanson have been a light in the dark for what's been a struggling series here before this game for the Rangers. And no matter who comes in for Collins, it's big shoes to fill because the Bison can light this up. And I know Collins hasn't gone far in very many games this year, Todd, but I don't know that this is the right move. I would ride Collins until the wheels fall off.
Well, you have a 10-run advantage. You don't want to let Oklahoma Baptist get any momentum, and sometimes all it takes is a walk or a hit or two to spark a big rally. And I know 10 runs is a lot, but not with this offense that leads the country in home runs and leads the conference in batted average. So Dylan Collins is finished here after facing one batter in the 5th inning. We'll take a break. We'll have the pitching change for you for the Rangers right after this on the Bison Sports Network. New pitcher for the Rangers is left-hander Cade Phelps, native of Wellington, Kansas, and a transfer from Butler County Community College. He's 6'3", 195 and a sophomore. Cade Phelps pitched in a win on Monday over Emporia State, went 2 innings, 2 hits, 1 run, unearned with a walk and a strikeout. Phelps of the season making his 12th appearance, 9th in relief. 2-1 record, 7.57 earned run average. I think Phelps turned out to be the winner against Emporia State. Phelps, 27 1/3 innings, 39 hits, 25 runs, 23 of which have been earned. 26 strikeouts, 12 walks, batted average against it, .339. So Alex Schroeder now will bat with nobody out and 1 on here in the bottom of the 5th.
There's a fly ball lifted back towards the parking lot here, and if you haven't been to Oklahoma Baptist parking lot, you won't see those first couple of spots as you drive in the parking lot filled. Usually those will be left empty because of because of spectators afraid that one of those foul balls will get back there. I don't know in my 4 years here if I've ever seen one actually hit a car, as there's a ground ball that's going towards second and a great spinning play there, which turns into a 4-6-3 double play for the Rangers, and that's been the story of the day, Todd. The fielding for the Rangers in this game has been far superior to what we've seen in the series.
Big-time play by Buxton. He continues to get the job done at second. And he made a diving stop and was able to feed it to Hamakawa, who turned it over. It's kind of the way it's gone, 14-4 now with the bases empty and 2 out here in the 5th. So Phelps comes in and rolls a double play on the second pitch.
And Cade Self, who prior to the single at the last at bat this series has been struggling. He takes a strike outside fastball for strike 1, and it's been tough. And now they're going to see a lefty for the first time in at least today. And I wonder how that's going to affect Cade Self and company.
OBU hitting .278 off left-handers. Cade Self coming in. He is hitting .350, so a lot of success in 20 at-bats. Cade against Southpaw, 7 of 20.
And that'd be maybe more of a byproduct of Cade Self's just hitting, period. Maybe not necessarily superior to left or right. Second in the conference right now coming into today at least, in batting average. Cade, when he's been healthy, has been nothing short of spectacular for this Bison lineup, especially in that DH spot. Deals. Fastball, another strikeout for Cade. It's just been a tough week as you see him hitting himself in the head with his bat. As we now go to the top of the 6th, which is going to be a big inning for this Bison team. Maybe look to see Devin Crawford, who's active in the bullpen. We'll be back to see what Jake Hamilton and company have in the top of the 6th inning. Welcome back to Bobby Cox Field here at Ford Park for the top of the 6th inning and what's been an offensive explosion that's been pent up for the Northwestern Oklahoma State Rangers, and what's been a struggling Bison bullpen here trying to stop the bleeding. And now coming to the plate, number 14, Fred Busker. And as he takes a fastball that Troy Shields wants the umpire to look at, gets called a ball. Buxton, excuse me, I think I said Buxer, who was a batter for the ECU lineup that played last weekend. Hamilton deals another fastball, misses high outside, and Hamilton just struggling right now to find the zone with the fastball. Hamilton working out of the line, wind up, throws a fastball down Broadway, gets a strike, and you get the feeling that Buckerson just wanted to make him throw a strike. Hamilton shaking off another sign. You get the feeling he wants to throw a fastball here. Wheels and deals down the middle again, down Broadway for back-to-back strikes from Hamilton.
Buxton today, a big day. Walked 2 singles out of the number 9 spot. Played well defensively. You saw in the bottom half of the last inning at second base. We're talking about Hamilton's struggles. He walked the first batter he faced in the third, then struck out Priest to close that inning, then Frisbee and Koenig to start the fourth. And it was Buxton that drew a walk, and ever since then, he has really been kind of up and down with his control.
As there's a strikeout from Hamilton, and maybe we should just keep talking about his control because it seems like every time we bring it up, he's able to pull a great pitch out. And that's exactly what Hamilton needs, is Hamilton needs to start to establish that fastball. And it'll be interesting to see now how he deals with Brett Erickson at the plate, who's had himself a day in that leadoff spot.
Jake with his 5th strikeout of the ball game.
Hamilton doesn't like the sign, shakes off Shields, takes the windup, deals inside fastball that hits, I think, the butt end of the bat from Erickson. And that's just it's going to be an unfortunate strike because he didn't go around, but it did hit the butt of the barrel. Erickson steps back in. Hamilton, in the habit of shaking off the sign from Shields, deals again, fastball down the inside line, and that is a strike, and that's the 3rd or 4th time we've seen Hamilton shake off Shields in this inning. For the first time this inning, Hamilton likes the sign. Curveball maybe that just missed high, and I guess that makes sense of why he keeps wanting to throw the fastball. And Todd, you mentioned it earlier, maybe he just doesn't feel comfortable throwing anything else besides that fastball right now.
Well, I know it's been a work in progress since he came in from Wichita State to try and develop a second pitch for him.
Foul ball down the right field line, and nothing that Erickson has done so far this at bat has been able to catch up to that fastball. Hamilton has great control. Wind up, the deal, off speed that time. Changeup does hang high in the zone, too high to get a strike call. That's the first time I think we've seen the changeup in this inning at least thrown successfully. Hamilton likes the sign. Gives it up high in the zone, maybe trying to get Erickson to chase. Erickson, a smaller frame. That strike zone is not very big. You're going to have to put it in about a 2-by-2 spot to get a strike call against Erickson. Decisive pitch, ball lifted out into right field. Going to drop, it looks like, for a hit down there and just probably about 30 yards behind Mahan at second, and that's just a tough spot. There's no one really there. Maybe you can make the argument if it's Kissel out in right field that he gets there, but I just think that's just a great spot, a little blue pit over second.
Yeah, it was, but especially when the outfield is having to play pretty deep, and that was a long run for Cade Self and certainly an even longer attempt for Walker Keller. So a 2-hit game for Erickson in his debut here in the series in the finale.
And now Yugo Hamakawa is at the plate, who's had a great series this series. There's a foul ball lifted into left field, and Todd read it off earlier that he is coming into today leading the league in hits, and chasing him is Isaiah Lasad, but these two especially is just constantly find ways to get the barrel of the bat on the ball. As there's a fastball, great fastball outside in the zone for a strike. 0-2 count now ahead of Yugo, and you get the feeling that Todd, he may try to stretch the zone here.
Something high and away, I would think, trying to get him to chase. Hamakawa, though, is a very disciplined hitter. Instead, he comes into the inner half of the plate, and Yugo able to fight that one off.
And Hugo, we've seen him do this a couple times in the series, is these big battles at the plate. And Jake has not shied away from these battles, throwing the fastball no matter what. I'll be interested to see what he throws here. Now from the stretch, Hamilton deals a fastball outside. Hugo wasn't really, I don't think, ever going to swing at that ball, but he knew he needed to get the bat on it to avoid the strikeout.
That's what I'm talking about a contact hitter. Now, he does strike out some, but that was just a defensive swing. And he spoiled a pretty good two-strike pitch from Hamilton, who now is going to have to throw another one.
And you're absolutely right. That's kind of been the name of the game for this Northwestern team, is force these Oklahoma Baptist pitchers to throw pitches late in the count. As there's another one of those kind of change-ups that's his release point just doesn't look like he's hitting it where it needs to, and he's missed high again. Hamilton looking over at Buxton at first. Comes back to Hugo, who throws the ball down the second base side. Mahan makes a sliding play, sends it over to Pruitt to first for the out. Buxton does advance to second, but they do get Hugo at first. So now you're 2 down. Jake Hamilton is on the bump, and now you have to deal with Brandon Holdren, the 3-hole hitter, who was the DH yesterday, now playing third today, has made a ton of great plays at third base today, but also 2 for 2 as far as eligible hits go.
There you see what Northwestern or OBU likes about Mahan, his glove and his quickness, and both were on display there. It was a much more difficult play than the one he just raised up on earlier that led to a Ranger run back of the 5th.
Foul ball, fouled off strongly down the third base line, and you can see the fastball for Hamilton is so great when he's able to throw it. The thing is that Coach Painter is rightly trying to teach him is you can't just live and die by the fastball. Eventually someone will get you. As he throws a stretch pitch down again just late. Holdren's just late on the fastball and can't get around on it.
Holdren has been a tough out in this game for everybody. Walked against Will. Had 2 hits against Feasel. Walked and scored against Hamilton of the 5th. So they've yet to retire him in this 3rd game.
Hamilton deals a fastball inside, goes past Shields. However, Buxton does not try to advance. Credit to Shields, who stopped that ball, hit his right foot on the inside of the lefty Holdren at the plate. Troy Shields, Todd, we talked about it earlier in the game, was kind of hit or miss with some of his stopping and blocking of the ball behind the plate, but to his credit, has corrected that as the game goes on. 1 ball, 2 strikes is the count, 2 outs. Hamilton here in the top of the 6th. Stretch delivers outside fastball. Shields tries to frame it in for a strike, called ball. Hamilton, as Todd mentioned, the #1 Friday night arm at Wichita State 2 years ago, and he's kind of trying to return to form. And credit to Cody Painter and them, didn't just accept Jake as he is and knows he can stretch to the next level if he's able to establish that second pitch to the dominant fastball. As there's another ball high in the zone, 3-2 count for Hamilton. And Todd, the potential for Jake Hamilton is unbelievable for this Bison team.
Yeah, it is, and you made the point earlier that if he can get his confidence back, final month of the season could be fun because he could be an arm that is utilized in several different ways. Inside
fastball again fouled off by Holdren, and that seems like it's been the thesis statement for this Northwestern team as they've been at the plate. Is if there's not anything that you're just 100% sure about, we haven't seen a lot of full swings. It's just been a lot of kind of just bring that bat in and get a foul off and wait till you see a pitch you like.
Rangers came out attacking from the first pitch. Erickson 2 pitches into the ball game, a single, and they have never really let up against 3 OBU pitchers.
You're absolutely right. Devin Crawford is in the bullpen, but credit to Jake Hamilton, who's had a good 6 innings so far today. Mahan with the put out. Now there's a fastball in the dirt. It's going to walk Holdren, but that also, because of the pass ball, allows Buxton to advance to third. So now you have 2 down in an inning that started out really good for Jake Hamilton, but now a walk not only puts Holdren on first, but also advances Buxton to third. Now you have to deal with Blake Hoffman coming to the plate, who's no easy task at the plate.
4th walk given up by Hamilton.
And I think
pinch Schroeder into the ball game. That is TWB Swanger.
And B. Swanger, if you remember back to the first game today, was a part of the confusion as to who the injured center fielder was when we saw it was actually Braden Koenig, who slammed into the fence and almost a bloody nose we saw out there. Glad that he's okay, but we saw Koenig come in for JW at the beginning of this game, but now you have to deal with Blake Hoffman at the plate, who is a beast of a hitter. There's a ground ball to Mahan at second. Bad bounce, takes it about chest high. He's able to gather the ball, make the play at first. So Dan Pruitt get out of the inning with minimal damage, even with the walks from Mahan. Even with the walks from Hamilton. Now you're looking at a bottom of the sixth inning that is huge for this Bison team. You have 10 runs in 2 innings to do it. We'll cover that bottom half of this sixth inning when we return on the Sports Network at obubison.com. Welcome back to the bottom of the sixth inning. Northwestern leads OBU, coming into the bottom of the sixth, and what's been the almost exact opposite of what we've seen in the other 2 games of this series. And Ramon Gomez coming to the plate, who's had a great day and great series really at the plate, and he's been hot, riding a hot streak. Started off the day at second. Furry got hurt in third with some sort of tweaked knee at the plate, so he moved from second to third, now taking Furry's third base duties. But Ramon looking to start off a rally here for the Bison as the new pitcher, Cade Phelps, deals a fastball that misses wide outside. Ramon 2 for 2 today, batting .329 on the year coming into today. He's been a consistent 6-hole hitter for this Bison team. Phelps shakes off the sign from Priest. Another stretch exclusive hitter, or a pitcher, as he throws a fastball inside. That is now 0-2. I thought there was a ball at the beginning of the at bat, but turns out that it is 0-2. I was mistaken. So now Ramon down 0-2 in what is proving to be a monumental 6th inning here for the Bison if they want to complete the sweep of the Rangers. Pre-set up outside as there was a slider push to the outside of the plate. Gomez going a bobbled catch. And they're going to call him safe, and that is not the first time we've seen Blake Hoffman struggle with what seems like a routine ball get thrown his way, Todd.
Well, Gomez can run a little bit, and he forced Hamakawa to maybe throw that a little quicker and more uncomfortably than he wanted to, but that's a play you're right at first base that has to be made. And that's the 8th error of the 2 games today for the Rangers and their 3rd of this ball game. That's the only black eye really in this outing for Northwestern, the 3 errors.
And now Jonah Mahan comes to the plate, struck out earlier in his only appearance, which wasn't a great at bat as he takes a ball outside wide right for ball 1. And Todd, obviously you mentioned earlier that for Mahan, the one thing they're waiting for him to develop as he's a young guy is his bat. What do you think the mindset is for a young guy in a big situation here? Is there's another pass ball that's going to advance Gomez up easily at second? What is the mindset for Mahan here at the plate?
Well, I think it's a matter of timing because the game obviously moves so much quicker at this level, and that's something that Chris was talking about to me today, is when you look at middle infielders, you can tell whether or not they have that clock, and that will parlay to go into the next level. Some guys could play really good up the middle in high school that didn't always equate to college, but they really like that feature that Jonah has, and certainly an area that he needs to work on, and he will as he continues to get older, is at the plate.
As he takes a nasty slider that ran inside on the hands and ran outside towards where Priest was set up at the outside of the plate on the black of the outside of the plate for strike one. Now 2-1, takes another slider away from him, takes a big cut at it, trying to pull it out to left field. Now 2-2, runner in scoring position for Jack, and you have to wonder at some point when the lack of reps he's seen in this series kind of comes into effect. Phelps looks back at Gomez with a large lead at second, deals anyway. Fastball down the field, grounded to Fred Buxton at first, second, makes a play over to Hoffman at first, but it does advance Gomez to third. Now with 2 outs, Troy Shields comes to the plate.
You see, though, how Jonah almost beat that play out? I mean, it was very, very close. That shows you the speed right there that he has.
And there's no doubt that this Bison lineup increasingly, it seems like as the years go on in my career here on Bison Hill, this Bison team gets faster without sacrificing any of the power that they've had at the plate that's become a staple for Bison baseball fans for years. You go back to Ramon Enriquez and Hector Ruvalcaba and a lot of these guys that were mainstays in the Bison lineup forever, Caimana, Bartolome, all those guys that were mainstays. We've had that same production at the plate, but also with the added speed in the infield, which I think has been a big change as Troy Shields backs out of the box against Cade Phelps in what's now a 1 out with a runner on third, 6th inning. Fastball way inside, misses. Troy Shields having to move out of the way not to take that on the inside leg. Phelps, a lefty, the first lefty that they see in this series. Is there's going to be a single out to left field, a wonderful hit from Troy Shields that is going to score Gomez easily. Now at 5-14, there's a little bit of life in the third base dugout. Still not quite a rally caps on yet, but you get the feeling that this team is starting to liven up with who else would you want to come to the plate in a series like this but Jose Parga, who has had a career day so far in the gold and green that he's had on Bison Hill. 4 home runs across the 2 games today, and you have to think that he's just ready to hit another one out of this ballpark and kickstart this Bison team. Fastball low outside, misses in the zone, 1-0 to Parga.
Jose grounded into a double play back of the second, walked and was the lead out of a 5-4 fielder's choice. His last time up at the 4th, he did, on that bases-loaded walk, get credit for an RBI.
Fastball inside again. That's kind of been a miss we've seen from Cade Phelps a couple times now. That fastball miss inside to these right-handed hitters. I wonder if that's an intentional miss or if that's just something that he's not quite establishing.
I would think that is by design. It's pretty hard to elevate one and drive it deep when it's on the inner half of the plate. It's when you're able to get your arms extended that causes a lot of problems.
Intentional or not intentional, now he's got the hottest hitter on this Bison lineup up 3-0 against him. You have to wonder if you're going to see a fastball down Broadway's. You see an inside 2-seam working towards Parga down the inside corner of the plate, Todd, and you're absolutely right. They're hugging the inside of this plate with Parga right now. Phelps takes a look over at Shields at first, deals, misses left again. Now that's 2 walks back-to-back, or excuse me, not back-to-back, but 2 walks for Phelps, period. And now you have 2 runners on with the top of the lineup coming to the plate with Isaiah Lasad, who I mentioned earlier is chasing Yugo Hamakawa of Northwestern for the league leader in hits, who is very well capable of putting one out of this ballpark in a moment's notice. 0 for 1 today. Hasn't seen a lot of bats that would be eligible to drop down his batting average, but his on-base percentage has gone up quite a bit. Fastball outside in the zone. He's a little bit behind it, fouls it off the right side of the field.
You know, when we showed up today for a noon first or 1 o'clock first pitch, we weren't really expecting that the lights might need to be turned on. They're on now.
You were right. You mentioned at the top of the broadcast about the 3rd inning after the first softball game wrapped up, but the Bison were able to win today and in Alva, there's a fastball that misses inside for ball one, that the softball team may get home before we get done here at the ballpark, and that's a tribute to both of the
offenses. That's after
offenses.
grabbing dinner.
Yeah, and that's probably after grabbing Whataburger there in Alva and making a trip back
Hey,
home.
if you could find a Whataburger in Alva, would you please tell me where it's at? I'd like to pin the location.
I was given the benefit of the doubt to Alva. Another fastball down the middle. Lasad gets a hand on it, and does he beat the throw? No, he does not. A great throw from Brandon Holdren, which has been the story of the game for this Northwestern defense. Holdren has been absolutely phenomenal there at the hot corner at third. Credit to Hoffman. Blake stretched out and was able to beat an extremely athletic Lasad going to first base. Now Walker Keller comes to the plate, who stereotypically has been a great player in these big-time situations for OBU, but it's been struggling in the series.
Tell you what, if you find that Whataburger, you might go ahead and post it on social media, because I think there's a town of about 5,000 or 6,000 that wants to know where it's at. So
I was trying to give Alva the benefit of the doubt. I've been to Alva twice in my athletic career in terms of visiting.
You're going for a third next year.
For a third, yeah. And but usually, we get food catered in, and I was just hoping that maybe the great city of Alva would have invested in a Whataburger by now, but maybe I should have said McDonald's.
They have that. And Subway.
There you go. You're living big with Subway. As there's an outside fastball called for strike one against Walker Keller. Walker, the first lefty that Phelps has faced in this lineup, the only lefty in the lineup today for the Bison. Phelps, the left-hander, throws a beautiful two-seam fastball that runs away and out of the zone for ball one, 1-1 to Keller. Phelps waiting for the sign from Priest. He gets it, accepts. In the stretch, deals a big curveball and another hit-by pitch for Walker Keller, and he is frustrated. That is the fourth time Walker Keller's been hit by a pitch today, and you have to feel for him, man. That right arm, he's got that protective arm plate on, that bicep to protect, that front elbow, but that has not helped at all today, Todd.
Wow.
It's a tough day at the office. Well, now struts in Dan Pruitt, who is every bit of 6'5", and, just an extremely talented baseball player, regardless of whether it's in the field or at the plate or on the base pass, leading the Bison in almost every statistical category you can think of, whether it's on the field or on the base pass. He backs out of the box against the lefty Cade Phelps. Settles back in, and you get the feeling that Dan Pruitt's due. That's kind of the saying in baseball when you have a guy that, especially your three-hole, who hasn't had a big hit in a while. And Todd, I believe at the top of the broadcast you said he's carrying a pretty nice hit streak coming into today. That right now that is on the chopping block, 0 for 2 today, as he takes another fastball inside, and you get the feeling that Cade Phelps is almost willing to live with a walk here with the bases loaded, a walk RBI for Pruitt. Well, maybe not, as Priest is going to go out there and talk to him, and you get the feeling Priest is just telling him, hey, man, look, I know you don't want to pitch to him, and you talked to Swanson, and he said a lot of the same stuff, but at some point we have to throw strikes.
That hit streak you're talking about is 10 straight for Dan. He has 16 hits during that time, hitting just below 500. The 10-game hit streak is the second longest behind Cade Self, who remarkably had a 17-game hit streak, ended in the second of 3 games at Southeastern last week.
Priest now back behind the plate, gives the sign, deals inside fastball, lifted high into left field, and that is going to be a grand slam for Dan Pruitt. Ask and you shall receive. What a bomb from Dan Pruitt that now you get the feeling, Todd, is going to bring this Bison team right back into this game. Now you're looking at, I believe, 9-14 for the Bison, and wow, what a game changer.
Well, and what if Lasad had beaten that throw? It's 14-10 instead of 14-9, but there was no doubt about that from Big Dan Pruitt.
And now Schroeder's going to come to the plate. Caught the first game, designated hitter this game. He's a fantastic hitter, gets overshadowed by Dan Pruitt at times. There's another fastball taken inside for the strike. Dan Pruitt, or not Dan Pruitt, excuse me, Alex Schroeder, you get the feeling maybe tried to do a little bit of acting to get that ball called for a ball there, did not get the call.
That is the 7th home run in 2 games today for the Bison.
Fastball, slider rather, excuse me, outside in the zone. Hoffman giving chase, and he catches it. Holy cow, what a catch made by Hoffman. The first that he's made of those style today. Now you're looking at a big inning here for the Bison bullpen going into the top of the 7th, down 5, a very closable gap as it looks like we're going to see a pitching change of Devin Crawford possibly coming in. We will be back here for that top of the 7th inning on the Bison Sports Network.
Todd Miller, Zach Frazier back here with you at Bobby Cox Field at Ford Park. Good job, big guy. You know what? Once we took the score sheets away from you, you kind of got settled in, didn't you?
Yeah, it's I think if a normal circumstance I could do the score sheet, but doing the score sheet and the streaming balls, strikes, and score and bases and stuff, I think it was just better to give the score sheet back to you, and your handwriting's better than mine anyway. So
Devin Crawford will come in. He will be the 4th pitcher used by the Bison here in this ball game. 7th inning, 14-9, Northwestern. Crawford needs to do something that the Bison have done just one time through 6 innings, and that is hold the Rangers at bay. Will Duncan, Nolan Feasel, Jake Hamilton, and now Devin Crawford for the Bison here this afternoon. Devin Crawford is in for the 12th time. His record is 2-1, earned run average of 8.5. Crawford, 18 innings and 11 appearances, 17 hits, 23 runs, 17 earned, with 14 walks and 16 strikeouts.
And what a big inning for Crawford here, and you get the feeling that he's got the confidence. I know Devin pretty well, and you know he has the confidence, and you know he has the stuff. He's one of the quicker arms in this bullpen, and you'll see him go exclusively from the stretch. Good opportunity here for Crawford.
Devin Crawford out of Heritage Hall in Oklahoma City, transferred from Eastern Oklahoma State, works from the stretch and a pool cue ground ball to first. Pruitt with Crawford covering, gets the feed, and there's one out.
And a great start for Crawford, forcing that fastball low and away. Sean took a hack at it, dribbled it out to Pruitt at first, and credit to Crawford, he was on it, got straight over to first. We saw Hamilton struggle with that cover to first if you go back to the 6th inning. But credit to Crawford, he handled his business, and he's up 1-0.
That ball had a lot of back spin on it, and the umpire went out there to check the baseball after it hit the end of the bat. It was pool cued out to Dan Pruitt. Here is Hayden Priest. The end of the first pitch from Crawford goes all the way to the backstop. 1 ball, no strikes.
And if you're going to have that ball go by, do it now, where there's nobody on and nobody to worry about. And Crawford now has the opportunity with Hayden there to Hayden Priest to kind of rebreathe again and establish a fastball.
We have not seen Garrett Kellogg-Clark in this series. In fact, he's down there, I believe, with the radar gun. Along with Tyler Frank. Here's the pitch from Crawford. In there for a strike, and it's 1-1. No, he's working to the bullpen, isn't he? Guess I'm seeing things.
It's been a long day.
Yeah. I've seen a lot today. 1 ball, 1 strike. Crawford's pitch pulled foul on the third base side. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
And a great changeup for Crawford and Hayden Priest ahead of that ball. Again, Shields is telling him the same thing. Hey, man, look, a strike here, 2 putouts, a strikeout and a putout in back-to-back at bats. Crawford can change the trajectory of this game with a 3-up, 3-down inning.
5th conference series that Devin Crawford has appeared in. Pitched last Saturday afternoon to Durant, 1 inning, 1 run. It was earned. No hits, a walk, and a strikeout. Can't afford to give up any here in the 7th. A swing and a miss, and down goes Hayden Priest. That was nasty from Crawford. Now there's 2 out in the 7th.
The best part about having a pitcher with a great fastball is any off speed is dangerous with it, and that is the best part about Crawford. Much like Hamilton, you'll see him dominate with the fastball and work off of that.
Self, Gomez, and Mahan in the bottom of the 7th for the Bison. Will they trail by 5, or will the hole be a little bit deeper? Here is the first pitch from Crawford to Frisbee. Swing and a miss for a strike, and it's 0-1. Devin has struck out at least 1 opposing batter with the exception of 2 appearances, and 1 was his longest appearance of relief. Against Southwestern here on March the 5th, he struck out 2 1/3. Pitch downstairs, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. His season high is a career high, and ironically, that came in the Rangers ballpark. February the 11th, 3 innings of relief, struck out 5 Ichabods from Washburn. 1-1 pitch, check swing, ground ball back to the mound. Devin handles it and underhands the throw to first, and the inning is over. Good job, Devin Crawford. Last chance in game number 3 for Oklahoma Baptist. They need 5 to tie, 6 to win. 14-9 Rangers on the Bison Sports Network. Last chance for OBU. Will it be a 2-1 series win or a 3-game sweep? 14-9 Northwestern Oklahoma State. Cade Self has struck out twice, sandwiched around a 4th inning single. You must find a way to get the leadoff hitter on. Down to just 3 outs at a 5-run deficit. Cade Phelps brings the pitch home, and it is lined into center field. It's down for a base hit.
And here we go. The rally begins. Cade Self finding himself here, ironically, in the back half of the second game of the doubleheader. And now you have a guy in Ramon Gomez who's been hot at the plate as of late coming up. And this has all the makings of a late-game rally.
Still a comfortable lead, but don't think they're comfortable over that first base dugout. Any comfort that was there was gone when Dan Pruitt hit a grand slam with 2 outs in the 6th. Second granny of the day for OBU. Phelps looks to first. Now Cade's pitch. Big swing, no contact, and it's strike 1.
And Todd, to your point, you're going to see Phelps work the inside of the zone here almost predominantly with the fastball. I wouldn't bet to see him throw the fastball anywhere else besides the inside, not allowing these hitters to turn on it.
Cade Phelps out of the stretch. Left-hander brings it home, and it's a strike. 0-2 the count.
And now if you're Ramon, you're just protect the plate, not protecting the plate in terms of putting a ball out for a double play, but just holding the protection.
Gomez is hitting .250 against left-handers, 70 percentage points worse than right-handers. Takes high with a good fastball, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Again, the Bears repeating, entering this series. OBU hitting .278 against left-handers. They've had a decent amount of at-bats. Before this appearance by Phelps, 241. Here's the 1-2 pitch, high and away. Good job of laid off by Gogo. Now the count is even.
And now for Ramon, anything into the outfield puts Cade on second, if not third, and can change the course of this game for the Bison.
They are working in the Ranger bullpen. So Phelps will not have a long leash here with the 7th, protected a 5-run lead and a bad swing and a miss. Chased one high and away, and Ramon Gomez is out number 1 here with the 7th, and here comes Jonah Mahan. Mahan was on deck, and now it looks like he may be
Kissel
called back for a pinch hitter. It's Cade Kissel. So Mahan was on deck, and all of a sudden Cade Kissel appears out of the dugout. Kissel had a 2-home-run game in today's 16-6 victory by the Bison of the opener. And now Ryan Bowen is headed to the mound, and he is looking out to the bullpen. So that's probably it for Cade Phelps. They're going to bring the right-hander in and try to slam the door with 1 on and 1 out here in the 7th.
It's not checkers, it's chess, right?
You're right. Back in a moment, 14-9 Rangers on the Bison Sports Network. Rangers only have 2 saves on the season. This is not yet a save situation. Edwin Colon is coming out of the bullpen, and he's the only Northwestern hurler with those saves. Colon, a 5-1 record, best win-loss, best ERA on the staff at 3.32. 15th relief appearance. He's worked 21 2/3 innings, 23 hits, 19 strikeouts, 14 walks. Batted average against .267. In his 21 2/3 innings this year, he has given up only 8 earned runs and 14 total. So Edwin Colon with a 3.32 earned run average. Ethan Swanson with the 2nd best ERA at 5.91. So you're going to see the best that Ryan Bowen has to roll out there in Edwin Colon. He is a 5'9", 190-pound senior from Lawrence, Massachusetts. Edwin Colon appeared in 2 of the 3 games in Alba last weekend against Southern Nazarene. 2 2/3, 8 hits, 6 runs, all earned, 3 walks, and 4 strikeouts. Didn't matter a week ago who Northwestern sent to the mound. They could not slow Southern Nazarene down. SNU won the final game of the series, out-slugging Northwestern, putting 16 runs up on the board in the process. Cade Self is at first base. Cade Kissel will bat for Jonah Mahan, who had entered the game after Trey Furry injured a knee in an at-bat back of the 4th. Edwin Colon set to throw his first pitch out of the stretch, and it's in there for a strike, and it's 0-1. Hamakawa is shaded towards the middle. The second baseman, Buxton, is shaded towards second as well. There's a big opening on both left and right sides of the infield. Holdren is playing in no doubles defense at third. Swing and a miss, and it's no balls, 2 strikes. Ryan Bowen, 2 outs away from win number 100 in his first head coaching job, now 5 seasons old at Northwestern. In comes the 0-2 pitch from Edwin Colon. And it hits the plate and shoots away, and now Cade Self motors into scoring position at second of the wild pitch.
Now you're getting to that point where Cade Kissel, who's had a hot bat today, has seen 3 pitches now, and you get the feeling that he's now has the tempo of where the pitch is going to come at. Wouldn't be surprised to see Cade give it a ride.
1-2 the count. Can Kissel come off the bench and continue to stay hot? He's hit safely to this point in both games of the weekend series. Edwin Colon brings it home, and the pitch is downstairs, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. In watching Colon's warm-up tosses before he towed the rubber here in the 7th, when he was missing, he was pretty much missing low in the zone.
And that's as a closer, that's what you're trying to do. Don't miss high where a ball can get ripped out of the ballpark and change the game with a home run. If you're going to miss low.
14-9, top or bottom of the 7th, 1 on, 1 out. Edwin Colon looks at Self at second. Now Colon brings it home with a pitch, a swing and a miss. It's some nasty stuff. So there's 2 down. Now the mountain is really tough. Rangers trying to win for the second time in 21 Division II era meetings in baseball. Bison are a tough matchup for the Rangers. Shields has walked, been hit by a pitch, singled a run to the 6th. First pitch to the catcher downstairs, 1 ball, no strikes.
Todd, as we've walked across the 7-hour mark on our live stream today, you have to think that fatigue is some part in what these hitters are going against, especially for Shields, who's been in a squat for most of the second game.
Here is the 1-0 pitch from Edwin Colon. And he brings it in, and it's downstairs. The count now is 2 balls and no strikes. The toughest out in any game is the last out, regardless of what the score says. 2-0 the count to Troy Shields, listed as a freshman on the roster. Edwin Colon brings it home, and he misses low again. That one shoots away from Priest, and over to third goes Self. No reason to worry right now about Cade Self because his run means nothing in determining a winner in this ballgame.
You're absolutely right. If you're Colon or Priest at the plate, you're not worried about Cade, even if he advances to home. Okay, so what? You live to fight another day. You deal with Shields, this game's over.
3 balls and no strikes. Inside corner for a strike, it's 3-1. Troy Shields did not play in last night's 5-2 win, did not play in today's 8 innings, 16-6 victory. Big at bat with a runner at third, 2 out in the 7th. The pitch, swing and a miss. Edwin Colon has reduced this game to a final strike. Three balls, 2 strikes. Now Shields backs out of the batter's box. Last year, Northwestern was unbeatable in games like this, with Caleb Honey, who is now a graduate assistant, and a called 3rd strike. Northwestern salvages a game here in Shawnee. Rangers celebrate a 14-9 victory over Oklahoma Baptist, and we'll be back to put a bow on it right after this.
Thanks again for attending and drive home safely.
Coaches congratulating one another. Handshake line for the winners in the final game of the doubleheader of the series. Northwestern 14-9. 14 runs, 14 hits for the Rangers, 3 errors. 9 runs, 8 hits for Oklahoma Baptist, and 1 error. With the split today, Northwestern is 16-22, 10-15 in the conference. OBU is 19-16, or 18-16, and 13-11 in the league. Oh, a lot of baseball, but for the most part, good baseball. OBU takes the series 2-1.
It's been a good series for the Bison. Obviously, not the way you want to end it if you're an OBU fan, but you have to always take your wins where you can get them in a conference where everybody can play, and that's exactly what the message has got to be from Coach Cox to the guys.
All right, final score, 14-9. Game 2, Game 1, 16-6 OBU. Zach, will we see you on Tuesday night?
Maybe. Depends on if the game gets moved up. Probably not. I'll have practice, but if it stays as scheduled, I'll be here.
All right, hopefully see you then. All right, that's going to wrap it up for the crew here in the booth. For Zach Frazier, I'm Todd Miller. We'll see you Tuesday night. First pitch scheduled right now at 6. OBU and Southeastern in a non-conference game right here on the Bison Sports Network.